starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3. Oh, that's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy! He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Look at it. Oh, my God. Look at it.
What? You can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Connects on 3. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Oh, don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh, no.
Baby, yes.
He's able to open up a flank angle, so that forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get 4. Can he find that ace? Giza is tanked very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea. Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace, and a big round for Recon 5.
I didn't expect that.
What is going on, beautiful people? Welcome to the PlayerzZone 2K Invitational. It is a pleasure to have you guys here on this beautiful Saturday for this 2-day event. Of course, before we go any further, I got to say hi to the beautiful and lovely face here. Mick, how are you, bro?
I'm doing all right, man. It's a little bit of an early start here on the stream, but, you know, it's going to be something we can suffice. Usually we're kind of night owls over here on GLG, but, you know, it'll buff. At the end of the day, hopefully we got some crazy kills and some crazy clips to really wake us up over the course of this morning.
Absolutely. Nothing beats getting going at 1 p.m. on a Saturday. For those that are joining us, thank you so much to our beautiful GLG family. And a big thank you to Community Gaming for sponsoring this marvelous event here, being brought to you over 2 days. And of course, PlayerzZone, thank you so much for backing us as always. They're going to be on the secondary stream as well. So there's tons of games for you guys to watch. As always, !PZ in chat. And for those that are following along with us for the bracket, you guys know the drill. !bracket in the Twitch chat will get you guys up to date. We're going to be going in on our first match here, Mick, and it's going to be Illusion versus Shopify Rebellion. You guys can see the cheat sheet down below. And we're going to be hitting our favorite ABC map of the day, good old Haven.
Gosh, wow. For the first map of the day, man. Okay.
Come on, Mick. Come
you know
on.
What?
We got to start it off right, man.
All right. Okay. I mean, as long as we get ourselves a really good, like, I'd say one of those pistol round plants from a jet on the B site, that can kind of wake me up. I really like those. I will say it creates a lot of chaos, kind of speeds up the round. Because, I mean, there's not too much variety what kind of round those pistol rounds. But I feel like, I mean, that alone could be something to wake me up. Haven, man, it's just such a static pick in my opinion.
It's a great map. I mean, it's got its ups and downs, and like you said, it's we need good gunplay to get us going here on a 1 p.m. But more than anything, I know for a fact here, these two teams and some of the names here are very familiar, and looking to panning out in terms of players and history of these agents or the people that are playing here this afternoon, to be an amazing matchup. So without a doubt, I am quite confident in where this is going to go, Mick, and I think it's going to be a great opener. For those that don't know how this entire event's going on, like I said, 2-day event. We're following a GSL format. So all rounds are best of 1. There's 32 teams, 4 teams per group. And the top 2 from each group moves on. Then the 16 teams play in a single elim. And then those are all a best of 3. And for those that are going to be here with us throughout this afternoon, starting now, obviously, the first best of 3 playoffs match is going to be happening tonight. So the top 8 move on to Sunday, and then the playoff bracket continues there. So the juicy stuff, really, it's going to heat up and get really nitty-gritty tomorrow, but we're building the foundation for that lovely day tomorrow, Sunday, again, starting in the afternoon. Yeah,
and speaking of building, it looks like we're building these rosters right now because, I mean, yeah, they're from we've heard even from production, they're really kicking it in high gear, and I guess the agent select kind of just flew by. I guess with Haven being in such a map that everybody knows, everybody's really played for so much, everybody knows exactly what they're going to pick. So I gotta say, everything laid out right here. The only thing that's really too crazy is honestly, everything seems pretty all right here.
Things are looking more than all right, my friend. Composition wise, you guys can see Shopify Rebellion sporting that Sky, Omen, KJ, the Sage, and the Jet. So that's going to be a healthy combination. But of course, we have the lovely Astra Dynasty, KJ, Jet, Sky, and Sova. So a little bit of changes here, a shake and a bake, but the smoke's going to be the differentiating factor. Of course, that's Sova going to be interesting to watch as well as we get into it. We're missing a Sage, so we'll understand how that impact comes to be. from the defender's side if that res is going to play a massive part, but they're going heavy on this C-Make, opening it up, getting that KJ utility out of the way and collapsing onto site in a very uncontested fashion. And if all things are said and done as they set up in the back here through the paper mache boxes of C, that spike planted, we'll see what they're going to do on the retake.
Honestly, this could be really massive for him. I mean, Illusion, as long as they can get on that long side, go ahead and protect this, especially with that turret giving a tail. The shot's coming through and a kill. Oh.
Benji.
Oh.
Keeping that rear on lock. And talk about the rear. Panini getting a little bit of a shank in the rear as well by Shane. And I like the determination and the play style from Rebellion. They decided, you know what, we're going to play the strong retake here, give up C, and go in numbers. But looks like Illusion had a bit of a different opinion about that one. They held down steady, and with that deep plan, of course, and holding steady on that C site, they were able to lock it down really well, make a good opening first round going to the side of the attackers. Shopify, Rebellion, a little bit of work to do as the opposing team has decided to go in on the big old buy, Spectres and full armor aplenty.
Yeah, I can't really blame them, especially going for this A side. I mean, that's going to be the... I love this move. It really just makes the most sense. It's fundamental Valorant to go ahead and find as much as you can, find the advantage and play off of it. And with this scout coming through for the dog, bear, whatever people call it, it's just, you got to find an answer. And we see A77 answering with so many shots right off the rip, giving a statement more than an answer, actually. And just so much takes coming out as they seem to just clean swipe on this side, already in a 5v1.
Looking like Illusion, feeling good about this plant, and of course they got a 5-member stack here, so Flowerful is the lonesome KJ to lurk. A77 contesting and comes up on top with the 3-piece combination, so call it flawless on round number 2, and also give him that round. All things said and done, it's looking pretty darn strong so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, what's going to be really strong is this round 3. I mean, just right now with that entirety of just the team buying up, and then we see possibly, I don't know what these buys. Okay, I was about to say, is somebody saving for an operator? Because Diana may actually be eyeing that. And actually, as I stand corrected, geez, everybody's just listening in on me, man. They're saying, all right, let's wait for me to say something and then I'll go ahead and do it. But just across the board now with these rifles in hand, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they really have to kick it in high gear now, or this game's going to fall apart for them really fast.
Let's see what they can do here with the buy round now in their hand. Flowerful spamming away, also eating a little bit of bullets to the left and the right, albeit nothing major now. Sage sitting on that C as we observe now this collapse through garage. Antal spotting, coupled with the lovely Jet in the wings, looking for some sort of action. Wall spam aplenty. They've shifted over a good number towards C. You can see on that minimap, Omen and KJ are backing up that stage on that C site, but looks like it's all one big old fake there as the whole attack sky is picking up that spike, lacing it up, and off they go. But there is a bit of a contest here coming out that Jet from short. We'll see what they can do. Antal sends Diana packing, so much for a contest. They eat nothing but dirt here, and with that, I think they have a good collapse opportunity. But with 50 on the clock, I love the diversity from Illusion. They're choosing to play it loosey-goosey and are actually leaving that site for the most part, leaving KJ to lurk that long.
Yeah, and going ahead and playing this really slow. I mean, obviously the AP trying to come through and the slow push really making that difference. Going ahead and letting those blinds come out, those flashes, letting a little bit of a flash of the gun barrel come out on that A short for a pick right off the rip. But I mean, just the slowness, it's going to sit there and kick them in the butt if they don't go ahead and get the spike down.
And with that, spike is being planted here, Mick, as a rotator coming out now. You can see the whole SR squad is unionized towards the CT area and are looking to come out through, but there's a good crossfire being held from Hell and Cubby area of sight now. They're going to go for it here. Collapsing. Antal gets the one, and unfortunately, Han cannot look left and right. Panini, though, looking healthy. Can this be the clutch we're looking for? Dynasty headshot level cannot connect. As the Phantom brings it home. The bigger gun and the better player, that is Panini, going to, alas, get the first round for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
And for them all having rifles in their hands, that Shopify Rebellion, that's really concerning, man. I mean, obviously they go ahead and win that round. They go ahead and have themselves the start of something. They go ahead and possibly have a win streak coming through, but knowing that was Illusion's bonus and Shopify Rebellion's legitimate buy, they're not going to have as much to deal with this round, because we can see Diana having to go ahead and opt for that Sheriff. We see Flowerful going ahead and running that Spectre this round, as well as it not hand. So I mean, there's so much right now that's kind of static in Shopify Rebellion. It almost feels like you want to win that round for the just entirety, for the big scheme of things, but I mean, you got to find this follow-up. You got to find the second round to play through with and get a win streak going if you're really going to find any promise going forward.
With promise, comes delivery, or so we hope, as they're going to group up nicely towards Ian Short, looking for opportunity. Again, if we know one or two things about Illusion, they do play these sites very loose, and when they have time on the clock, they're not afraid of backing away, getting aggressive onto site. Flowerful eats a bit of that, but falling towards back of site, they're going to give it up completely, worry about the retake here, and allow the likes of Illusion to fully collapse on site.
Yeah, and the spike plant going down. A really quick round, I'd say, moving here, but it's just even more shocking to see that there's not any picks to come through just yet. I mean, obviously, with the A site being the entirety of this map right now and the entirety of this round, you just got to go ahead and find some kind of initiation. You got to find some retake, and we don't see any plan of action just yet.
One action, here it comes now. That is a lot of activity happening towards the site. They're trying to collapse. Antal denies Diana nicely and quickly, but the rest of the team is now committing. KP with the one, A77 responds. Antal yet again another, and Dynasty on the board, but you can count on Sage for the 1-2 cross jab. But as per the norm, it's like Illusion gets on site. They are like a rock solid fortress here, Mick. Nothing can penetrate them once they're on that post. The score now 3-1.
Yeah, and that answer right there, having all the superior weaponry. I mean, I was kind of expecting Illusion to go ahead and win that round, and especially with the way they just took that A side, and the Shopify Rebellion really couldn't find an answer, just makes things that much harder to deal with. And going ahead, having that flip-flop once again, so many players still standing from that last round. There's not having any really follow-up buy for the side of Illusion. So I mean, these guys are really set up well for these next couple, and Shopify Rebellion has to find an answer and keep some guys alive. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck in the system for the rest of the round.
We yet again now observe the very standard Illusion default, keeping it live. A77 digesting that flash, the bird to the face, but they're choosing to stack this A very much so. Playing the close. KP with that shorty. Does he spot A77? Absolutely not. That smoke lurk looking very good now. With that opening pick, they're building some momentum and look at it open some space as they try. Panini gets it, but as per norm, the buddy system works well, and Benji on the Giga Lurk and spawn denies Sage. That is, it's not Han to settle down and take a seat for the time being. Is now Flowerful. Nothing but a classic. Gets slapped by Antal.
Man, stuff like this hurts, dude. I mean, you see these Spectres, you see that they're in the hands of these Illusions players, and you see a couple rifles here and there, and they're buffing out these buys, but the way they're upgrading their arsenal, and for literal cost of nothing. I mean, it's just so essential to them, and it's playing such a huge favor for them to get these edges. I think Diana right there, I mean, we see 0-5 not exactly showing up this game too much, but maybe the operator could change things up a little bit, because you need that jet influence. You need that defender sided. Obviously, over here on Avon, it's not the best scenario to be sitting in as a jet player unless you have that operator. You feel essentially useless to some extent unless you can find some picks here and there, find an off angle to play into. But when you don't have that opportunity, and when your team's choking up here with the economy, you got to find yourself some couple rounds, and it's stuff like that, man. Those shots cannot happen.
Shopify Rebellion is playing a very timid setup. Like early on in Pistol, you saw they gave up C, and now on this repetitive A push, they're giving up A. So I don't know if they're just choosing to not hold ground and just play retake consistently and relying on the utility to do that. I mean, this round, we're backed by the defender lockdown, which is doing something, but as it gets destroyed, not really working out in their favor. The res comes out, so we're back down to a 4v4 from the bird's eye view. They're going to tap it, but A77 up high. Diana, though, quickly cleans that with a headshot. Panini won. That shock dart out of Shane with the likes of Dynasty. And at this point, we're sitting at a 1v2 scenario. Both very lit, though. Doable for Shane. One.
Oh.
With diligence. And that's it, baby. Just to delay a little bit more. Diana gonna try and shake and bake, but the timing on that Hunter's Fury, so good, but it's half. It's half, Mick. It's half.
You can't. You gotta draw those out.
Wow.
I mean, all three shots back to back to back. The Hunter's Fury has a timer on it naturally. You can let that ring out a little bit longer rather than just having those all the way stacked on top of each other. I mean, that was a huge slip up.
That's troubling. I mean, I appreciate the fact that the ult came out, but I'm more surprised the comms weren't there to say, guys, they're both hella lit. Like, there's no reason to be doing anything oddball. We don't need to be using that Hunter's Fury, especially in close proximity like that. It's a tricky lineup when you're sitting in, I guess, how can I say, parallel or horizontal rather to the plant position. So as we get further ahead into round number 7 of this matchup, it's a good clutch nonetheless. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion getting on the board for another.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, we see once again, it's been working so far. It's been a great attempt. It's been a great shot time and time again for the size of Illusion. I can't blame them to go ahead and press the W key and get right back on it because they've been taking these sites so fast. So they have to worry about Diana here in the flank because this is going to be absolutely massive so long as she can avoid that entirety of the lockdown.
See now with the spike going down on A, the flank coming out from Jet and a bit of a contest with the Blade Storm. However, Heaven smoked and yet again CT smoked off as well. Flowerful having a hard clear and does do that, but with this yet again strong post, it seems like Illusion is just loving this A site and they do a darn good job of holding it.
Yeah, and lots of retaliation, lots of shots as the first one finally comes through with the second here from A77. I mean, Illusion's stopping exactly, coming right back to where they ended off.
And this is troubling. I mean, A is such a great site to go on. I prefer it to the C in some shape or form because it has that short and long collapse that's so easily accessible through lobby. And it looks like Illusion is very much interested in exploiting that here today. And they're going to let that spike do its thing and go on the prowl for this is KP looking to save that $4,700.
Yeah, really can't blame the decision there. And also to grab a kill there on the end of the round, it's just a little bit of a cherry on top. But I mean, with how much money is invested in the operator, we've seen Shopify Rebellion already lose it once, and we didn't see Illusions pick it up to really follow through. And I think they're honestly feeling super comfortable. That's a sign showing that whatever weaponry they have with these rifles, they're doing a damn good job, and they really don't care going forward about what they can bring to the table. They're not trying to capitalize on anything because with this lead, they're just trying to really double down on it.
Absolutely, and talk about doubling, we're basically double and then some in terms of the scoreboard now, looking very healthy, and this is going to push the side of Shopify Rebellion to save. Sans that op that got taken away by KP, and now Diana concussed there with the Astro utility. Are they going to swing on it though? A77 has the right idea and connects in a really well placed, aggressive mouse one push, and that's the op wiped away, and they're going to be looking to yet again go back to this tried and tested recipe of this A collapse.
It's been working for them. They already have plenty of shots.
Wow.
And A77 has an amazing one can cut cuss to really just sit there and make sure to get that follow through. And with the 4v1 right now, Flowerful has a lot riding on the shoulders of, I mean, because you just got to go ahead and win this round, and you need it. And this really sets you up to go ahead and get an even half. But I feel like right now, this would be to where you get that advantage, you get that halfway point where Illusions, they can go ahead and just absolutely run this advantage.
Dr. comes in with a classic, and that reveal now, you can count on Benji to be looking for the frag. Poor Flowerful had nothing but a classic there as we watch that lovely knife dance in itself. 6-2 now. We've now taken to a 3 times gap in terms of the score. Alas, Shopify Rebellion looking to buy, and I think KP's got the funds to grab that rifle. Diana back on that comfortable OP position. We'll see how that jet comes to be here. They got to get a bit aggressive, maybe, Mick. Shake it up. I'm kind of not loving this give up the site and retake scenario that's happening.
Yeah.
They got to get a bit cheeky, right? Maybe open it up, double up as a team, get a trade at the very minimum, or double the firepower to take out one member, and then kind of lean back a bit.
I think it really comes down to this shot from Diana. If this shot can come through, we haven't seen the operator on A long. We saw it on A short last round, and we saw it fail. I'm not going to say miserably, but we just did not see any shot come through at all because it's so aggressive. It's just a small angle that you can't really follow through on it. You can't capitalize on that spot. And it was just so much fun investment to lose time and time again. It's really, really eating up Shopify Rebellion so long as they can't decide. We probably just need to win a round with rifles before we go for bigger guns to be playing with.
I mean, look at the side of Illusion too, Mick. I mean, they have such good seeker utility in the sense of they have that KJ with the flashes. They have the Sky flashes, the Sky utility with the dog to go and seek them out. You have the Recon Dart to open up the site as well from Sova. And, you know, it lends itself to a very utility-based, strong team that can seek out opportunity, know where people are playing, and execute from there. And it seems like this time they do eat a bit of dirt, but down to 45. See what Illusion can do. They are quite good at pulling rabbits out of their hat.
Yeah, I mean, first answer right there. That's going to be a really good step to go ahead and get Shopify Rebellion into like a winning scenario, but they got to find a way to just make sure to get these trades now. They got to play these men off, you know, 1-to-1 ratio, getting those advantages, playing into them. And I think the way they're playing this slow to get onto a side, I mean, Illusion's getting themselves onto the B. That's going to be a very interesting move because we haven't seen it hit all too much.
Now in the post, we'll see now Diana looking for opportunity. Antal gets the one. This is now where Illusion has been relatively successful on the post. When they get the bomb down, they do a really good job at locking it. One bird, but there's so many here at Link. Benji in the hot seat. Shane now down to no HP, swinging. Benji with the one, with the two! And it's down to now a 3v2 scenario just like that. Benji jumping high with the classic. And with more, KP comes around. Unfortunately, no bullets to back it up. Sitting in the 2v1. KP, blind, looking left, looking right. But look at the patience here from this side of Illusion, playing this post, not even peeking, man.
Yeah, I don't really blame him. I mean, you want to sit there and listen for the tap. You want to have some kind of cue right there and the audio cue of that coming through for the shots to follow with it. Finding those kills, finding those shots, and finding yourself more rounds onto the board. Illusion grabbing another one, and it's just, they are really setting themselves up here for just, I would say, a quick game. But I mean, we got to think they have to come around to this defense. It's 7-2 right now. 8-4 is still possible. Heck, 7-4, 7-5 is still possible. So I mean, everything really coming forward. I think Shopify Rebellion really have to go ahead. I'd say even right now, go ahead and cash in a timeout personally. I mean, something, you have that resource, and I'd rather use it right now to where you can catch up the game to a reasonable spot rather than waiting until it's way too far gone.
No, it's good. Shopify going to slap that tack as we're getting the reports from the production team. So a chance to recoup and realign themselves. You can see on the board, though, Antal looking very strong with that 14-4, Benji 10-3. So from a Illusion perspective, two of the most, how can I say, I don't want to say unlikely, but let's actually, I'm going to take a step back here altogether, making talking about the composition. The one thing you'll note is in terms of duelists, we're just seeing that one duelist play on both sides. So comp-wise, we're leaning more towards utility, which is critical on a map like Haven. Being 3 sites, you want to have some control when you're there and not there, which is what KJ really does offer. And then coupled with the Astra smokes and I guess the global abilities, it's strong for it to have both that Omen and Astra on the smoke side. So all things said and done, it's just looking really good for the side of Illusion. And I really want Shopify here to step up, really assert dominance, put their foot down and not let them onto site and work together as a squad. You can see Illusion, when they swing as 2-3. And that's what's the differentiating factor for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it just comes down to those setups. I mean, we don't see enough utility going ahead and stopping right off the rip. You have that KJ, but she's never really prominent in these fights. You don't have these nano swarms coming down. You don't really have too much influence across the map. We don't see those on the A site where Illusion's been hitting time and time and time again. It's stuff like this to where you're saying something needs to happen and we don't see it. We don't see any kind of pre-set up, which is typically something of the job of the defenders, and we just see it on every other angle of the map. Look at this C setup. We have so much utility on C, we have so much on B, but where's the utility for A? I mean, this is the one that's being hit time and time again, and we can see with the spike being laid down, with the player allocation over towards that side, they're going to hit it again because that's what's working for them. Find something to slow that down.
And the tricky part is when you start to adapt, because you have a 5-round gap now, you start to say, okay, well, these guys love A, so we're going to stack A. As you can see on the minimap right now, it's not the most ideal scenario. So yeah, all things said and done, it's just a question of how this is going to work out and how they're going to adapt. Stack A, well, to no surprise, you do it once, you do it twice. The enemy team's going to learn, and they're going to start slapping B and C. As you can see now, they've chose to leave B completely open in itself, getting aggressive and long, and the drone's going to spot them out. And I bet you marbles here right now, Mick, that Illusion's not really going to be wanting to contest. They're going to play it steady and get some picks and maybe dip after.
Yeah, I think that's it as well. I mean, with the allocation to C, A77 grabbing one, grabbing a second, grabbing a third. Good God. I mean, honestly, they're not going to back out now. Knowing that an A77 is going to just essentially wipe the team. I mean, go ahead. Go for that A site because it's wide open now.
Now it's down to the Lozaman, who got the better of that dog, and A77 in the end with the 4K combination, man, looking very good. And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, mind you, the guns were not in favor of Shopify Rebellion in this round. Alas, it is. So sitting at 4K plus, everyone's looking to buy in. Diana yet again on that up. I gotta see that Jet Impact step it up a bit for an opening pick. You know, that jab cross 1-2 to open the opportunities for the side of SR, but it just doesn't feel like it's there right now. The gas is really dwindling, and Illusion is just pulling away very nicely.
Yeah, just everything is stacked up against him. I mean, the buys have been kind of rough. We see Diana once again going for that op. I mean, I'm not going to say don't invest to it with the kind of place you're sitting on the leaderboard, with the way that your mental's sitting in this game so far, but you got to, going forward, you got to find a way to really just, I would say, turn the brain off to some extent. Run the judge and find an angle to sit in. Create a big impactful play and see if you can run off that. But just saving up for an operator, sacrificing so many rounds just for the setup for it to follow through is just not a good idea.
Oh boy.
Useless individual.
Oh no, Dynasty with the Giga Lurk and Cubby, and Flowerful doesn't hard clear it. as this is now lending itself to a great opening pick for the side of Illusion, and a sloppy one at that. However, though, on the back of sight, Sage getting the one and choosing to fall away. That's a good choice. I mean, they are getting Storm, so we'll see what they can do yet again. But Illusion now going to put their footing. Antal opens it up with another. And this is back to the tried and tested recipe from Illusion. Get on site, hold steady, and use the numbers to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they're already doing that. They've done such a great job of it so far. And that res, that would have been really, really risky when you already have your team there to follow up with you. And if it's not ran right now with the Hunter's Fury grabbing a shot and actually grabbing a kill as well with the follow-through, there's so much playing right now for the likes of Illusion. I think this could be a done round for him. Only issue is that Hunter's Fury coming out and the shots trading on this site could be the one thing to stop it.
Look at this cross though, Dynasty with the 1-2, and that is the textbook Illusion swing, man. They know exactly where they're coming from, obviously, and when they do swing, they go out as 2 to ensure they can secure it, and no funny spray transfers or double kills can occur. Nonetheless, 9-2 here in the first matchup of the day. And we're going to see if Shopify Rebellion can snag this third as we get into the second half. But Illusion looking so strong. And of course, after that rough round, the SR squad are hemorrhaging the funds. And they're going to be buying a mixed situation with Guardian Spectres and Vandals. Opposing end, Illusion looking so strong and are ready to divide and conquer.
I mean, it's exactly as you said. It's just fundamental Valorant, honestly, at the end of the day. What Illusion is doing, going ahead, finding those trades, and once you find yourself a man advantage, you want to find that 1-to-1 ratio. You want to find those trades, you want to play collectively, and we see them collectively moving onto that C site, just doing a great job, having 2 set up there in the flank as well. It's almost like it's so coordinated. You know that they just practice this. They literally go into public lobby stacked on top of each other as they're stacking the kills over towards the C long and really just holding this site like monsters.
Giga divide, and of course you see A77 just fearlessly dashes right into sight, flying high with the Blade Storm, and you know the Sage falls away and sight is yet again free. A couple get detained, however. A77 still trying to do the salsa in the air, picks up nothing out of that as Sage gets the 1 and 2, but currently in this scenario, Illusion's been here before and we know they can do it as the spam comes through. That update on those boxes makes it very spammable and easy. However, Concuss and the Suction Cup of Dune, and poor old Sage can't do a single thing as that spike's gonna go boom.
Oh, that feels bad, man. And for the last round, I mean, our half lineup being 10-2 for the likes of Illusion. I mean, that is just so much, man. Being on this defending side now, I mean, obviously there's a lot that can kind of be stacked against you. I mean, the way you're sitting on the opposite side of the field now, defense not as easy to really play as offense because as everybody really says, Haven is a very offense-sided map, but I mean, I don't know if it's that bad. I mean, you can go ahead and find yourself 3 rounds. So unless Shopify Rebellion just says, all right, new half, completely new team, this is going to be a kind of an inning quick game, I would have to say.
Yeah, I'd say so. We'll see how the pistol comes out to us here, Mick, and how much of a silver platter Illusion can deliver these rounds on. But it's looking very strong for them. They have a nice, healthy gap to deal with, and that cushion in itself is very confidence instilling. And I'm sure they're going to walk out with a good couple rounds here in pistol and set themselves up for a GG on that 3rd round buy if they don't buy on that 2nd. But the tempo change. Shopify just as timid on the defense as they are on that attack.
Yeah, I think right here, I mean, we see... I'm going to guarantee you that Illusion is going to be looking for some pretty big buys on these pistols. They want to go ahead and win this because think about it. If you find that first round from pistols, you go ahead and buy that utility, play it as well as you can, and then get that force, you found yourselves 2 guaranteed rounds at the beginning of the half, and you're set up at a 12-2 then. So right here, that is exactly why we see just Illusions playing themselves, trying to play for those trades, regardless of whether they give up a site. They know it's pistol round. It's not all that big a deal. They find these trades, win these gunfights. They have almost what would look like a guaranteed win.
Now the rotates coming out. Spike gets planted on the A. So in Illusion fashion, the SR squad have established themselves on site now and are going to be playing the post. We'll see what they can make of it.
Sleep time.
1-2 jab and a good trade back and forth to open things up. Sitting down to a 4v4 Skylit though. Omen as well. Now Han for the norm gets the 1 onto A77. That's the jet out of the picture, which is critical. And another flying high. Benji dropping from 17 stories up in the eye, but it's enough to fall into the crosshairs of Diana with the frenzy. And Shopify Rebellion with that wall to block off the CT area, leaving only Heaven open. Make a walk in the park.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you really need. You want your jet to step up to the plate. You want her to swing, and you want her to sit there and get some kills. I mean, that's just how it stands. Diana really didn't have herself too much of a first half, but now coming into this one, you want to make sure to kind of capitalize on that, saying, okay, we have a very offensive team. We had a very defensive setup with the 2 Sentinels, but we couldn't stop anything. So we need to make sure we can at least put a little bit of work over here and play into the resources that we do have and make sure they can find themselves their job.
And we're just taking it easy. Nothing too fancy happening at this point. Of course, Shopify with such a little cushion are obviously concerned and need to play very smart and methodical, but holy cow, talk about a window fiesta. As everyone's now walking through Flowerful, spots him, spamming away, and is going to get overwhelmed most likely, and that indeed it happens. And off that, they get a free Spectre and a flank coming in as that spike goes down on A yet again now. Sage having to control that short and cannot do it onto lobby. Antal gets it. With A77 out of the picture now too, they're hot on this flank. We'll see if they can retake.
Yeah, I mean, the man advantage right now, I mean, it's not going to be too much to really just run off of things, but with the Spectres in the hands of some of these players and the force that's coming through, it's going to be a lot to play with just in terms of gunplay now. I mean, it's looking like an even matchup, especially with Antal grabbing himself another. And the trades, Panini actually, though, giving a little bit of life into this round.
That's a teleport and a half there, but Antal knows the drill, knows the drill. Is there a headshot? Not enough time. Not enough time if Panini plays this right, and indeed Panini does play it right. The clean headshot. All things said and done, that TP in itself to get Panini out of sight was really marvelous and a good job. Ended up being the clutch. 4th round going to the side of SR, and the, how can I say, the locomotive is picking up some steam here, Mick.
Yeah, and that right there is really what you need. Going ahead and locking them out. This is where you want to do it. Make sure they can't find these early rounds and make them force that buy, because we saw them in that last round trying to buff things as much as they can, and now we only see 3 rifles. Well, we have 5, so I mean, there's just a little bit of mind play, I would say, going on right now, because you want to go ahead and close out the game as fast as possible, but you want to try and find a way to manipulate that if you're trying to close these guys out, make sure they don't get to 11.
Good. I'm liking the game style. I'm liking the unity of the side of Shopify. They're playing a very good default, keeping their eye on A, B, and C. Whoa, A77 with a nice headshot, double smoke, and that's going to juke him up, thinking that maybe he's left. Shane comes to the rescue to double up and back that, but they're not looking to really contest A77. They know his impact is strong. They have good hold on the opposing end of the map. That's opportunity on the table here. We'll see what they choose to do, as no one's really pushed in taking control of grass or that long C area. With 50 on the clock, very well a shake and bake is possible here.
Yeah, and I really like the play this. So, okay, let's go ahead and run things off. Let's sit there and play it slow. And I mean, Diana finding that pick can be absolutely massive. And I think the team's being really indecisive, because I mean, just for that to find a trade, that's I'm not sure what really the payoff is there. And for the B side to be open, though, that could be enough to play off of.
Benji making the right call and falling away as that stage slow comes in. Diana's crosshair. What? A77, I think, caught the top of Diana's head through the smoke. That's a well-placed shot.
Yeah, insane. I mean, A77, I was just, what the heck?
Marvelous. And look at the crosshair placement of these guys, man. They're so good when it comes to peeking, and it's all down to Flowerful. They do have the spike plant in favor. Utility activates from KJ, but that's only a matter of time till it fades. Utility from Astra, but it's not enough. 25 hit point. Aiden cannot do it as he falls, but no, Flowerful cannot make that clutch happen. That's tough.
That's really tough, dude. That's massive. I mean, that not only sets the game up in such a fashionable manner for the side of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, look at these buys they got now. They are really just dealing with pistols. Meanwhile, I feel like Illusion, they're going to see the amount of economy on that side of the field. Say, let's go ahead and force at least a little bit, get what we can. And with the Spectres and the full armor, that's gonna be a much better scenario to be sitting in than the likes of Shopify. I mean, the buys could have been really the same across the board, but with Flowerful and KP having to force out a little bit heavier gun power, they have to sacrifice those shields, and I don't think the heals are really going to buff it out to an extent where it's going to matter.
Yeah, in this scenario now too. Oh, A77 misses that. This is the full field touchdown opportunity for Illusion. They can walk away with this. We're going to be watching that game point. Diana, though, interested in activating that Blade Storm, and that is done. And they're choosing to group up towards A, have completely abandoned posts at B and C. So this is far from the default that we're used to seeing from Shopify. I think they have a high interest on this A site.
Yeah, I really like the play for the A site. I mean, you got yourself, I mean, we had the pleasure of seeing that there's only one player over there, but with it being a Sova, with now the team being revealed as well, Diana being the first one, that engagement is going to be tripped up a lot because now you had to follow through. Antal's going to say, I know a Jet is going to be really the engagement for the rest of the team because that's their one duelist and they're going to play off of her.
As we're patiently watching this conga line right out of lobby. Yes, our squad looking to abandon post and regroup, but now we're taking to that uncomfortable time frame for me, 40 seconds. So to collapse, give it another 10 to 15 to get on site and plant, maybe another 10. It's getting tight, man. The attackers here got to make up their mind and do it quick, but I know Illusion has a good feeling about this round as their options are limited, and with that opening pick from Benji, it's just a matter of time now. They are not really in a position to even get on site yet. Sky is still lurking on grass.
Yeah, this trade going through. I mean, not even really a trade, just a 1 for 0. I can't call it that, but I mean, what you really need to be doing right now is worrying about getting this spike down. Shopify Rebellion is in a really between a rock and a hard place, and they are forced to get this down. And see that 1 kill. If you put yourself in that scenario, regardless, there is no way you can win this round. And stuff like that sets Illusions up for a match point because that indecisiveness is just going to absolutely mark you not only for death, but for the end of this map.
And that's what I'm saying, man. When it gets down to that 40-second timer, anything beyond 50, 55 for me is where I start to get a little bit uncomfortable because your setup's not there. You're not unified. You're not leaving yourself opportunity and any time to make a decision. And it kind of came to be. They got on site, but Antal, 20 and 10 right now on that board, ended up being the anchor and the determining factor for that round. 12-4 now. Match point Illusion ready to steal this away from the likes of SR.
Yeah, I mean, with this match point right here, this could be the end of the game, especially with how the buys are coming through. Not exactly too much confidence from the side of Shopify because they have to get on the site quickly. And then with the early investment of the ultimates, the Seekers coming out already, and so much towards this A site, we don't see a spike coming down just yet. And that's something that's kind of questionable in itself.
With that textbook wall yet again, this time being taken out from the side of Benji. It's a 5v5 on the post. See how they play this. This is where Shopify struggled the most. See what Illusion can make of it as they're getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yep. A little bit of a holdout here. Just not too much of a retaliation, not too much of an answer because, I mean, it's a 5v5. It's been a very slow round. I think that's really concerning for the side of Illusions when they have to gab this site being defused. And as the horses go to the race, we see an absolute wipe on this side. Last man is Dynasty towards that A short and gonna go ahead and close out this round as we see Illusions closing out this map, this series, for our first match of the day.
That wraps it up. BO1, you see it. Defenders win, and like Mick said, a GG to both these teams. Shopify, man, that was a tough game to start it off. Haven, not the most, I guess, straightforward and, how can I say, methodical map in a sense. A very complicated, a lot of moving parts. It's a living being is Haven, and it's a tough one to play, especially when you choose to commit to that retake play style in that first half.
There was just so much there. Like, honestly, my mouth just kind of stuttered a lot that game because I was really using more of my brain than my mouth. And I know that's not in the job description, but there's just so much there that I was kind of questioning. We saw Shopify Rebellion time and time again saying, all right, let's not buy these rifles. Let's go ahead and hold out for the operator. And we saw different players do it. It wasn't Diana every single time. And then just the utility not really changing and adapting around to the other side of the field. I mean, obviously C was a hit a couple times, and I would say around 60% of the time, A was that hit. A was going, it was exactly where Illusions was going. They were pressing that W key. You have yourself a Sage and a Killjoy. You have 2 Sentinels. You are defense sided, and you go ahead and get stomped out 10-2. I mean, there's a lot there that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, and I can't, as much as I sit here and analyze the situation, I'm sure amongst these teams, and especially Shopify Rebellion, they're going to have a conversation about this and walk away and determine what was really the differentiating factor. For me, I just didn't have a good, comfortable feeling about the retake play style. I just felt there was a lack of control and dominance on the site. But all things said and done, let's talk about the side of Illusion a bit, right? This team, like, they were so united as a front. They swung together, they retake together. Everything was clear, concise, to the point. There was no fluff or questionable decisions being made, and they obviously shaked it up in terms of where they were playing to and where they were choosing to aggress and how they held down their own. And some of the lurks and spawn and everything was just really good to cut rotates off. Benji pulled that off quite a lot too. So all things said and done, Nick, I mean, a really good matchup and a good way to start off this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And also in the part, Antal and A77. We mentioned A77 time again because of those impacts, just those major kill chains we saw. But Antal actually topping A77 was a huge surprise to me when we see the scoreboard. I mean, sitting at 22 and 10. I mean, I don't even remember calling him out that much. Honest to God, I mean, I don't know where it came from. Maybe getting 3 aces that we just in those invisible rounds that we just kind of didn't see. I mean, I'm not sure where they came from, but an absolutely massive player, just really initiator and duelist, having that synergy to get on these sites, take them, and make them absolutely impactful.
And you can see like that's the slyness of Antal on that
Yeah.
Sky. The utility, you set yourself up for opportunity, and you're how can I say, a voice for your team in the sense of those
Yeah.
flashes and what you can offer from a utility side. So Sky for me, still a strong pick, will always be. Mick, I think we're ready to send the beautiful viewers off to a very quick break. We're going to be coming back with more on this stream. As of course, guys, a big thank you to Community Gaming, sorry, for sponsoring us and keeping this real for you guys. And of course, PlayerzZone for, as always, on that B stream, you guys can, or A stream rather, check them out and you know, support us, keep it real. There's so much to come on these 2 days and we're just getting heated up. So guys, off to a break we go. Get comfortable, more games to come. We're going to do a bit of a face switch on this side, and then from there off we go for another set of BO1. So don't go too far. Off to a break.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh,
All right, sorry about that. May have had a bit of a technical difficulty, but we are hopefully back in time. Once again, doing the introduction, I am the Doctor, being joined here by Mickey for the second matchup of today's PlayerzZone 2K Invitational, and hopefully we'll be getting into that in just a couple minutes. But Mickey, this is certainly a matchup that we are excited to see. So we are going to take a second while Mickey hopefully gets the mic figured out. But to talk to you guys about the matchup that we're going to be coming into just in a minute, we are going to have...
Okay.
We're good.
Sorry.
All right, Mickey, you're back. Welcome to the club.
I apologize. But yeah, like we were saying, Illusion and Team Serenity, these are two teams that we've seen time and time again, whether it's Pit of Valor or these, weekend tournaments. And I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. They are very powerful.
Yeah. And with this being a best of one as well, there's definitely going to be a little bit of playing around with each other, I would have to imagine. They have this one map to really showcase what they have. That one map being, as you can see down below, chat, it is going to be Haven. One of my personal favorites of the map pool. I know it's very decisive, derisive, divisive, whichever D word you want to institute there, because I know some people, they're not a huge fan of this map.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. Haven is, in my opinion, I have seen it and played it too much. It's too attacking sided. It is horrendous. I'm starting to prefer Breeze over Haven. No, I'm kidding. Never. But this is a very, overall, this is a very attacking sided map. So whoever starts on attack, you have to wonder if that's going to give them the edge today. And again, I like to say this every time I see this map. I like to emphasize the need for sentinels on this map, whether it's Killjoy or Cypher. You need one of them. Sage, I don't really. Sage is good at holding spots, but with her wall, and her slow orbs. But when it comes to holding down a whole site, you're going to want either Cypher or Killjoy. So I think as long as either of these teams pick up one of those two, Cypher or Killjoy, I think they're going to have a pretty strong defensive side.
Yeah, and I will say that I think everybody will admit that attacking is the more fun side anyway, Mickey. So it makes sense that an attacker-sided map would be the fun map to play. But I think you're 100% spot on, though, with needing one of those sentinels. We've seen a lot of Cypher on this map pretty much since its inception, which was in beta. And so even as they're releasing new agents and things like that, we have seen some really take over on this map, I would say. Like, we see a lot of Sky as we're going to hop into the game in just a second. And I see, just like that, I see two Skies and a Cypher and a Killjoy. So I think we're both right for a lot of this right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, personally, I got to say, I've been playing a lot of Sky recently, and I love her. I know people are going to hate me for saying that, but I love playing Sky. She's got the heals, the Seekers, the flashes are amazing. She's just a super mobile player. And I think that's really, it comes down to your mobility as a character, how you can move around and how you can take control of specific areas. But nonetheless, we are going to get started here in round number 1. We already got a good amount of damage across the board. Double wolf action here. Neon is witnessing the Lion King in the making. Still all 10 up. Bit of damage on the side of Serenity here.
Just like that, we're heading into this pistol. Yeah, it's a bit of damage, but nothing really concrete just yet. No frags, no real map advantages being gained. We're gonna see Nick hand over the spike, though. That could signal a B attack. Benji, though, gonna do a great job of backing off and making sure that they're not caught too unawares. And that's just the best flash in the game. Can't argue it. It's factual. Can't get better than that.
I agree. I mean, all in all, I mean, this is such an interesting map to watch these teams, because this has got to be the only map, because it's so big. It's got to be the only map that you're going to be able to get down to the 30-second mark in round 1 and nobody's died yet.
30 seconds left.
Because there's just so much room to work with on this map. And there we go. Bomb finally going to get planted on A site. Look at Benji. He's got that spot in heaven. Meanwhile, the rest of Serenity making the rotates on the long. Dubbin picks up 2, but he gets traded out nice and quick. And now it's 4 versus 3. Still on the retake here. Down 2 more dynasties there for the trade. As Neon gets one for himself, and Benji makes it a 1 versus 2 now. Nick is just that much quicker, and there we go. First round on the board here for Serenity.
Yeah, that round, you mentioned nobody dying till 30 seconds left, but as soon as that spike went down, everything just went to hell in a handbasket. You saw multiple members of Serenity there being able to take multiple members of Illusions down with them. Maybe. Yeah, sorry, the names are swapping across the top of the screen for me. But yeah, I mean, when you are winning on these trades, and even with the numbers advantage, we saw Illusion swinging 1 to 2 people, and they were both getting fragged, which gave so many advantages over to Serenity, who were trying to climb back. And once you do that, once you have that numbers advantage, it's so hard to come back. Now that we're into the second rounds, the weapon advantage is just huge.
Ooh, there we go. Yeah, it really, I mean, forcing a Phantom second round, I mean, if that doesn't end up working in your favor, then it's so bad. It's such a risk to pull by in second round. But, of course, for Serenity, it ended up working out perfectly, and they're able to get those 2 rifles. And on top of that, they're able to get a little bit of money savage when it comes to 3 of their members actually just go ahead and selecting that Spectre rather than buying an AR right off the bat. That way, if they do end up dropping this round, then they'll have a little bit of money to fall back on. And meanwhile, on Illusion side, we got full buys throughout. A little bit of half armor here and there for A77 and Shane, but all in all, we're going to see rifles across the board for them.
Already, we're seeing Serenity quick to the punch, getting that first blood once again onto Dynasty. And on a map like Haven, you said it's attacker-sided. This is a large portion of why. Even a single frag forces so many rotations to come out. You can see on the minimap, everybody's moved to the left just a little bit, even if it means just leaving a single member on the A side here. And look at this, ring around the rosy. They're going around each other, and we're going to see Shane doesn't quite see anybody yet, but the call's been made that A side's completely open.
Yeah, and with that, you got to act fast. I mean, on the defense, you have to act even faster than the attack because you're at that numbers disadvantage. And especially now with Illusion being down 2 men, this is going to be one hell of a retake if Serenity is able to lock down the plant here. And there we go. Bomb is going to get down on A site. Benji checking his flank, making sure there's no action on C. And this
I think that's the save call.
Yeah, honestly. I think that's about it. So 3 versus 5. It's not totally impossible, but is it really worth it? You know, how many teammates are you going to lose trying to get this retake? It could come down to a 1 versus 3, and just don't really want to risk that. You might as well just take that eco dip and just wait for picks, honestly.
They're doing a little bit of that. Dubbin's still going to pick off Antol, though, and that's 1 more rifle being taken away. There's a second. There's just the 1 remaining. They are doing great damage here, but this is the bonus round, right? Serenity taking it 3 in a row. They are not bent out of shape, especially considering they're carrying 3 rifles into this next round. Their economy is flourishing right now.
Oh, yeah, they're doing great. I mean, Dubbin already full bot, and he's still got 5,400 credits. And then if you look on the other side, Illusion, it looks like we're going 2 sheriffs and 2 marshals, and then A77 with a frenzy. I mean, is there any better feeling than getting jet dashed at with a frenzy into your forehead? I don't think there is. Nonetheless, round 4 is about to be underway, and you have to wonder if the eco boost is really going to give Serenity that advantage here in the next round.
I have to assume it will. Adder already popping off. That was a weird trajectory on that Marshall shot if the camera was anything to go by, but it doesn't really matter. Everybody on C is dead and the site's taken. Spike's going down, and let's see, what do we got left? We got a Marshal and 2 sheriffs in the hands of Illusions to try and pull this round back.
You got to give props to Serenity nonetheless for taking site so quickly, and they didn't even drop anyone in the process. So A77 having some trouble with that sheriff. Adder not in a good spot, gets picked off. Now 2 versus 4 situation here. Antol 77 goes down. Ico picks one up, but Antol is there for the trade. Nick 3 frags and 4 in a row now for Team Serenity. I mean, Illusion has got to pick it up at some point here. Got to do it. Within these next 3 rounds is ideal where they need to make the comeback.
This is definitely a good round to do it, right? They have that economy. You can see the operator being purchased up by A77. So, I mean, there's not really any better spot going forward, I think, for the rest of this half, unless they start winning. If they keep losing, then even if they do a double save, then they'll probably have the exact same amount of utility that they have right now. Maybe A77 has a full armor, but on the operator, I don't think it really matters that much, honestly.
Flash prevented 77 from getting that early angle, but he picks one off nonetheless. Now he's getting caught in all the abilities. There we go. Dubbin finally takes him out. Meanwhile, Adder making his way up through sewers, takes out Ansel. He's got one more on site in the form of Shane, but he goes down nice and quick. And just like that, Serenity has almost full control of A site as bomb gets planted here. It's now a 2 versus 4 situation for Illusion on the roof.
Yeah, they're even going to get pinged up there by that neural theft. And 2v4, we know how this story ends. Lost the operator. They now need to either fight onto the site and try and do a bit of economic damage, or they can go for that save play once again. And as we see Dynasty hovering back and forth, you can see that they are playing with the idea. They don't quite know what they want to be doing yet. That gong sound is going to signal that somebody is watching this little tunnel here, so it is going to let Serenity just go out the back way. No need to force things, or even go harder. Just 2-man peek it. Go for those trade plays.
It's honestly kind of, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, it's kind of nerve-wracking. Dynasty's just chilling on B site. Benji's the one to get taken out, though. Now 5. That's 5 consecutive rounds for Serenity. Look at their eco. Look at their economy. Dubbin's got almost max money. Neon's already there at max money. This is insanity. I mean, Illusion has got to pick it up here. I know they're on defense, and I know this is a very attack-sided map, but at some point you got to pick up 1 or 2 rounds just to let the opposition know, like, hey, we're here. We are in fact participating in this game, and you're not going to get all the rounds on. So you got to put up some kind of fight. So far, they just haven't really been able to.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the round for them to do it either. They're once again back to the Sheriffs. They just simply have nothing to work with. If they are able to build up any bit of economy, maybe they'll stand a better chance, but I don't know. It's a long way off, right? They have the max round loss bonus at this point, so they are getting as much assistance as possible from the game, but even then you're only able to buy every other round, and every other round means you are going to lose the half potentially. They need a win here to at least set up the tie, but with the member down, 2 members at that, and the spike, oh man, they're just falling apart.
Oh man! As soon as it's like they heard you. As soon as you said a member down, the rest of the team just got wiped out on Illusion. And again, Serenity has a flawless. They didn't drop a single body. I think the most damage anyone took that round was Adder, and even then he didn't even take that much. So that was honestly, this is such a strong showing so far from Serenity. And Illusion is just, I don't know, man. They're just dropping the ball at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if Serenity win this round, I believe just about every single member of the team should have max credits. So, I mean, they're going to have to start committing tax fraud at this point. Like, they're going to need to find a way to just sell off some of these excess credits.
Gotta write off that extra kill credits. I mean, again, you see them pushing towards A site again, and it has worked. And that's the thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Neon gonna go ahead and just pull out his toolbox, picks up 3. Nick picks up 1. Benji to himself, but finally gonna get traded out here as Dubbin solidifies number 7 in a row for Serenity. I mean, all in all, Serenity is doing such a good job of, like, yes, they are on attack. They have the advantage, but the fact that they're just able to get on this site is one thing, but the fact that they're able to hold it as well as they have been, that round excluded. Mainly C site is what I'm talking about for Serenity. Once they're able to get onto C site, they're able to hold that site so well and just hold their angles, and that's all they need to do, and they've been doing it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even with an attacker-sided map, going 7-0 in the first 7 rounds, it's not unprecedented. Yeah, it's a bit much. It's happened before. It will happen again. It's just definitely not how you want to start your day here. The Owl Drone gonna do its best to signal that somebody's there. And it's all just annihilates Adder there, unfortunately. Shane's also going to be able to pick up a kill. Another expensive round for Serenity so far, but again, they have the bank on their side. They are doing okay.
Yeah, now Illusion actually, this might be one of the first times we've seen it, but Illusion has the man advantage here. So they could get this retake off. It's a 4 versus 3. Here comes the Hunter's Fury looking for that kill onto Dub, and he's going to get out of the way, though. No information to be had as Dynasty drops Neon now 2 versus 4. This might be Illusion's first win here. Dubbin is strapped down long, completely detained. Finally gets the gun out, able to pick off Benji, but Shane is there for the nice quick refrag, and finally Illusion gonna get their first round on the board here now, 7-1.
And it is a Thrifty on top of that. Being able to steal away 3 rifles, it means that they're in a good spot for the next round. However, Mickey, keep in mind, if they lose this, their loss bonus is completely reset.
Oh, man.
They go back down to pennies on the dollar. And I got to be honest, that probably seals the half at that point, right? We're probably looking at like an 11-1 half, honestly.
I'm inclined to agree, honestly. It gets to the point where your eco is just... There's only so much damage that your economy can take before it just becomes a pistol game. You know? Like, it just really sucks. I gotta have... Man, that recon bolt is nice. I gotta... Somebody teach me that, please. But nonetheless, round number 9 here. Minute 30 on the clock. So far, no ground has been gained for either side. Dubbin's getting the information. See, a lot of attention has been drawn to that B mid garage area, and now that's going to give Serenity the opportunity they needed to just kind of stroll right on the C site, and now they have their angles. They just need to hold them.
Spike goes down for free. Nobody's dead just yet. A77 looking to be the first to go either up or down. Does take a bit of damage and falls away. And you can see a bit of timidness coming out. Adder picks up the first kill, and the recon darts signals that there's people on that C side. Look at this Cosmic Divide doing a great job. 4 quick kills light up the kill feed, and all of a sudden it is doable, but it's taken away just like that. A77, the only one remaining in a 1v3, and that economy is going to be reset.
Yeah, Bomb is planted here too. I don't think he's got much of a chance here. Yeah, Neon's gonna get a quick little pick onto him, and that's gonna be 8-1 now. Still in favor of Serenity. I mean, it's 3 in a row until the half. This could be an 11-1. I didn't want to admit it when we initially said it, but it very well could be 11-1. But Illusion could have some kind of epiphany and come back and make this 8-4 as we the second half. But I mean, either way, this is just not a great start to the game for Illusion.
Definitely not. And looking at their purchasing this round, there's definitely some mixed signals, I would say. I think the operator being purchased up is a bit much, as we're going to see it being utilized to not, as Neon takes apart A77, and that big expense basically just gets light on fire. Does get a bit of a legger? No, just missed entirely.
By a pixel, he misses that shot. It's just unfortunate. And I gotta say, it's a little weird for me to see. I mean, Benji does have the op now, but initially he didn't buy a gun and he just had the armor. So I'm assuming he was waiting for their jet to die. But Dynasty, meanwhile, going off kind of down C long. It's very interesting strategy here from Serenity. Trying to bide their time. They have the Astro smoked up from Illusion, so they really just need to play time here and get the information they can. Play off of that. Neon is going to be able to grab Spike here and rotate out with 40 seconds on the clock. You got to wonder if they're thinking about A, because at the moment there's nobody towards defensive wise. There's nobody towards A site except for that Sky who's lurking in gardens here. So 30 seconds on the clock.
left.
So Serenity got to make a move.
Yeah, Anto could play spoiler if that is their decision, but with how much little time is remaining, they're basically securing themselves into the C site. They could go B, technically, but it's... which, again, seems to be the call. With that recon dart, though, it may signal them out. It does ping out there on to Neon. Trying to get a little bit done, but a great shock dart onto Adder. Rips that plan away. Dubbin trades out, but with the spike down, it's a 3-on-2. Make that a 3-on-1, and HP definitely in favor of Illusions right now, as they do take out the final kill, pick up the operator and the defuse. So they made magic happen.
Yeah. I mean, do you believe in magic? Yes, I do. I do. Now I do. Illusion finally getting their second on the board. I mean, this is, again, this is only, it's a 6-round deficit. Obviously, not, it won't happen this half, but it is possible for Illusion to come back, especially in 2 rounds when we switch halves, or when we, we do the whole half switch thing where Illusion will then be on attack. That might be the chance they need to gain a little bit of ground in this map and try to get some points on the board here. But at the moment, Serenity's kind of running away with the game, and Illusion just can't have that. It's 8-2. They got to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, they've already really improved their situation. They've gone from a potential 12-0 to a potential 11-1. Now they're guaranteed at least a 10-2. And yeah, it could be better. But there are worse situations to have, as we're going to see first blood come out. Spike attempt going down. There's that second blood with a huge shock dart. Going to do not a lot of damage. That's odd. Why didn't it do any damage? Look at that Odin. What is it doing?
Whatever the Odin wants. That's what the Odin's doing. the devs decided, the devs designed it to do whatever you wanted it. Very versatile gun, and it's awful when he's taken out of the game. But he actually, did he tag up Benji through that? That was crazy. All the way from mid-window tags Benji, who's back of garage. But either way, we are still going to have bomb up here. A hand to Serenity. They might be going for an A rotate, but Nova's already, yeah, Shane's already up in heaven. He's waiting. So they really just have to play their angles here. Just get the information they need, and they'll be fine here.
Yeah, I think more than likely we'll get a cloud burst with a potential updraft up into heaven. Just try and take that position over. They've done it before. It didn't quite work out last time they attempted it, but there's always a second try. But look at this flank coming through. You can see multiple members of Illusions coming through A-Long as well. Those Odin sounds are probably going to signal the attack. Shane's in a great position, along as both members actually coming up short. They're setting up for potential trades. Will they be ready for it? Eiko gets the kill, and they saw Benji. They're just going to double peek him, but it's not enough. Benji gets 1. Benji gets 2. Gonna go for more. It's the 1v2 situation. Dubbin with this Odin may go for a bit of a spray down, but could they peek him? Could they trade him? They're gonna tap that box. Recon dart goes out, but they know exactly where you are, my friend. Just gonna keep holding down that left trigger. Eventually something will happen, and that something is death.
Thanks.
Benji barely surviving that 7 HP. And I mean, that's definitely that's one way to get your 3rd point on the board. Good job, Illusion.
Last round before
just playing that Odin. Like, hey guys, he can't move. He has to sit in that corner and play the angle. So let's just play the angle, and that's exactly what they did. They played the sound, they played the audio cue, just baited him out, and they got him to stick his head out of there just enough for them to pick him off, and that gives Illusion their 3rd point on the board. Now 8-3, still in favor of Serenity as we're heading into the last round of this half. Will Illusion be able to make it 8-4, or are we going to see a 6-round gap here?
This is definitely their best, the best they've looked all maps so far is these last couple rounds. And, even with sometimes this lighter weaponry, they've at least had a fighting chance up until now. This time, though, it's probably going to be their best bet. They need to get this round. They need to go 8-4 to make themselves a little bit easier time on the attack. And they're all tunneled in here. Antol with a great spray transfer, 3 quick kills. Now just has to fight off Neon's daggers and probably going to win that one. Just kidding.
Caster curses.
These things happen, Just hit your shots, kid.
Ooh, he's not that guy, man. He's not that guy. I mean, that was still a beautiful 3-piece from Antol, getting that flank. Just doing the damage he needed to, and there we go. They are going to be able to pick up a spike again, so here comes the rotate. Maybe Adder's got bomb. Neon's got his Blade Storm here. So they have to try to play their abilities, because Neon at the moment has no abilities. And meanwhile, Illusion still has all theirs, I believe. Oh, look at 77. He's got the position. No! Neon, beautiful head dagger. Straight to the face of A77. Bomb
30 seconds
needs
left.
to look for a plant at A site, and it does. Now 2 versus 3 situation. Sovidrome comes out. A little bit of information, nothing too concrete here.
They do have that stolen Odin. Gonna bust up the jellyfish as they attempt, and now here come the stars. This 3v2 is gonna be the difference maker. We're gonna get that big black hole coming through, but the shots from Adder are 2 good to count. The right click goes wide. Neon's the only one left, and now they're down. It's that 8-4 halftime thanks to Shane.
And there we go. That's what you want to see for Illusion. That's exactly what you want to see. They had a pretty rough start. They had about 7 rounds in a row there where they just kind of ate dirt. And now they kind of looked at each other and they're like, guys, we need to bring this back. And that's exactly what they did the last 3 in a row. And then the question here, Doc, is that are they going to be able to keep up that momentum in the second half? Are we going to continue to see that 4 rise into a bigger number? We're going to see an 8-8, or is Serenity going to take back control on defense? That's the question. Oh, that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to this pistol, right? Like the opener, if you win the pistol, more than likely you win that second round. The third round's a bit of a misnomer where it is that bonus round. If you win it, it's great because then you win the round afterwards. But largely, you're going to be, SMGs going up against rifles. So it's going to come down to who wins these first couple. Will Serenity be guaranteed that 10-4 half and then break it down to the bonus? Or will Illusions be able to, stop the cycle, keep the momentum going? They're already onto the site. They're already losing member after member after member after member.
Man.
And Shane's the only one left again.
Oh, man. Oh, if ever he needed an Odin, it's right now. Adder. There we go. Beautiful little one-tap speed from Adder. Might have been a 2-tap. But nonetheless, going to be 9-4. I mean, that just goes to show this is a very attacking sided map, right? That's been established. I'm done saying it for the rest of this map. It is. There's no questioning that. And the fact that Serenity is still able to keep, it's only 1 round, pistol round, but the fact that they were able to hold down site that, surgically and able to come out on top. I mean, that just proves that they are a solid team. They belong here in the PZ2K, and there's no arguing that.
They took about 50 damage that whole round.
Yeah,
and that's it.
I mean, come on. Also, I don't know if we saw, there was a Phantom bot on the side of Serenity. Not sure who that was, but we're going to see a lot of abilities dumping on A site. Got Silver Darks coming in and out. Neon is trapped in sewers, very not great on health. Meanwhile, Shane going to take bomb towards C long, where Aiko is waiting. The camera.
Getting aggressive.
It's a garage push, but Aiko's still long. There we go. They're getting those trap wires out of there. That's how I use my dog too. If there's a cipher here, let me just trigger all the stuff that needs to go down here. Beautiful shots from Aiko. Beautiful spray control onto Benji. Now it's 2 versus 5 as Nick wallbang headshot onto Antol. Now the retake of a Sentry. It's 2 men on Illusion holding down this site. They have to do this. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Okay.
Clip it, chat. Clip it, ship it. Tag at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter. Holy moly.
It was just effortless. He just kind of looked at them and they died. It was like he didn't even shoot. They just kind of, oh, it's Neons with Marshall. I give up. Bye.
That's the power of the weapon, right? If you body shot an unarmored opponent, it's a kill.
But now we are going to see a bit of an eco rise on both sides. So that's going to allow Illusion to get a little bit more money under their belt to get them some rifles. So we're going to see Vandals and Phantoms. We're going to see 2 half shields here. Rest full shields. Got to wonder if that's going to give them what they need to tie this back up. Neon is just spraying, but no one's home. Adder, meanwhile, beautiful roll and spray transfer. There now makes it a 3 versus 4. Dubbin's about to come around the corner. C77. Oh, almost out of ammo. But he is able to locate that kill. Benji's there as well. Dynasty, check your right, bud. There's a Dubbin looking at you through the wall. Gravity will come through. Benji is able to take that out. Nonetheless, a minute on the clock. 2v2. Astra versus Astra. Sentinel versus Sentinel. Let's see if Serenity, or if Illusion can get the bomb down here.
They made sure to check their corners. Dynasty's going to take out Nick, and now Aiko's the only one left alive. Does have a Phantom, though. Definitely could swing a bit quicker. Oh, easy free kill just as the spike's planted, but that does mean that they are now on the clock. They don't know where this last member of Illusions are, and Nick has done a great job up to this point. That shot is going to signal that they're in that left side corner. The spray is actually going to go out, giving away his position a little bit, but look at that. Cage is down. They see each other. They just got to get something done, and what will it be? it's still ticking away. Dynasty just has to play the clock to get shots on target, but they're down to 31 HP.
There we
But
go.
they peak during the reload. Echo, you gotta wait that extra second, buddy.
You gotta reload those, Eiko. You gotta reload those. 10-5 as Illusion finally starting their climb back up. They finally were able to get one in this half. By the way, fuck, there's only 2 more rounds for Serenity at match point. They just need 2 more, and they'll have this thing almost in the bag. I mean, it's gonna be interesting, no less. My brain doesn't want to speak today, but it's definitely gonna be a very interesting rest of the game here. 10-5, 5-round deficit. Serenity is, I mean, now that we're on the whole side switch thing, it's definitely gonna be here. But Illusion takes out on the attack.
Look at how deep A77 already is. They're gonna
He's already
instantly pop that owl drone, but he loses the fight with Dubbin, who is able to take down Antol in the trade. 2 members down on Illusions already, making it this 4v3 situation. Spike, luckily for them, still in the back pocket of Benji, but they need to find a new site. They need a new destination, and it looks like it's going to be C.
Without obscuring vision concealment.
Oh no, the timing on that. Shane sticks his feet onto the wall. Adder takes him out. Now 4 versus situation here. Benji looks like less than half health. But Dynasty doing some work mid. Meanwhile, now it's a 3 versus 1. Dynasty all by his lonesome in garage here with a Vandal and a Dream. Neon, nice quick dagger picks with the Blade Storm, and that's going to be 11-5. 1 more on the board here for Serenity, and we'll be at match point.
Looking a little dangerous here, as we are going to be on a bit of an eco from Illusions once more, which means, being honest, Mickey, it's guaranteed map point incoming for Serenity, and that means a lot. Being a best of 1 means you have to win if you want to stay in today's tournament. And if you lose, it's not great. You don't get a second chance, I believe. And so,
best of 1. I mean, that's it. It really sucks. You just got 1 chance, and if you don't make it, sorry. That's basically it. Dynasty getting up close and personal. Excuse me, Adder getting up close and personal. There we go. Whips the bird, but nonetheless able to find the phantom kill onto Dynasty. 5 versus 4 now. Bomb on hiding. On the back of that Silva heading through garage. She just blinded the entire team. They're all in garage. All of the red that can be in garage is currently there. And now it's 5 versus 4. Bomb is still in the hands of Illusion. They have to find a place of planting, right? At some point here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike carrier's down. Last member is just going to get W keyed there. Map point here for Serenity. And in an update from the upper side of the bracket, we did have Team 404 take it over Team Zealous, which means that Team 404 is actually our first team to make it into the playoff bracket. So congratulations to them. Serenity looking to join them in just a couple seconds, as it is, again, series point for them here on Haven.
Yeah, this is I mean, if you're an Illusion fan, guys, I'm sorry. It's not looking too hot for y'all. The longest rounds they've had, the longest streak in a row they've had is 3 in a row. They have 5 on the board currently. Dubbin gets some information for his team, finds 1.
Oh god, they're all dead.
And company find the other, and now it's suddenly 1 versus 5. Adder takes out Dynasty, and that was all she wrote here in the second match of the day. It's going to be Serenity, 13-5, taking map against in here. I mean, all in all, that was a pretty interesting map, full of content nonetheless. GG to Serenity.
Yeah, that, I mean, bit of a heartbreaker to end on, being flawless in the final round of your day here, but nonetheless, I think it is showing that Serenity certainly have come to play today. I mean, they have a fire under them. They really came into it swinging, just fight after fight after fight. They started off 7-0 before they finally lost one. Yeah, they ended up losing 4 in the rest of that half, but I mean, you almost can't ask for a stronger start, right? Like, they won the pistol, they won the gimme, they won the bonus, and then they just kept going. So
he just kept on moving. There was for a minute there was no stopping Serenity in those first 7 rounds. They were so pristine and perfect and surgical on those attacks. So not only could they get on site, obviously it's attacking side of map, you better be able to get to site. But the fact that they were able to hold it and just hold those angles, and not even on A and C, but on B, where there's multiple points of entry from mid and their spawn area. I mean, being able to hold B site is a whole hat trick of its own. And the fact that they were able to do that not once, but I mean, 7 times in a row in that first round. I mean, that was something pretty special. But all in all, Serenity is going to take that 13-5 against Elite. Congratulations to Serenity, as they're going to go to the next one up, right? The into the playoffs, correct?
I will double check with production on that. I do think they have one more round before they're actually secured into
you're right.
playoffs, but we are gonna have to wait and see just a little bit more than that. Today's tournament, the PlayerzZone 2K, obviously being supported by our friends over at Community Gaming. They are a wonderful advertising and tournament platform that they love to have you guys on. They love running tournaments. They have today's tournament for Valorant. They have Hearthstone, League of Legends, all kinds of different esports games that you can earn money for yourself in. You just got to show up, show out, and make sure you are the winner at the end of the day. So huge shout outs to them again. And we will be taking a short break and we'll be back in just a couple seconds.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh!
clutch player, has been their top fragger. There they lost them early on. Tech was able to find that kill, and then it seems like OB Alliance didn't really know how to push in after that.
Yeah, 100%. What it felt like. Viper's Pit goes down as the plant was forthcoming. Not quite going to be there just yet, considering that Pit is in the way. But regardless, it's all about timing at this point. Well, timing doesn't work out so well for Simmer Tech. Noob still alive, still kicking, still fragging, but that's short-lived as Caprage, now the sole survivor, quickly dispatched himself. Again, professional molders, they lose a round where they kind of just had an advantage, and they got waited out by a very patient, very solid OB Alliance squad.
Absolutely. Super Monkey was waiting to use that updraft to get up there, stabilize on that box, get the position they wanted in. Sim, I don't think Sim was expecting that. I think they were trying to find something on the low ground. I don't think they expected anyone to be on that cargo container, and because of it, tried to swing and a miss, ends up falling. No operator, no economy, no Bay Alliance is guaranteed at least a lead going into halftime. They have been so impressive so far, Vincent. This is not something that you or I expected, but here we are.
Truly a fantastic game for the ages as Obey Alliance push forward. It's going to be met with some resistance in the form of Koala Noob. Sheriff in hand does lay down a shot, connecting with the head. Secondary follow-up good as well, and that's a spike. So Jag, maybe things starting to turn around just a little bit here.
It seems like every time that professional molders have to go for a light buy, they're just able to find these really good picks off the get-go, able to pick up some weapons. They did kind of go for a half buy. They actually did pick up a few Vandals, I think, and then light armor from their top two fraggers. Tekko, ooh, that is a risky play, and it works out so well. There's no way that Black Moose can clutch this out. Might be able to find an exit kill onto Caprage. No, not even can do that. Sim finds 3, leads the charge back, and like you said, this could be an opening professional molders. That economy for Obey still should be good enough for them to buy here, but they're making them dip into it at least.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more reasonable, right? Like, and that's something that we've sort of yet to say, especially for the economy of Obey Alliance, not in the entirety of this game beyond round number 2. And so, with that said, getting underway here, 3-7, a big gun round, highly important considering the weaponry.
And every time we see this equal opportunity, Obey Alliances seem to find their footing early on, found those opening picks. But they have to make sure that Super Monkey does not fall. It seems like that duel between Tech and Super Monkey is always happening. It's going to be the lockdown being committed early on. It's going to force Sim to back off of the point, and this should be a pretty great opening for Obey Alliance to set up.
Well, set up. Going to be coming in. The attacker locked down, not finding anything, but meaning there's a rotation. The old bait and switch, as you said, be the site of a destination. Plant going down via Sujai, and the rest of our players coming in. That's professional molders, though, taking things back into their own hands. One player going down. Koala Noob with the operator. Remember, I mentioned before, Koala Noob normally an operator player with the Jet. Look at this, Soba, the timing, the double kill, coming through for more. Sim on top, he's out, and it's Sujai with help. Oh no, everything going poorly for professional molders. Obey Alliance, they just take it all.
And I guess the question is, what wins out in a war of attrition? An operator specialist on Sage on the high ground, or one flanky Viper finding the perfect angle, getting a triple kill? It's going to be the Viper every day of the week, and twice here on Saturday. Obey Alliance in a great position to build up a 9-3 lead before halftime. This is the final round before we get to the side swap. Koala Noob does still have the operator in their hands. Mocking, though, going to have to go for only a Sheriff, and just like that, already 2 quick kills.
When aggression's the name of the game, and you're able to find the frags, and certainly a nice start. Super Monkey gonna get res back up. Blaze Storm now available, though looks like he took some additional damage anyway. Gonna have to get healed for that. And well, I guess it's all worthwhile. Super Monkey re-aggresses, and finds the frag.
I don't know if there's any way that Qualnu can get into a position to try to resurrect that. It seems very far away from the rest of the team now. There's no way that kill is gonna be undone. So it's also interesting because as the Sage, like, you really have to be in a position to try to help your teammates, but you can't do that with an operator.
It's a difficult situation. That's certainly the case. Garage was ready for that wall push and has fallen back to use the Owl drone to gain some information. Doesn't find anyone just yet, and Tech is on the flank. Meets an operator to the face, and now has to try and shift his focus back towards the spike. And well, I guess that's enough focus for now, considering 3 frags go the way of Pro Malders nearly immediately. So they get the 4th round, but it feels like it might be too little too late, Jack.
It very well could be if Obey Alliance is able to win this pistol round, and then one of the 2 rounds after that, it's going to be only a 3 more rounds are needed for victory. They're already going to be so close to their final destination. Again, as a reminder, this is the winners final of the group stage, Group C. One of the most difficult groups, I would say, one of the highest talented ones in this tournament. We expected Professional Maulers, they should get the #1 seed, but right now they are finding themselves at a big deficit here. Double the rounds going the other way of Obey Alliance, but Obey, can they keep this momentum going on defense? I feel like in the last game, they built up a very solid lead. I think it was 7-5 going into halftime, and then kind of dissipated once we swapped sides. Their defense was not as clean.
Well, you're 100% right on that. Well, the only thing I can add is that both of these teams are Icebox players, but not Icebox winners of regularity. They both only have about a 50% win rate, despite a large amount of maps played. And that kind of is showing at the moment. It's been sloppy for both sides. This plant, though, not so shabby. Pretty solid stuff to push through and get the positioning correct. It's 5-on-5 for the retake.
Well, that's going to be the first kill, though. 2 kills coming in quick. It's a 3v4 attacker's advantage. But those Swords doesn't get cut off, and this is falling apart. Soba kind of has a free defuse right now, but now is the last one there. I mean, I think there you just hold it, but no chance. Actually, still a chance. Can this be winnable?
No, not quite. Professional Malders do actually take it, but like you were kind of alluding to, it got a little bit close for comfort, did it not? And with Obey Alliance in the doldrums of economy now, they can start to try and bring this back. All it takes is a pistol round, Jag, and you're right back in it.
If you win this one, you're only down 2 rounds. Very winnable, very close. And it looks like Professional Malders are not going to waste any economy here. They're going to go for as much of a full buy as they can. Going to get those ARs online very early. And Obey knows they're at a big disadvantage, so they're going to go for this crazy rotation, trying to flank, but it's not going to work.
No, they did pick up a kill. I mean, Black Moose did, at least. So that's nice. And up close, Swords does the same. But now the spike has been regathered. But Soba, this has suddenly become a bit unreasonable. 2v2. Obey Alliance, they started out with 1-2 aggressive players, and that was another dangerous, really dangerous play by Tech. To commit to that duel, if he had lost it, it would have been another 1v2.
Able to win it though, and it looks like they're not even going to go for the plan. They're going to wait to see what Sujai does. And I think Sujai, the thing was, both them and Sworns were trying to get Sujai a gun. They were trying to pick something off the ground. Now they finally have that Phantom in their hands, but I mean, do you even bother pressing into this? Do you just try to save? You can buy next round, so maybe it doesn't matter, but for your economy going forward, Sage's abilities are very expensive. Her wall and her slow orbs have only gone up as time has continued in this game. But he's gonna catch out Tech, and now it's a 1v1.
And unfortunately for Sujai, that positioning from Kuala-Noob, it's just a little bit too good to a position. And Kuala-Noob taking the kills. Obey Alliance down 2 still, but it's not as serious as that once might have been, considering, you know, Professional Malders starting out this half at 8-4.
Now you can take your hand off the panic button for just a little bit. This is going to be the bonus round for Obey Alliance, and they're able to take out quite a bit of Professional Malders' economy there because they got 4 kills, so Professional Malders really cannot recontest this. They'll try their best at least to get the plane, at least to get the orb into their Sage's hands. It'll bring them just a bit closer to that resurrection.
Attempt being made there by Sworns to put some bullets down the range. It's a lot of utility trying to deny that plant spot. I mean, as per the usual arrangement, spam the orb, Viper's Viper utility as such, snake bites the like, and it's just cutting all sound for Professional Malders, and that's what it does. It lures Obey Alliance into a false sense of security. They reaggress and they get taken out.
Super Monkey there looks like they had a great angle, but is taken down. Sworn's going to be taken down as well for Obey Alliance. Professional Malders, again, winning rounds that they probably shouldn't, but they are. And if they win this one, they're 1 away from tying it up. Obey Alliance, they seem to be all over the place. They do find out Sim, but there's going to be another trade right here. And oh, Suja, you got again. Just not checking angles as they're crossing.
You know, it's one of those things where it feels obvious at the time, but it can be so difficult. And oh, maybe this isn't over just yet. It's 1 versus 2. Frag there for Barrage, and he tries to use the right click, but it's just not good enough. No spam damage. Professional Malders are down, but not quite out. Now, that was their bonus round, if we remember correctly.
It was, but still, the rounds that these teams should be winning, they are, but at what cost? It's their economy. Both of them are going to be struggling here. As you see, no one has above 4,000 credits. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit worse for Professional Malders. They're going to go for the full save here. Can I commit to Sheriffs? But they've been very dominant when they've gone for these light buys. They've won, I think, 2 thrifty rounds already. So it's definitely not out of their wheelhouse to still be able to pull out another win here. They need to stop Obey Alliance from getting to double digits, because if they do, it's going to be that 4-round lead once again, and that's where Obey Alliance wants to be. 4 rounds, very comfortable.
I'll keep it a buck, Jag. The fact that the Professional Malders are down 6-9, that currently doesn't faze me, though it should. I still feel I do. I can't help but believe, and well, I'm certainly a believer in Super Monkey at this point, considering where we're at and what the amount of frags that he's been able to pull off. 2 players versus 4, and it's quickly down to none.
I am definitely a believer in Super Monkey. If there's anything these last 2 games we've seen this player be in, they have been absolutely dominant. A little bit less clean this game, 16, 15, and 3, which is very close KDA overall. Dying almost as much as they have, but I think that's also maybe talking more about the map. Ascent, you can kind of go for those more aggressive plays, and there's more cover, I would say, especially when you try to take high ground. Super Monkey has been kind of just dashing in a few times, has been caught out by Tech, but overall the team has been performing really well. Everyone is in the double digits for Obey Alliance. Can't say the same for Professional Malders. Picking the double digits, that's where Obey Alliance is with these round wins. Only need 3 more to move on to the playoff bracket.
Craziness ensuing as there we go. Black Moose seems to be going fishing on that expedition. It's immediately going to be resurrected though, as Obey Alliance were down a player, and now they are equalized, and even more so, Gualanoob trading Soba down, meaning that it's a open sight towards A for these attackers.
Empress Pop is able to get one of the health orbs, but Super Monkey is in the world of hurt. Isn't going to get out. Tried to rotate to their Sage, and that could be the difference maker here. So 3v2, and Caprage still has that Hunter's Fury online.
Indeed. But Sujai on the flank, maybe trying to deny everything. And that's a res, massive res. Caprage trying to fight it, but it's not going to be fightable. Obey Alliance take all the kills, and that's going to be their round once again.
Only 2 more. We could be seeing the penultimate round in just a moment. And there, I think, just a bit of an overcommitment by Professional Mothers. They did have 1 agent up, more so than Obey Alliance did, but they tried to cover the flank a little bit too much. They're not paying attention to what's going on behind them. It's the perfect pincer approach by Obey Alliance. Take both angles, win both 1v1s, get the resurrection, keep that economy even healthier than it already was. And a great play there by Sujai. Help keep the team up and ready. 5 rounds now. This is the biggest lead I think we've seen from Obey Alliance. It's a good lead, too. They could run away with this one. They still have the lockdown as well as a Blaze Storm in their pocket on the other side of Viper's pits, as well as the Hunter's Fury we just talked about.
And, well, Blaze Storm coming out here for Obey. Sim, the opposing Jet, kind of just looking for spam information. A way in, and, well, that's their way out. The lockdown from the defense coming down. I don't know if it's going to get destroyed. No, doesn't look like it. And in fact, Koala does get detained, but has the rest of his team there in order to defend. So it's not that big a deal.
And they didn't commit the Hunter's Fury there, and I think that was a really smart play because they just realized, hey, you know, if they overcommit to this point, we can either rotate, play mid, or just wait this out. That's exactly what they did, and like you said, even though one was caught, the team was there, so they could have traded out, or even just protected them, made sure they didn't get any damage done. But there is going to be a little damage coming Sim's way.
Indeed. Potential for that Viper's Pit here at A, but I mean, the problem is obviously
30 seconds
getting
left.
in position to utilize it. Oh man. Can feel the tension. You can cut it with a knife as Soba sprays wildly and is able to pick up that frag, but has to reload thereafter. And now the Viper's Pit goes out. 10 seconds down on that clock as the pit is, well, expanded. Sim with a double on the flanking area. Really just opens things up to this. Kills a Super Monkey. Now 2v2. Hunter's Fury still available. And Caprage taken down now by Black Moose. No Hunter's Fury. The Blade Storm misses, but it's Black Moose with the frag. And somehow, some way, Obey always clutching up. I cannot believe it, Jag.
Well, you better believe it. Like my favorite band, Bring Me the Horizon, says, Obey. They are here to stay. Only 1 more round left before they clutch up and move on to that playoff bracket. I mean, that play was just amazing teamwork there. They knew exactly where that Viper was probably going to be standing. Mocking was there, but just couldn't do enough. They are able to take out Super Monkey, but Black Moose takes the other angle. Perfect crossfire, perfect team play all around. They win a round they really shouldn't have had any chance at, but Super Monkey just popping off, and now they have the operator.
That they do, and that it is. Go Wallanoob going down to the operator of Super Monkey. And Super Monkey had an opportunity for another shot, but that one missed. So I guess that's fortunate for the time being. Whatever you want to call it, it's another dismantled Professional Molder squad down by 1.
They have to play really slow. They do have Hunter's Fury still, but the Caprage is very, very weak. Also have the Blaze Storm that was already online. This is a half buy, by the way. They're just forcing here because this is the last round. They do get Super Monkey, though, with that Blaze Storm, but then immediately Sim falls.
Soba able to find both of those frags, and that is a nasty Hunter's Fury from Caprage. That is something that Caprage is uniquely incredible at, is those Hunter's Fury frags. Always able to connect on those shots regardless. It's Black Moose. There's some shock darts in. Those don't do their job.
30 seconds left.
Takes out Sujay. 2 for 2 left to find. As well, Black Moose, can you do it again? Can you be the difference maker? Ball going down, Mocking into right position. 14 seconds on the clock, half to plant spike. And with both players moving opposite directions, this retake becomes a little bit harder.
Caprage is so weak. If you're able to find even just a width on them, a breath, I think they will fall. But the way that Professional Wallers is playing this is beautiful. Taking two very different angles, both going to be looking at the spike, and Swarns looks like he's trying to clear out that angle. He's probably going to be able to find out Capraj in just a moment, but isn't able to find the final blow yet.
No, not done. He's still alive. He has no idea whatsoever where, and that's the problem. When you have no idea, and there's no time left, you have to just commit.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again with the PlayerzZone 2K Invitational Day 1. We've already seen a number of matches here today on both our A stream and our B stream, but it all continues on. I am the Doctor, being joined here by Mickey, and we're going to be joining into our third matchup of the day in just a couple minutes. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show.
I mean, so far I am. I don't know if you are, but that last match, I mean, 13-5. All in all, it was a pretty fun match for Serenity specifically. But it was I'm just glad Illusion didn't come out of the gate and just immediately kind of give up, because they totally could have just looked at that first 7-8 rounds in a row and just be like, they can have it, but they didn't. They came back, they fought a little bit in that second half, and they were able to get a couple on the board, but at the end of the day, Serenity was able to come back on top 13-5, and now they're heading up to the playoffs. And currently, we're going to see Pulsar versus Zelos here. Or Zealous? It's hard.
Zealous.
So it's such a difficult Z-E-A. Yeah, it's Zealous versus Pulsar. So this is going to be an interesting one. We are going to be on Icebox, which, Doc, I don't know if you're anything like me. Oh, you do? Okay. Yeah, so we're on the same page. I hate Icebox. I like to watch it. I don't like to play it. But when it comes to Icebox or Haven, I'm going to choose Icebox every time to cast. But to play, I'm probably going to go.
No, Icebox, definitely not a fun map, but it's largely become the played map, right? Like, as we're seeing map picks and bans come through, this map more often than not usually ends up in the play cycle in a best of series. So players are getting a lot more used to it. I think teams are practicing it a lot more. And honestly, that's just how the game goes. I remember in Counter-Strike Go when they re-released Nuke, almost nobody played the damn map. And then all of a sudden, I believe it was Astralis, they practiced the hell out of it, mollywopped everybody, and then we were like, hey guys, we should probably practice this map. We should probably play this. And the same thing's happened with Icebox.
It's funny you say that, because Nuke is my favorite map in CS. I was a Nuke head for months. It was bad. Me with an op in Heaven up in Nuke, it was just a mess. But like you were saying with Icebox, when it initially came out, because it's so, I think the main reason that people didn't like it was because it's so close quarters. You know, there's so many angles that you get shot from, especially if you look at A site, because it is indoors, unlike B site. But with it being indoors, there's a lot of elevation on A site that you can get those angles from, and it's just you're gonna have one hell of a time to hold A site on your own, especially if you're not made for that. But now it's become one of the most important map picks of the game. Look at the early push here from Pulsar, getting sage walled up onto green, and immediate trades coming out here. Now it's 3 versus 4. That was a beautiful start from Pulsar, getting 2 off the board for Zelos right off the start, and now it's King, bomb on his back. Finally gonna pick up Timber. Meanwhile, Nate with the Aldrone mid, gonna get the information, and just like that, bomb is scrambling for somewhere to be planted. Looks like it's gonna be A site. It's T-Dog holding down the mid here.
Yeah, T-Dog going to be able to take control of the A site pretty stellarly. And so now it means that these members of Pulsar have to fight their way into this retake, which is definitely not where you want to be on the pistol heading into a Viper-Reyna combo. That is just absolutely brutal. The knowledge being gained here from the Aldrone means that you are going to see all 3 members stacked up here. Ooh. But look at that trade. J-Dog still going to pick up the kill with the snakebite. King picks up one with the pistol. And this 2v1, you're getting Goomba'd on, but it's actually King that steals away the kill.
I like that. Goomba. But yeah, that was honestly, you got to give it to Pulsar, the way they just kind of said eat, and they just sent it straight down B long, and they were able to pick up, I think, 2 or 3 off that just in the first couple seconds. They dropped half of Zealos's roster, but it didn't matter. They just went ahead and rotated to A, and they were able to get that plant down. And luckily, King and T-Dog were last standing. They were able to pick up a 4K from King, and then T-Dog was also able to pick up a couple there. And now we are going to see a Bulldog from Blast, and I think they have a Vandal for Zealous as well. Look at that ping from Nate. All the information you could dream of. And that's going to trigger a rotate from both Sage and Viper from mid and B long. And let's see if the get on the site here.
They have the weaponry, so they should be able to. They are going to dip, dive, duck, and dodge. But it's T-Dog able to pick up the first kill onto Timber. Kuya is going to trade out onto Nerve, so the duelists are certainly popping off. But what more can they do? Manbo with a second. Frosty with another one. Look at these trades on trades coming through. Picks up the classic, tries to get the reload down. With the heal for Nate is going to keep him alive just a bit longer. Last though, the one with the spikes, they gotta be a bit safer, but T-Dog on the flank again, just picking up 3 kills. Will they survive against Nate? However, it's all down to this. They're the only one left. Vulnerable is the name. T-Dog's the game.
There we go. 2 in a row here for Zealous. That was very unfortunate situation there for that Soba, and that's going to give Zealous their 2nd in a row. And now we're going to see the buys coming out from both sides, because Pulsar played it smart. They didn't buy the 2nd round. Now they're able to get an op in the 3rd round in the form of Kuya, not to mention a Phantom 3 Vandals from the rest of the team. We're also going to still see some rifles coming out from Zealous.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Like, you're winning already. You got to keep the pressure going. Just buy up, do what you can, keep going forward. And yeah, these rounds have been expensive, which is unfortunate because, as you can see, it's resulted in Bulldogs being purchased here. But if you can keep that pressure going, especially in Icebox where it can be so fickle, then you are going to hopefully jump out to a very early lead and start controlling the map even further.
Yeah, look at the Viper walls just crossing each other. There's nothing but Viper mayhem on B site now. The snake bite's coming out. They're just trying to hold off that B push for as long as they can. Just leave Zealous to rot down B long and hope that your team can get a nice cheeky flank. But in the meantime, Frosty is going to be able to take out Timber. And if you look at A site, it's clear and it's waiting for King for a plant there. Meanwhile, majority of Pulsar is heading towards B, and they have no idea the bomb is almost on A site.
T-Dog's done such a good job just taking A, right? This is a 3rd round in a row now that A site has been completely abandoned by Pulsar, and T-Dog's been the first one there to make the call, say, hey guys, it's free, it's clear, come over here, we're gonna vacation. Frosty's picking up kills onto Nate, and it's just making this retake so much harder for Pulsar.
Yeah, speaking of retake, look at Mambo. He's kind of stuck up in heaven. Meanwhile, that jet for Pulsar is still all the way over on B. I mean, I think they're just trying to save the op at that point. This is like a save round. They're not really trying to go for a retake here. Which, yeah, we're gonna see. This is the exact same thing that happened last map on Haven. We saw this round 3. Instead of taking the fight, Illusion just kind of decided to stay back and save their weapons. And it looks like it's gonna end up being in Pulsar's favor. Manbo does go down. But all in all, Pulsar is able to keep those weapons, and that's just going to give them just a little bit more of an advantage on the money side. Maybe not an advantage, but, it's going to help them out a little bit more. Kuya gets taken out, but nonetheless, it is going to be 3-0 in favor of Zealous, and that's going to be a little bit more difficult for Pulsar's retake, as they are now very much broke. Yeah, they did manage to save the Operator, which is a huge, huge weapon that we've talked about a lot, obviously, in the history of Valorant. But look at what it's being surrounded by. 3 Sheriffs and a Vandal with basically no armor to be spoken of. Whereas on the opposite side, on Zealous, we have full rifles, full armor, full utility, and a bit of bankroll behind it. Yeah, I mean, Frosty's still at 4K credit, so this map is, or this round, excuse me, has got to be perfect for Pulsar, or else they risk another economical sweep. I mean, you don't want Zealous to get above that 5K mark on a starting. It's just not going to be helpful for you. But Frosty looking for the angle towards CT. Beautiful angle there on top of right there. Meanwhile, look at Pulsar. They're coming for the flank of a lifetime. 3 of them flanking at the same time. T-Dog takes out 1 and 2 and 3. Kuya, meanwhile, on site takes out Nerve, and that's going to leave Timber in a 1 versus 4 situation here. Yeah, and he's able to take out Frosty, but that's going to be all she wrote. 4 in a row now for them. It's a bit of a tough scene. You are going to see a good amount of money there over on the hands of Pulsar, which is nice to see. It does mean that they will get another chance at potentially winning a round, but it's still not great. You can still see their top fragger CFAX still only has
half armor. Can't even muster up that full armor. It is very expensive, but it's just you need it. It'll keep you, alive against a phantom. Granted, when you have that operator vandal combo coming at you, not a whole lot to be doing. Look at how aggressive Kuya is trying to be, but the wall bang from Frosty gets a second one for their trouble. We're even getting this Hunter's Fury just to clear out the rest of the site, and doesn't catch Nate, who gets his blast, but look at the rotations.
I feel like that was just like by pixels that Nate wasn't caught on that Hunter's Fury, because now he's kind of not in the best situation. And again, it's Timber in this 1vx situation. Frosty gets that 4K with the op, able to take out Timber, and this is just not a good start here for Pulsar so far. It's been a 5-round deficit, and they got to pick it up here soon. So we've just been seeing Pistols and Sheriffs come out last couple rounds. They did buy that last round, but it didn't really do anything for them. So you got to wonder if the strat on the defensive side is... You got to wonder if it's time for a strat change,
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to what we saw in the last map on Haven, where, you lose the first couple of rounds, you buy up, you're finally given enough credits to do something, you lose that round and you reset, and then it just becomes a never-ending cycle of just quite not having the number of credits. And when you have players like Frosty who just take a weapon and obliterate the enemy team, there's just no counterplay to that, right? The counterplay to just getting one shot is just dodge, and you can't always do that. Frosty's taken out first this round, though. Huge piece of the puzzle being removed.
Oh yeah, he's been fragging left and right, so it's good they took him out on that back flank route. And now, speaking of that flank route, Pulsar has 3 guys coming from the same direction. They have, I believe, it's gonna be their Sova towards the A main here. Nerve takes out Manbo. Kuya skirts right into the spray of Blast. Timber, T-Dog both get one apiece. Trades are coming out. 1 versus 2 situation here for Nate. Got a Spectre bomb has been planted. He's got to play this surgically, but he's not even going to be able to get near the bomb. Nerve, beautiful little tapski there. Going to solidify the 6th round in a row here for Zealous. This is starting to look a lot. I feel like we've seen this before, right, Doc?
Yeah, and I wish I could say it was even the same teams, but no, it's a completely different 2 teams in front of us, and they're making the same results happen on a different map even. And I really liked what Kuya had going on there. Was able to take out a couple kills with the Blade Storm, but they just got so overzealous at the end there. They saw target, tunnel visioned, dashed into the snake pit, and just got annihilated.
It was a pretty messy take off of that end. And hopefully Pulsar can pick it up here soon. They were able to get a buy off this round. Kuya's got that op, but Frosty's also got an op watching mid, so nobody better peek window, please. Or else your brains are just going to be free game for Frosty. But oh, look at the sneak from T-Dog. He's got bomb on his back. He's got a couple teammates with him. But a lot of util has been thrown out across the map.
What?
What just happened?
Just gets absolutely clock cleaned there. Did you just get shot in the smoke? There's just, again, there's no real counterplay to that other than just don't get hit. It's so tough to be in that situation. CFAX just doesn't even look left. Just 0 checking of corners there, clotheslined and a half. And look at this, the pressure continuing. Kuya is finally going to pick up another frag. We just barely saw him at the top there, but they're not going to peek it. The eyeball of the Lear in position. T-Dog going to try and run up on him. Doesn't get the shot, but no, neither can Kuya. Everybody's missing. Manbo picks up a kill on the Frosty, but the clock is ticking further and further away.
No way
but it's not enough.
No way Nate just did that. He stuck it. What a, oh man. During all the commotion, Nate just kind of said, I'm gonna stick it. And there we go. We are going to see a tactical timeout here come out from Pulsar, which is, I got to say, it's much needed. They have to, that was almost a 7 sweep. That was almost a 7-round in a row sweep for Zealous. So Pulsar's got to, they got to come together, figure out what they're doing wrong, see if they can fix it. Like, hey, we need to reposition or figure out if it's a gun issue or whatnot, but they have to figure out a way to keep Zealous on their toes and off their toe. Got to kick them back as much as they can and buy themselves some time to get situated here.
Yeah, I mean, that round was just chaos beginning to end. And
True.
In that chaos, you do see a round finally falling away from Pulsar and from Zealous, and the timeout is a bit of an interesting one from Pulsar. You know, they win a single round and they're like, all right, guys, let's talk about it. Let's see if we can't keep this pressure going, keep the momentum on our side. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, their economy is still not great. I mean, they won a round, and we talked about it in the last map, right? Same situation, or really similar situation. It was 7-1, and the defending team had a chance to either win the round and keep their economy going, or lose it and just fall back into the dumpster. And very similarly, now Pulsar in that exact situation, but I think they're actually worse for wear. They have half armor on everybody, and that recon dart just does so much for the team.
That was chef's kiss beautiful right there. Oh, King, meanwhile, getting tap. Rooney. Pick up 2. The res comes through, gives him another one to shoot at. Not able to solidify that last kill, though. 3 versus 4 now. Rossy's got an op on site. He's got his buddies there to keep him company. And there we go. Nate goes down. 3-2 now. CFAX and Manbo just kind of...
Spike planted.
I mean, they're on the flank. They're kind of trapped here. CFAX very low on HP.
Does have a heal in 15 seconds, so we'll be able to see if they can survive for that. But I mean, the time's ticking against them, right, Mickey? Like, the spike's down, it's ticking. They got a little bit lucky last round, and this time they don't have their clutcher up.
Oh man. But Zealous has theirs. Frosty is just waiting with that op, checking the angle, is able to avoid that blind beautifully. Manbo goes down. Frosty picks up a 3-piece off of that round, and just like that, Zealous is back in control. This map 7-1 now. The 6 in a row. Pulsar snagged 1, and I have to say, I think Pulsar might have voted for the timeout before they thought they were gonna win that round, and then all of a sudden Nate sucked the defuse, and I think that timeout kind of threw off their momentum. If I'm being honest, I think that kind of messed with them mentally and morale-wise. I don't know, words are hard, but I think that timeout hurt them in the end, because now Zealous is just kind of run away with it again. But let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, man. We talked about it already. Their economy after that last round completely reset, and they are going for a bit of a death ball coming through mid, but you know, Zealous have gone completely out of their way to avoid it. They're heading on over to the B site, getting the free plant, and as long as they're aware that people are behind them, this should be pretty easy for them to stall out. And look at that, T-Dog, Nerve, they're already on the board. They know where everybody is for the most part, and they're just going to have to keep clicking heads. Timber gets 1, so it's at least something.
It's something, but the rest of his team kind of dropped like flies, and now it's 18 HP from Nate. Yeah, he goes down. Timber once again. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time he's been in this 1vx situation. It's very unfortunate to see him like this. Is he going to be able to take out King? He is, just barely, and that's going to give them, you know, that saving that rifle is definitely going to help them the next round. They save the money, they won't have to rebuy it. But
if they can get that far.
Look at the peekaboo. Oh, nice little transfer. That was a potential ace. I didn't even realize it. He would have taken out Frosty there. That would have been an ace. It would have been a loss ace nonetheless, but it would have been an ace.
Sure, you know, the mental victory, I guess, but
exactly.
Unfortunately, Mickey, we're in a tournament where only actual victories count, and so now that we're...
I gotta say, I the other night I was casting for Icebox, and it was 11-0, and all of a sudden, one guy on the losing team gets an ace, and then they came back. They still lost 13-2, but they got those 2 in a row, and it was specifically because of that ace. It gave them the mental boost. I'm telling you, man, that mental, the I don't know, the word, the morality, you know, just feeling good. If you feel good, you play good. That's how I see it. I feel like that's a huge part of this game. And nonetheless, Pulsar is already on the defense. Zealous already has bomb down. Manbo gets 1. And now it's a full 5-man retake here for Pulsar, and they have no one on the flank. I think they might have to readjust that thought process, but nonetheless, Zelos doing a pretty good job of locking down sight.
Yeah, this snake hit doing a great job at delaying the defenders from going for the retake. They have so much utility being eaten up here. The overheal's there, but you're just decayed down to 1. Anything will really do it. They do finally take out T-Dog, though, opening up the pit. And now here comes everybody else. Look at this. Multiple members stuck in a spot. There's only one member left alive on the side of Zealous, though.
King.
But there's no time. There's no time left.
Clutch. Now, there wasn't even time for a defuse there, and all of PSR goes down. Oh, that's so unfortunate. King just buys team just enough time for bomb to go off, and that was very unfortunate for Pulsar.
Yeah, look at this replay. This is the replay from the round before that where, you know, we do have Timber picking up the 4K at the very end. And yeah, like stuff like that matters, but now we kind of just get the exact opposite, right? Where they come in and lose all 5 members to the spike, basically. And look at the difference in economy. They got a Bucky on their team of all things.
With full shields, too. They got full shields on that Bucky. I love that. I love that. Oh, look at Timber. Oh, he whips the first one. Able to pick up the second shot onto Frosty, but Nerve is there for the trade. 4 versus 4 now. Oh, Nerve's got in a bad situation. So is Kuya, but he's able to pick one up. The res is coming out. King takes out Kuya. 4 versus 3 now. Frosty with that op. Beautiful. Quick scope on the Nate. One shot with the shorty connects. Second one does as well, but Blast is there to get it and pick it all up. 9-1 now.
Last round in the half.
10-1.
So this is very reminiscent of the first couple ice boxes I ever commentated. Because it took a couple weeks after being added to the map pool before we actually saw it on broadcast because it was such a terrible map. But when we started finally seeing these maps, the first dozen, and I literally mean dozen, you can go back in the VODs on GLG's YouTube channel. The first dozen games I commentated on Icebox were 13-0s. And every single time towards the halfway point, you just started getting BMs. And that's what we're starting to see from Frosty. This is just pure and utter disrespect coming out of this duelist player. And
that one, yeah, that one on the CFAX. Frosty, oh, here we go. It's a little too confident there over Steve's welcome, but nonetheless, the rest of Zealous is going to take control, or Zealous. It's taking Zealous. Sorry, now I know how to say it. Zealous. Now gonna make it 11-1. We are if they win this first, if Zealous wins this first pistol round, then that's it essentially. It's match point 12-1, and then it's gonna be that much harder for Pulsar to do anything here. If Pulsar is gonna do anything, it's gotta be ideally it was 7 rounds ago, but now is the time for them to just turn it on. They have to go off first couple rounds, or gonna be a no bueno situation for them.
It feels so bad on Pistols deciding your map too, especially in a best of 1 situation, because like I don't know, I still get the feeling that Pistols are a coin flip. Like there's obviously strats you can use and just different ways to play it that you can better your odds, but I never feel confident watching teams in a pistol, especially when it's literal map deciding. We are going to see Kuya taking down a 68 HP off of a shock dart, but Frosty's down, and that's a good start. Gives over 50 armor to Manbo and a stolen sheriff.
Man down for Zealous as well. I can just barely speak at all today, but now it's a 2-man disadvantage for them, and you gotta wonder the rotate. Is the rotate gonna suffer? Or is not suffer? Is the defense gonna suffer? That post plant hold from Ellis, is it gonna come out on top because they are down 2 men? So is that gonna come into play here?
Huge recon dart there as well. As the Toxin's going down, T-Dog in a great position. We're gonna get some right clicks, but they're just not gonna connect. CFAX and Blast picking up kills as well. And look at this over arc. Doesn't even matter. They get the frags, and that's all they need to win. That puts them on to 2 rounds now on the side of Pulsar, and they're looking to make this comeback happen.
I mean, I'm gonna be that guy. I hope they do. I hope they make the comeback. You know, I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying we will see an 11-11, but it'd be awesome if they could at least get up near the ballpark, like 11-9, 11-8, somewhere around there to give them a chance, a fighting chance. Because right now, 2 on the board for Pulsar is just not at all what you want to see.
Let's see if they can do it.
They
have yeah, I mean it's the more open, right? You can take advantage of some of these weaker weapons, I guess. Oh man, that's scary. It's terrifying.
Wall broken immediately with a shorty, and now 2-man disadvantage right off the bat here for Zealous as they come off the attack. And the worst part is they didn't even get the trade off of any of those kills. King does go down, as does Nerve. I think this is Pulsar's round to win. It's gotta be, right? 1-on-4, there's no way Blaster. Yeah, I was like, there's no way he 1v5 Sheriff clutches it. I mean, I would probably kiss that man's feet if that happened, but it didn't. 11-3 current score. Zealous running into a little bit of a if you look at the economy now, we're kind of starting to see an opposite flow of money here. Pulsar is doing pretty good. They have the Guardian, a couple rifles. Nate's going to stick with the Spectre, but then on Zealous, we do have the rifles, but you got to look at the shields as well. Only 2. T-Dog and Frosty are going to have those heavy shields, and even then, Frosty's completely broke. So is Nerve. T-Dog's at 50, so the economy is not looking great on either side, but nonetheless, 11-3. We're heading into this next round. Nerve starting things off with a kill onto Nate. Second onto Kuya. Beautiful. And the third from Frosty. Teamwork. Beautiful.
Yeah, this is pretty much what I was expecting as Frosty gets the flying kill there onto CFAX. There's just one member left, and it's Timber. They know exactly where they are, and like I said, that's what I expected, right? Zealous, they finally had the weapons. They fully equipped themselves to do so, and that was really the game changer. The 2 rounds we saw before that, like I said, the pistol's a bit of a 50-50 coin flip. I never know what to expect. That second round, you're so buffed up with the weapon differential that Pulsar just, they took advantage of it. Zealous were able to weather the storm. They bought the rifles they needed, and this round is a bit more important, right? Now we're seeing Pulsar able to spend, buy up, fully equip themselves with rifles and armor for the most part. This is going to be the most even round so far of the second half, and it's literally map deciding.
Look at Nerve here. He's getting behind the majority of Pulsar. Not able to find anyone quite yet. CFAX, turn around. Never mind. Oh, the kill feed is all blue all of a sudden. Now it's a 2 versus 4 situation here. 8, and I believe Timber. Yeah, it's Timber. Nerve. Oh, Nerve is holding that beautifully. Beautiful headshot. 1 versus 4 all of a sudden, and I think. Ooh, that was close. He's hurt. Frosty is hurt. He's got Blast coming from behind. Nate goes down to the hands of Blast, and ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. Zealous 13-3 here on Icebox against Pulsar as they go down both teams. But congrats to Zealous. That was full of content, Doc.
Yeah, a bit of a slacking there from Zealous, but sometimes that's just how it is. Icebox is a very unforgiving map, and that is just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you win some, lose some. This time, Zealous are the winners. They'll be continuing on in today's tournament. We do have our top 8 as well for the bracket. We do have teams that we have some good names here. Looking at it, we have Mafia, Lemonade, Mystic, Goodfellas, Serenity Black, Scrounge, Obey Alliance, and 404 not found. That seeding was not accurate. That was just how it was placed into the chat. So those are our top 8 teams here today in playoffs. And we'll be seeing more of them in just a couple seconds. But this game, that was a good game. I had fun. Frosty, obviously a beast. Can't wait to see more of him.
Yeah. It got to a point where it's like, should Frosty be on this team? I mean, it was almost like watching Shroud just pub stomp. It was kind of unfair. I mean, Frosty is cracked. The whole roster of Zealous is cracked. But when it comes to that jet op, I mean, that's Frosty's bread and butter. He's phenomenal at what he does. And it worked so well there for them. Going to be that 13-3. Very strong showing there for Zealous.
Yep. And like I said, we do still have more Valorant on the way. We have at least one more best of 3 in the tubes here today. But don't fret, this is not the only Valorant action we have upcoming for you. Obviously, we have tomorrow, which is going to be the culmination of today's tournament. And that is going to be so action-packed, just Valorant action left and right. We also have the upcoming Pit of Valor this coming Wednesday. It's another great event that, as Mickey said earlier, we have some teams that just are absolutely lights out participating in that. And coming soon to a Rochester, New York near you, we do have that GLG gaming lounge. It is going to be upstate New York in the Rochester district. Tons and tons and tons of stuff going on there. It'll be on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square. That'll be this fall even. So not too much longer before you're going to be able to hang out with Ben in person while you game, and you're certainly not going to want to miss that opportunity. But for right now, we're going to take a short break while we set up for that next matchup of the day. Stay tuned, grab a drink, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Battling, oh, what a flash! Oh,
And then the Hunter's Fury keeping it real as they are forced to fall off. Tech gets the 1 and the 2. And he's now facing a bit of short action as he gets 1 with a well-placed headshot. The grenade going out. Paint can, no connection. But with Qualanoob taking out Trenzik in heaven, it's all down to the Lonesome Hope. And breaking the glass, Hope now knows there is a contest, but he's lit. And Tech with the 4K just swiftly moves his mouse a smidgen to the right and connects with that beautiful frag. So Professional Maulders on the board yet again with the 6. They gave up the 1. A little bit of breathing room, right? We got to keep the pressure on, though.
And the crazy thing to me is Tech usually in like the Smash community, we usually say that's something if you have some like crazy frame manipulation or something, but Tech in this game, it's just fundamental, just better aim. I mean, this guy is going absolutely off today, doing a great job of just really playing into that role, absolutely just rolling over competition at the same time. And when you have a player like that, you just feel comfortable, really. I mean, I don't know why they're splitting up anymore. They're actually sticking as a unit, just trying to push on a one site, pulling the trigger on that, because when you have a man like that absolutely going ham, play into it. Take advantage of that.
You got to lean on the strong players and let the support players do their gig. Sim, though, fearlessly going to dash right on through. And oh boy, that's the lockdown too. We're going to see what Sim decides to make of this scenario. He's going to go on to heaven and he gets denied by Priz. So that lockdown remains active in heaven. Sim pays the price as he was kind of pinned on top of Generator. And now the attacker is going to go use that Cosmic Divide one more time. And here they go. Hope and Trenzik, one apiece. As first touch looking good on the flank with another. Capraj getting the back of his head cleanly removed. Tech, though, like you said, the better player when it comes to aim, gets the 1, but can't get another follow-up as Priz comes out of heaven there, swinging nicely as we pick up that second round for first touch.
Yeah, and there was so much there to work with. I mean, especially Sim was running an operator in that last round, which is what I was kind of confused about. Obviously, you want to go with that Blade Storm. You want to play into something and really rush into the side, but I don't know if exactly that's how you do it. You usually opt for the Blade Storm or find yourself buying a weapon, or at least some kind of compromise. You know, buying, I'd say, like a Stinger or a Spectre if you have a lot of money to work with, or even a Sheriff as a backup or a Frenzy. But, I mean, just going full-fledged all the way and not utilizing that, because once I saw that Killjoy come out, that ultimate, you want to back up, find a penetration to shoot to that wall, and I think that really set him up to kind of dip down in this round, because we see him, the buys are looking pretty risky when you don't have that much money to work with, and you've got to find this retaliation.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Sim going to be doing a little peekaboo session there with Hope, who is jump peeking. The drone comes out, and he's going to tag him off out of market. Oh, Qualanoob has the crosshair, and he read that one like a book, man. There was a plan. Aku had an idea. He wanted to go off of that, but man, that just placement from Qualanoob, keeping his teammates back covered. Pivotal, as now Professional Maulders are in the driving seat with a one-man advantage. The spike shifting its way back around to A, as is the rest of the team. Looks like they're getting situated for a long and short split. But look at the mini-map. It's an absolute checkerboard of KJ utility.
And that's what you want to ask for. I mean, KJ is such a strong player. That's going to be the biggest thing to really slow down this offense, at least. And that's all you're asking for, especially with looking at Sim being that main man, just absolutely trying to dash everywhere, try and get as many kills, try and get as much kind of intimidation on the field as possible. And with that 6-2 lead right now, you're going to be scared to some extent. But we just got to see some kills. We got to see some kind of answer on this site, because right now the plant's going through and it's essentially looking free.
A bit of a fake plant indeed. Oh, but there's a utility gently ticking away at Capraj, but he's going to go ahead and stick it, considering the health tick is very slow. Koala Noob, though, with about 6.2 pixels above, going for the jump shot as well. Capraj is going to yank that away from him. It's now down to Ping Fu against 3 members as they chose to play the retake scenario, but Tech, yet again, the Gig Alert coming out from short. He played that so patiently, and they're going to pick up that 7th. And you can see First Touch had a bit of an idea that they were looking to play the retake. They gave up sight because they did not have the number advantage nor the positioning to counter. And Sim is doing, honestly, a really good job at getting, how can I say, space open for the professional Maulders. He's dashing in sight, clearing it out, making the comms, and the rest of the team just follows in like a conga line, and they take full control of A, more or less methodically, time in, time out.
Yeah, and it's really like Sim is more of just an agent of chaos, I want to say. Not exactly a front line, because at that 7-6 stance, you're not exactly fragging out, killing every single man you run into. But Aku may actually pull the trigger and be that man this round with that opener. What a shot over towards A main. And just going forward, man, they just, we see so much promise out of First Touch as Hope grabs himself a double. I mean, right now, they're finally kicking into high gear, man, and they've needed this.
Yeah, it's a cheeky push to open it up on both ends, and they spot both towards.
Oh my God.
Talk about the triple slam, and all he needs is a one-tap for that 3rd frag. Leaves it down to just the lonesome Sova that is Capraj. You can see him pinned in mid-pizza area, gets one onto Trensic, but he's being stormed every which way, and count on Hope to get the 4K of this matchup. After a strong push at B, a clean one-tap, and he's going to clean up the floor here. And First Touch picks up that 3rd round, Mick.
Yeah, finally, I mean, a little bit of hope is all you need, right? I mean, it's kind of slacking there in the early of the game, but I mean, now actually sticking to the name that the man has given himself, and well deserved at this point, looking at the performance now. And honestly, it's well deserved. Looking at how the team is standing at 3-7, I mean, it's not too shabby. We've seen really worse today, and honest to God, 7-3 is most definitely doable. You got 2 more rounds left. This could be a 7-5, especially with how good First Touch has to be feeling after that. But the double operator is really what's questioning me, because if you don't find those first picks and then find a way to really put yourself in a more combat-oriented scenario, that's going to be really rough, especially when Tech shuts down a 4700 gun that easily.
Yeah, looks like Aku was maybe looking at minimap, not doing anything. Didn't have much reaction, getting pushed on now. Tech at logs. Can't get that headshot angle on lock. Trensic picks a nice crosshair placement, though, from Hope. But count on Capraj to be there to back it up for the trade now. First Touch yet again in the driving seat in a 3v2 scenario. And we'll slow the tempo right on down again, Mick. Let them get their footing. Astra towards A. Sova, Capraj just lurking outside of B with that spike. The plan TPD, but they're walking into a lot of KJ utility. So Mocking has to be careful. If he fades, it's going to be all down to Capraj, and that's not going to be a good time on the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, all they had to do is stick this. With only 2 members left, you really don't have too much of a push really anywhere. You just have to really just pull the trigger and hope for the best, because right now, with all that KJ utility, as you said, they are set up on both sides. Have the double players over there. KJ on that defense really feels like 2 players when you have that turret that can also shoot and do damage in itself. So, I mean, with that coming through, Mocking trying to manage as much as possible, and that turret coming down, that's when the calls are going to say, and Killjoy going, all right, I don't want to do this by myself, so let's go ahead and get this rotation going through. They're trying to plant this because there's not enough rotations time now.
This is a massive round, though, Mick. They have the 1-man advantage for First Touch. They desperately need this. Mocking, though, decides to go aggressive, and he falls away after he can't connect, but a shot to follow onto Priz, and this is where things get cheeky. There was no support out of Heaven for that one. Now, coming out, see what they can do out of Heaven, trying to joust, and this is a problem. Whoa, he just goes for the roller coaster ride right towards him, but Ping Fu drops, so what was looking a little bit hairy in the beginning, nonetheless, ends up strong for the side of First Touch as they grab that 4th round, and they're getting some really good footing here towards the tail end of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, 7-4. They've really brought this back, man. They really had themselves one heck of a hold after those first 2. I want to say they really doubled down on that. And we can see, I mean, not too much answer, honestly. I mean, after those first couple, after that first 5 with professional monitors absolutely just coming out in the races, man. I mean, it's a super just large accolade in itself to shut something like that down. A lot of teams, when they're down 5-0, they're like, oh, okay, well, you know, GG go next. This is a really good half, but let's go ahead and wait out the next one. But First Touch really putting themselves in a scenario where this is doable. I mean, worst case scenario, they're at 8-4, and we've seen worse.
This is Sim, though, trying to do some funny activity there towards B main. Transit with the 1, flying high for the 2. The shock, or rather the satchel to bounce out and go for another peek there onto Kaprash, who's now lit. He's trying to go for it. Does he know there's more? No, he gets a bit too greedy. Kuala Noob responds back. So Trenzik looking for that clip of the week play and can't close it out.
I mean, look at those damage numbers, though. Even though he didn't get the kills, he got, I want to say, a kill's worth of damage. And with those being the only 2 players as Ping Fu finds Mocking, there is so much really in the promise of First Touch right now, and they can really get this to a 7-5 easily, so long as Ping Fu finds another one and can maybe get a third, being the only player towards that B side. Oh.
Patience pays dividends, my friend, as Hope just sitting there on sidewalk, able to pick that one up. So we round off the half here, Mick. 5-7 your score line now as we swap sides and get ahead. Nonetheless, good bounce back considering, like you said, that first 5-round rally can be a tough one to bounce back from. You know, mentally, it's a bit of a hill to climb. Nonetheless, though, I'm pleased with First Touch's performance, as now they're going to occupy the attacking side of this map and hopefully a chance to rally back on these pistol rounds with, you know, only a 2-round gap to close.
Yeah, I mean, that's really doable as well, especially in these first 2 rounds on this side. I mean, pistol round is where everything, once again, kind of evens out. So, I mean, pistol round, so long as they win this, they get a force to follow it through with. That's going to be a tie game. And, I mean, obviously, you could find yourself in professional modders having those rifles in the third. But I think that's just too many theoreticals to worry about, because we've seen teams win those forces. We've seen teams win those third rounds and come out with the Spectres and win. And we see right there, Sim with that opening. That's going to be a good start for them. And I mean, for First Touch, they got to find an answer, especially with the health kind of being divided down now.
Yeah, look at this giga push, though, from the defender side. They want full mid control. Nice job from Tech. Gets the 1, dinks another. Kuala Noob cleans that mess up. Mocking coming out, and that is stunning. Professional Malders get full control of mid, come right around, wrapping through tree, and in a very stylistic way there, Mick. Pick up that 8th round. Love that mid aggression and that joust early on in the round, and it's a good approach. We know how to set. Mid is a very strong chokehold and gives you opportunity to take tiles top mid. It's just a really good place to be, and the defender side exploits that so well on round number 1.
Yeah, and that alone, just playing in these kind of scenarios and just giving yourself that edge. I mean, that's exactly what professional modders wanted, because now they're set to hit that quote unquote, what I like to deem the double-digit checkpoint, because once you get to that point, you're only 3 rounds off from winning this game. And especially with the forces coming through for modders, with the Ares, with the Vandals, so much to really deal with. That alone in itself is super scary, and you got to consider what exactly they're thinking. And if they win this, they're going to be really set.
How did Mocking connect that via that smoke? That was a full bloom, but the attackers looking to go for it. Mocking 1 and 2, and that extra 1 second to align that crosshair to the head earns him the 3-piece combination, and leave it to Sim, as per the norm, to be the backing lineup to clean up the final frag. So 9-5 your score, Mick. We're just 1 away from that big 1-0 double digit. Professional Malders coming out swinging, but this is the gun round, a chance for First Touch.
I mean, did that round even really happen? I mean, that was so fast. I mean, we saw, Mocking just finding so many shots almost for no reason. As you said, that smoke right off the rip, everything leading through there, just I blinked and here we are, 9-5. And we see, as you said, rifles in the hands of these First Touch guys, and it has to be made right here. Because if they lose this round, you give so many rifles up into the side of professional modders, you're kind of shut down this economy, and you're really down in the hole at that point, because you don't have exactly too much to really play with, and locked out for those until you get to that match point.
And now watching in the wing, Sim, 8 HP. Oh no, he paid the price. Hope coming out of tiles with a nice bulldog frag. You can see Aku had an idea about market, now getting denied and walking backwards, as we're just going to take it nice and slow here. Peck and gang have B-main on lock, as Tech looking one way and the other. Kuala Noob has his back covered, and you can see Silva in the wings now. Mocking closing the door too to ensure there's no funny business from Tree, and shocker, there is an absolute fiesta creeping up right on behind him.
Right behind him. Possibly a couple rounds and a couple kills to follow through with it. It just comes down to how the reaction comes through and how First Touch really wants to initiate on this side, because they need it. They have the man advantage. They have a little bit of initiative now, especially with Mocking. Just absolutely towards that A main. Honestly, I say dip out. I mean, grabbing that double, the man's going off, and he's really filled himself, and the only thing that can shut him down is if you don't lose either one of these rifle picks. That could be something to play off of, but I mean, just the promise right there.
Mocking's picks were so massive with that initial dink out of that Spectre. It's a great gun to finish off with the spray, and now Ping Fu setting up, blocking off Heaven, and that's going to push KJ away down to Tree Room. The dart comes out. They're trying to break it, and not so successful. Caprage with the Aries. After that ping goes off, picks up a clean frag now. Mocking still looking for something out of main, gets spotted by Trenzik, and with a coup support, they swing on him nicely. Qualanoob getting dinked down as well, picks up the one in a 1v1 joust now, a left and a right, and he's lit. Trenzik to clutch it up, and that's first touch, picking up that 6th, denying that 1-0 that we talked about in the beginning of this round.
That's really good for first touch when you consider right here stopping that double, that double-digit checkpoint. But right now, I mean, look at the buys, man. There is really not that much to play with. I mean, you have these back and forth rounds. You don't have any streaks to really work with. So unless first touch finds themselves another as a follow-up to guarantee, and this round's going to be equally as rough, if not tougher, because we don't see Malders on a bonus. They are running full rifles. They have full armor. They are having the entire army really pulled out right now to go ahead and get this, and that would switch up the matchup. And depending on how many players still survive, they're not going to have to worry about these buys either.
Qualanoob in the driving seat here for a second. No one really interested in contesting him too aggressively, as they realize the Raze is setting up utility, or rather using some util to keep him at bay. One vacuum down and another to follow now, so the boombot's going. Also denied. At this point, Trenzik has a good idea of what he's up against. Crosshair in the right neighborhood now. Qualanoob has to fall. Nice connection, and he strafes out for a clean pick. Qualanoob responds, and that's typical professional Malders style, as they're always buddying up and have the crosshair in the right vicinity. However, Priz, oh boy, just face check it, my friend. That is the sauce.
Yeah, that alone, I mean, just them sticking onto this B side. I mean, and as you can see on the map, look across on the other edge. You got the spike going towards that A, and it's really free right now. It's looking like the only man that's sitting over here is Mocking, and this guy's a one-man army in itself. So honestly, this is completely doable so long as these shots come through.
Mocking getting completely stormed, stuck at generator. Not much to do when you got one on your left and one on your right. Nonetheless, 4v2 scenario, first touch, not giving up anything whatsoever. They have a good number advantage. They got to play this methodically and work together on the retake. Caprage's drone having a bit of resistance trying to make its way through the utility, and as Aku gets pinged out, the Shock Dart 1 and the Shock Dart 2! He doesn't take the second hit of that, but he's so lit at this point, not looking the greatest for the side of professional Malders.
Yeah, really not, and that's a great little recon dart, but I think with how much the bomb is ticking down now, Sim has to kind of, I don't know, kick it into 6th gear, is a saying, because, I mean, obviously with this bomb ticking down, it's looking like both of these members are going to say, all right, let's go ahead and give it to them. We're up 3 rounds. We can go ahead and pan that out and just try and shut down this econ, but with those shots from Sim missing and shutting him down to some extent, now only a 2-point differential, first touch on this win streak, and with 3 players still alive, things are looking a lot more promising for him.
The push is here, and it's coming at the right time, nonetheless, as we teeter on just a 2-round delta to close off. And this is going to be an interesting one for us, considering the fact that Mocking and team are now kind of hemorrhaging money. They're going to be buying broke for the most part. Some Vandals and Odins picked up from prior, as Sim survived the last round, and the rest of the team now going for the Sheriff tactic. Caprage on that comfortable Odin. Big round here, though. This is going to set them up for a troubling following 2 to 3 rounds if they can't string it together, Mick. Wow, Trenzik, though, my goodness. Fearless connection, attacking from long and taking advantage. I think they're considering it, and they're going to go for it here. Hopping across the wine. Tech knows what's up, and he is pinned at generator now. Can he connect?
Oh!
Not today.
Oh, the utility wombo combo going on right now. I mean, A is definitely the move, and Hope dropping his weapon. Okay. I know that wasn't intentional, but I mean, to not get picked during that time is obviously a lot better of a scenario to be sitting in. But I mean, right now, they got to sit there and be on this side. They got to find these picks, because being in heaven, being stuck up there, but I mean, Koala is definitely making it look doable, because I mean, with the setup right now, looking for that flank, looking for that alternate avenue over towards the door, that's going to be really the big option. But you got to come out of that smoke, guns ablaze, and find a couple shots, find a couple kills, because 3v2 is doable, but this time is ticking down a little bit too quick.
Yeah, and ignore the time here, Mick. There's, 3 members to Maltster before you can even get a chance at tapping that spike. So Qualanoob might look for an exit, if that, considering he still needs a solid 3 to 4 seconds to lace up his Jordans and run away out of sight. He destroys the turret as it reveals him and forces him the lack of opportunity to get a frag, and he's going to dip away to CT, save that bigger investment of the Odin, and we push ahead. Just a 1-round delta now. First touch looking very strong.
Yeah, and I really like the play there. Grabbing the Odin, making sure that Hope can go ahead and pick that up because, I mean, being on this defensive side, you know you want that. You want to have that option just in case you really go for it. Say, all right, let's sit there and place him on this B site, on that wall, because if he's got a Vandal or something else, to really have to invest a lot of money, and it's going to be really tough. And even then, you see the light armor has to come through. So there is no shot they would have been able to buy this out if it came around to it, and that saving that extra 1,400 is going to be super optimal. But what's even more optimal is first to touch a scenario. They have 3 ultimates to play with. They had themselves a lot of initiative over towards this A site, and they've done a darn good job on it so far. They just got to make sure to shut down the Killjoy and find a way to really give themselves some life.
Showstopper going wild and going to be sent right into site. Colin eats so much of that, and now he is pinned behind the boxes. If they want to nade it, that's a play. He's forced off the dart, jousting, and he can't do much of anything. Tech, though, trades that out respectfully. Raise on raise action, and that's that cosmic divide we saw earlier. Not necessarily as wide as we saw, but right up against heaven. With the plant coming out, they're going to have to jump on through. Tech out of door. Priz, what a coup with a response again. Caprage making use of that Odin save from the previous round, and the attacker lockdown says, guys, get away from sight. This spike is here to stay.
Yeah, and the spike is definitely here to stay, but will it actually detonate is the real question, because the defuse is kind of being played with a little bit here. But I mean, with right there on the floor being locked out and Crush finding that shot with the Odin, I mean, all you can do is spam. Literally just bait out the defuse, go ahead and spam that 100 round mag you got going on and see if you can find something. And with that right there, also setting up the ultimate for the next round, that's going to be massive.
And we got a full-blown, you know what I'm going to say, Mick? A massive Christmas tree on the side of Professional Malders.
Yeah.
5 yellow borders on the Professional Malders side, ready to activate. So we'll see how this comes to be on the defensive side. Ain't not a problem having a Hunter's Fury, Showstopper, Bladestorm, even the Cosmic Divide available, and that lockdown. I mean, this is a full kit and an arsenal, and hopefully it's enough to get them the double one as first touch, not in the sharpest of places when it comes to guns and money.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, they got to go ahead, and as I was going to say, go ahead and use that Bladestorm or some other kind of offensive utility, because, I mean, right now, it's great to have that Cosmic Divide. It's great to have that shutdown, but we've seen Malders kind of slowing down the game. The last thing they need to do is slow down the entire map because, I mean, they want to go ahead and find the momentum again. They've really just kind of not been there. They haven't been as snappy as they were initially on that attack side, and it's understandable to go ahead and be slowed down on this defensive side. Not exactly have too many opportunities to play with, but you need to find a way to get aggressive. And I say with right there, I mean, Sim, he needs to just really run out and find some kills with that Bladestorm and just really create some kind of stir up.
We'll see how much they can stir indeed as Caprage now not choosing to play aggressive, rather on sidewalk, playing the long game, and with the drone in hand, he's thinking about it as the team is now shifting over to his side. You see Koala Noob coming to back him up, and it's a good call considering there is a caboose of members ready to attack on that B. They got 2 rounds to close off. 3 to 4, 3 bodies posted up, and yeah, with the utility getting activated too, they just decided to bail ship. Ping Fu though, you hear that Guardian tap in the distance, and it's on to Tech. 1 less member to worry about, and a lit Sova as well. They're gonna go ahead and try and do something. Sim cannot connect. He's gonna dash aggressively right up close to personal, but Classic makes it happen. Mocking with the Spectre. He's such a ninja with that weapon, and in a massive flurry of kills back and forth, we are now sitting on a 2v2 and 2 very lit members of First Touch. No spike, 11 seconds, not looking the sharpest.
Yeah, no spike and no health to play with either. I mean, Koala Noob with that full health, grabbing that triple. I mean, that's what you want to ask for. I mean, you didn't exactly find the kills with the Hunter's Fury, but you sure as heck did a lot of damage and setting it up to where the rest of your team can just play off of it, really just slide themselves to an easy round. As we see Professional Malders, it's taken them a while to get here, but they finally put themselves in a scenario where they're sitting at 11 rounds, and I think it's where they really need to be sitting. It's been a long road to get here for them. First Touch has really had to run up the scoreboard to get back and have some kind of answers, and now sitting at this 8-11, I mean, there is just so much to play with.
Tons, and with that big op on the side of Aku now, we're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled. That operator and now sitting towards top mid area. If he can open up a pick for us, man, that would be immensely pivotal. They do have the Bladestorm and the Hunter's Fury, so for the post, they're more or less situated and ready to go. The shock dart nade combo, good. Are they gonna hard clear? No, they don't. They pay the price. Quality could have exercised a bit of trigger discipline, but doesn't need to, as he connects on the second frag. A clean shot onto Priz, forcing the utility. Hope walks away, and Sim backs him up so well, and that is Professional Malders united here, Mick.
Yeah, just absolutely playing fundamentals. Not exactly, it's just on the side of professional maulers, as we've seen time and time again this game, getting those really good trades. And when you go ahead and don't check those corners, you let a man get a free kill on you, and then you find a way to follow it up, that's just going to be an even larger deficit, and that's how you set yourself up to be in a 1 versus 4 scenario. But a 1v3, Aku, not able to find that last shot. But, I mean, with that operator now in the hands of the defenders, that's going to be rough, especially on this match point.
You heard the announcer. This is match point. What we've been waiting for the side of professional maulers. They desperately want this victory, but alas, there's a 4-round gap to close. First touch, doable. I have a good feeling, Mick. They've been jousting really well. They just got to really tidy up the attack, be a bit more decisive, and not get picked off mano-y-mano. We got to see more trading coming out like it be made. There was no real response to the lack of hard clear on that corner. It just, it didn't feel too good for me, and we'll see how they tidy it up. I mean, they don't have a lot of chances left. This is really the do or die session that Pain can't gonna deny. Tech, here's the drone and the Boomba. Whoa! Oh! That's one way to open it up.
That's massive, especially with the guns that are on. I mean, we saw they're at a half fight right now. Spectres all over the place, and Tech as well with the rocket launcher, stopping the show essentially, and that's exactly what you want from that ultimate, especially in this kind of scenario in the rounds.
Noob, the cheeky one that he is, last time on B, and this time now towards that A, patiently waiting at Wine, picks up a frag. Trenzik, the counter showstopper. Capraj now. Aku though, Bladestorm active, does he get it? No! The 100 mag comes in big, and this is it. Do or die, 17 hit points. Capraj has shock darts, 53 seconds, and he does have spike crosshair in the vicinity. No!
Defenders win.
It's not enough as we close it out. Professional Malders shank this one, take it away, 13-8.
Yeah, great shots there. Great attempt from the side of First Touch. I mean, they didn't exactly have the first touch there right off the rip to grab those rounds and get those pistols in that second half, but it was definitely doable. I mean, look at right here. It's just stuff like that. I mean, when Mocking has these kind of big galactic brain plays, and absolutely just those controllers that step up to the plate, grab kills after kills, and Tech there as well. I mean, those two players alone, having that duelist and controller combo, it's something you don't typically see go off, and that alone is such a huge recipe of success so long as you can find it.
Mega, and this is the round that we saw the Giga aggression and what was looking really good. You know, Mocking falling up high or jumping up high doesn't connect, but that second shot was so nice onto Priz. We saw the lack of unity, and this led itself to the attacker side taking that round and more contest. Mocking, who was an absolute demon on that Spectre this game. You guys can probably count on about 2 sets of hands plus how many frags he got with that Spectre, with the dink and the follow-up. And this is the Noob, who did so well at B, so well at A, always in the wings, ready to catch them by surprise. And with that, man, we wrap up this match 13-8. It was a very, very good back and forth.
Yeah, it was, and I think that was really in part. I mean, I didn't exactly see myself calling his name too much, but Transic, I mean, sitting at the top of that leaderboard, 23-18. I mean, that's a lot to play off of. Only issue is, I mean, the disparity was there for the side of First Touch. There was not as much consistency when across the board for your units, for your team, especially with Ping Fu kind of slacking there in the controller. I mean, when you have a controller who's sitting there at the bottom frag and also not really getting those smokes out, not being as efficient with that utility compared to Mocking, I mean, that's really, I think this is a controller diff if we're going to really be calling something out here, because, I mean, Mocking, absolutely just a one-man army, able to hold an entire site by himself. Really, Killjoy is just there for a little bit of a defuse is coming down, grenade. And that's really the only job you have when you have so much out of that Astra.
Everything was really unified. Like I've said this time and time again, the differentiating factor tends to be how teams work together in unity, not only from a frags and swinging together, the buddy system, as I like to call it, but of course, using kit to back your team. And there were some cheeky moments, man. I will say there were some really good decisions from Noob, a lot of good patience. He did it at B, he did it at A on, 2 to 3 plus occasions, which if you think about it, impact-wise is critical. That one kill tends to be that differentiating factor, really, sends you off for a spin. You have a plan, you're about to hit B, you start to aggress, your one guy falls off. Now it's like the eject button comes out. Meanwhile, on the opposing end, the team's rapping, they're ready to flank, they have control and have their ears on what could have been the plan B, dare I say. And from there, it's just a roller coaster. They set up, they get situated, and it's just an absolute landslide. But nonetheless, man, both these teams played so well, and we still got that 7-5 first half that we talked about, which, you know what, I'm grateful because it gave us really what was the honestly a delectable second half of this matchup.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, great attempts from both sides, a really great matchup. And I mean, regardless, a really great, set of sponsors to really set this up for us. I mean, because honestly, none of this would be happening without the likes of PlayerzZone, who's put all this on for us. They're sitting there here on the main stream, obviously. GLG kind of hosting that secondary stream. If you also want to give that a couple watches here and there, kind of catch all the action, make sure exactly what's going on in the entire bracket, and as well, Community Gaming, man. We can't brag about them enough. They bring so much to the table, so many events to really pop up for us time and time again, just being a massive support for the likes of not only here with Valorant, but they got League of Legends, they got Hearthstone, and so many more titles for y'all to really catch some action on as well, for some really good teams on those titles as well. So with that, though, I mean, just to set up everything going through now, Mulder's moving on, and especially after that last rough game they kind of had, I'm super excited to see what they can bring, and they've really shown that did not scratch them.
Yeah, and it's going to be good. There's so much more to come here, guys. Of course, this is day 1 of 2 of this event, the PlayerzZone 2K Invitational. We're going to pick up further with some more matches here today, but don't forget, tomorrow, 1 p.m., this is going to kick off yet again. So make yourself available. Do me a favor. For us Canadians, it is a long weekend, so why not watch some games on a Sunday? With that, beautiful friends, off to a quick break. If you want to catch up with the news, if you're just checking in, ! bracket in chat. We'll get you all the latest deets. In the meanwhile, get comfortable, get ready for more games. Off to break we go. Sit tight.
Battling. Oh, what a flash! Oh!
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are ready to go, and this is going to be a best of 3 round 1 playoffs. And familiar faces yet again. I am joined by the lovely Mick, and we're going to be taking you through this best of 3. So for those that are keeping up with the news and the brackets, right down below, you'll see the goodness. It's going to be Lemonade Stand versus Fenrir, and we're going to be going off to Bind, Icebox, and Ascent. So a nice trio lineup here for us.
Yeah, a nice set of maps indeed. I mean, I saw that Fenrir, they banned Haven. So honestly, if y'all are watching, thank you. That's all I gotta say, man. Because I mean, going forward, I'm super excited just to see this matchup, see these lineups. That kind of want a bit of dip in the energy, to be honest. I think I'm so hypergetic I can't even control my words. But I mean, going forward, we got to sit there. We have 3 amazing maps. We have 2 amazing teams who've made it thus far. So I mean, everything that's being brought to the table, some banger teams, some banger players on some really good maps to really show what they're made of.
I'm looking forward to it, man. And the beauty of best of 3, as you and I know, chance for redemption exists. So we're not doing some BO1 fiascos. And this is where things start to heat up. We talked about earlier, you and I, and I'll say it again, the building the foundation of these matchups. And the foundation continues to pile as we're now going to be building, I guess, a 3-layer brick or 3 levels of opportunity in front of us. We'll see how these 2 teams deal with these 3 maps. Talking about it, Bind, a nice opening. Of course, the TPs always be the variable. We've talked about how every map kind of has its own little nuances and troubles, pluses or minuses. But Bind to me is a great team map, and when played correctly, can yield some really slippery gameplay. Comp-wise, I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing how these 2 teams adapt. Are we going to be seeing that 2 duelist, the single duelist? What kind of utility is going to be on the table? Cypher, I have not seen so much of tonight, so I'm tonight. It's only 4 p.m. Hello, looking forward to seeing some of that. Maybe all things said and done, I'm just ready to get into this agent select, man. Any thoughts, opinions? How you think these 2 teams are going to formulate their battle plan?
Honestly, with Bind right off the rip, we haven't seen much of this girl either today. We've been missing some Reyna, man. I'm not a big fan of her to play against her, but honestly, I mean, she's super exciting to see. She's very flashy, even though she's blinding people. She's very flashy, just generally with that Lear, with the Empress, just everything brought to the table from her. And I feel like she's a very, very solid pick for Bind. So if I don't see her, I'm kind of going to be a little bit shocked. And we haven't really seen any Viper either. So I'm sure, I am absolutely positive I'm willing to put my whole family lineage on the line to say that we're going to see her on Icebox at least.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Great agent to come out and play. And one of my favorites, of course, a lot of utility, massive clutch potential when left to do so. And overall, just a mega, mega slippery agent. But as we're getting situated, letting these 2 teams get into it, I want to kind of talk about and walk you guys through. We talked about Bind. Let's talk about Icebox a bit more and what it's made me feel like. Icebox has been a roller coaster of, I guess, a map for us here on GLG, Pit of Valors, special events, and going historically. It's kind of built itself up from being the back burner of a map to now mainstream top 3 played, and for good reason, because it really, in terms of team play and utility, kind of Ascent-esque. I mean, don't laugh at me, but it gives you that very standardized mid kind of setup as we get right into agent select. Talk about going in hot, as the setups have been predetermined, as you guys can see in front of you. So, Mick, guess what? Surprise, surprise. You get your Reyna here, right now, as the response on the opposing end going to be just the single duelist of Raze. Meanwhile, Lemonade Stand looking to run that double duelist scenario with the Raze and Reyna, the R² scenario.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. And one thing to also mention is how much more meta Astra's become. I mean, we've seen her kind of be a little bit of a here and there scenario for a lot of teams, but I mean, I feel like she's finally been out for long enough. It's only taken a whole another agent release for everybody to really say, this chick is insane. She's basically an Omen, but just across the whole entire map, literally. Because Omen, you had that travel time, but you can literally place those down instantaneously, wait 1 second, and pop whatever you want to, whether it's kind of that vortex, whether it's a concussion, whether it's smokes, and everything about it, just even pulling them is something. So opening up with a lot of aggression here from Lemonade Stand.
Love it, going big. The shock dart comes out, but unfortunately it's insufficient as Wraith and Habib won a piece. As they're now looking for more, pushing root. Does he know there's one in the wings? That is Habib waiting, but bang. Justinova with the 1-2. And before you can blink twice, it's Complex just sitting in heaven. Dot crosshair and all, looking towards short, and we'll see what they can do. The smoke gets activated, so he is more or less safe. But the double TP, and just like that, they've teleported to a different area.
Damn, boozled, man. I mean, that's so. What can you do there? I mean, you now have to haul tail over to the other side of the map. That's a free plant. So that's a free 300 going forward, and no real reads there from that blind. I mean, there's nothing really to deal with. There's a second one on the field, but with everybody set up around the edge, and the hookah and the elbow play. I mean, Complex is really kind of stuck right now.
Last player
Coming out
standing.
from hookah, that is Complex denying one, down to 32, so he has the information of where Justinova is. Flash one. In style, jumping off as well. He's got to get his half, but it's not planted necessarily in a safe position. Taps again, 2 hit points. Justinova just needs a single click to make that happen. Complex going wide, away from the spike. Tap, 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 but insufficient as he picks up that 3K, so not looking the greatest. He did get taken down a decent amount, but coming on top, just 2 hit points. Not a lot of health points to work through. First round turned over to the side of the Lemonade Stand boys.
Yeah, that's exactly what an opener that you really want. I mean, Lemonade Stand, they really deserved it, especially after that banger of a start right there, going right off the rip, just being so aggressive. I mean, finding themselves a lot of picks. Fenrir really just kind of getting themselves caught off guard, not exactly too much to play with. And honestly, we've seen a lot of this today, and I love this personally. The Vandal buy on round 2 with the light armor, having that one kind of main man to play off of, and it being Brock with that guy. I mean, it's exactly what you want to ask for. That is the best agent you can give that utility to.
Now watch close with this Viper utility. Fenrir going to be splitting off site, and the Reyna Lear, one goes out. They don't really collapse off of it, but I take it back. Bang! Coming in with a bang onto Habib, root onto Wraith, and with that, we're just going back and forth. The attackers sieging onto site, taking out multiple members of the Fenrir crew, and it's down to poor old Sage. That is EF in the back of sight. He gets collapsed on as Root picks up the 3K, so in a commanding fashion, Lemonade Stand picks up the 2, and to no surprise with big guns in hand, just about as easy as it can be.
Yeah, great follow-up there to get themselves a second. And, I mean, it's only expected, especially with how everything was set up for them, all those Spectres against those pistols. And having one Vandal is also just a major play. So, Habib with that setup, I love that one-way Viper right there. But, I mean, with all the influence going over to the B side, you're not going to have that utility. You're already robbing it from yourself, not exactly too much to play off of. And with this split coming through and the rifles in the hands of these players on Lemonade Stand, it looks like they're going to go massive, but they still have a much bigger set of firepower to go up against.
If now that utility comes out, he's pinned, can't escape, and bang, takes him out. So he played a one-and-done scenario, and that utility reveals him. But this nade, huge complex, just completely pinned as he is getting naded out of garden. Bazik's rotating through the teleporter, ready to counteract some of this activity on that flank. But meanwhile, the attackers Lemonade Stand 4 up, and they are on site for the most part. Or I lied, they were thinking about it. And they're going to also hit the TP, and off they go to A. So this is the diversity we talked about of this map, Mick. And just as quickly as you blink and you're there, you're gone the next.
Yeah, and the rotation coming through, that's going to be large and in charge. It just comes down to how well and how quickly you can execute this. I mean, the 4v3, you want to make sure to get that spike down quickly, but with the second chance here, with the backup, honestly, that site was free for the taking because Habib's going to be there for the follow-up, find himself a pick, and really evening out this game. So, I mean, I feel like Lemonade Stand, they got to speed things up if they want a shot here.
With 37 on the ticker now, they're getting situated for what is looking like a very strong A push. They're only going to have to deal with 3 members, and they themselves are here. Look at this caboose, though. In showers, Astra going to do the deed, star 1, star 2, and they're going to have to activate that very quickly as that is going to be the trigger that they're going to collapse on this site. The bird's eye view, Justinova going for the smoke plant, the Viper wall as well, and they're more or less okay as Wraith opens it up though with a response, and now the upper hand on the side of Fenrir. A big round they desperately need this year. We'll see how they play it on the post.
Post is all it comes down to, man, especially with how close that spike is and how close the game is. Bang is actually going to set the advantage over to the side of Lemonade Stand as long as they can find themselves a follow-up. And with that defense coming through, not enough follow-ups, not enough shots to really set out there. There is just a closeout and a first round for Fenrir, which is well needed for them.
I mean, they went for the full commit on shower there. Didn't really leave much of anything to it as they're, you know, maybe having a friendly team conversation before finishing off this second half of that defuse. Nonetheless, they get it. So 1-2 now. Fenrir pick up that gun round and a much needed one at that. Now Lemonade Stand still, despite the loss, have money and they're going to buy back in, and a big one at that. But I think we're going to be potentially hitting a pause scenario here as Complex, you guys can see the electrical plug symbol there disconnected. So we're going to let them figure the situation out. But overall, Mick, a good start for both these teams. And I'm happy to see that Fenrir on the gun round was able to bounce back. It's a good sign for what's to come.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you here. I mean, just going forward now with these rifles in the hands of both teams, not exactly entirely for both teams because, I mean, the way the economy's set, Lemonade Stand have to follow this through. They have to win this round. They have to have a lot of players still surviving whenever you're sitting in that scenario because, I mean, going forward with the little back and forth of the little, one round to one round to one round, there's going to be no streaks. There's going to be no extra compensation for these rounds to really give you too much to work with. And if you have a lot of players die and only one man standing at the end of this, it's not going to be a pretty follow-up. And you got to make sure to give yourself that safety net if you're trying to catch this game back up or at least give yourself a larger lead to play with.
We'll see. Also, like, I'm still kind of having a moment here talking about some of the compositions in my head and what I'm expecting. With that attacker side, the two duelist combination should yield a lot of opportunity. And Lemonade Stand's going to have to capitalize on that, albeit the utility from the defense is going to be an interesting one to penetrate. Given you have Sage, you have Asher, you have Viper, that's a lot of quote-unquote walls in denial and vision blocking as well, in a sense. So that's going to be tricky to work through, as a lot of these agents rely on vision to really make use of that utility, particularly if you want to capitalize on some Reyna util and break out of sight. When you're having to run through a wall, it gives them an opportunity to destroy that Lear, and it kind of nullifies that. So all this creates delay and lag, and we'll see if it's sufficient to keep off the likes of Lemonade Stand and keep them at bay. I'm just going to wait it out. I mean, it's too early on to really get any kind of good footing on this, Mick, but all things said and done, it's going to be an interesting comp setup for sure.
Yeah, and that's kind of the one thing that I'm really tripped up about. I mean, we're kind of in this scenario where the rounds are really early. We don't have too much of a huge read of what each team can bring to the table. I mean, Habib, he's felt kind of lackluster in my opinion. The Viper hasn't been all that influential. There's been a lot of shower hits instead of A main hits, so there hasn't been too much of that kind of bubble to really run off of, that one smoke or that one-way smoke to really utilize and take advantage of. But I mean, across the board, we just haven't seen all too much utility generally. Obviously, Brock with that Sky running those blinds, there's going to be a lot of guiding lights we've seen, but I mean, and GIF with that wall towards B long, but it's just everything seems preordained instead of actual kind of back and forth for these players to really determine what's going to be brought on, how things can lay out. And I love personally, whenever you're going for these initiations, a lot of more on the fly utility usage, because we don't see the Lears coming out as a counteract or as an initiation. There's just really not too much right off the rip for them to show, but maybe we could see a difference here.
Perhaps, but give Habib some time. I think once he gets to that attacker side with some post-plant lineups, he would do really well. In the meanwhile, Root connects quickly onto Bazix, and he had an opinion about that shower control, and he himself sends a grenade, and the Boombot going to reveal Wraith, who's playing that tight angle towards showers, as that's going to be the eject button for the attackers. They realize they got some contests and are not very keen on it. They leave Raze, though, to just monitor the scenario. And this might be one of those, leave Raze, we're going to make some B noise, get some presence on that NS4, and maybe even teleport out and reunite. But we'll see how it works out, as they've managed to shank one off the side of Fenrir. It's going to leave the defense a little bit thin or thinner.
Yeah, and especially with that, I mean, on this attack, we have two ultimates now at the disposal of Lemonade Stand, and these are offensive ones at that. You have the Empress and the Showstopper, both going to do a lot of damage so long as they come out. So I feel like this would be a really good opportunity in this round specifically for at least one of those to come out secure and guarantee a kill. Even if you have that advantage, add a little bit of salt to the wound. Make sure it burns and lasts there a little bit longer so you can get that capitalization, that large lead to play with instead of just one of a round.
The aggression now, that big Habib crosshair placement, huge. That's the utility. He sends it out to deny some shower entry, and he does a decent job, but he's kept Brock at bay. Meanwhile, two members have managed to escape the Wrath, and yeah, they're on site. They're situated, and Wraith is the last man standing, gets annihilated by Root. So 3-1 your score line, and looks like the Wrath of the shower push is not quite over.
Yeah, and I'm kind of check it up a little bit, honestly. Using both of those ultimates. I mean, one is okay to go ahead and kind of rub it in and guarantee yourself something, but I mean, two? I mean, let's be real, man. That is a lot of utility to go ahead and burn, especially those ultimates that you can't buy every single round like everything else. I mean, having that Empress, that was going to be massive. Showstopper, you have those paint cans to play with, so there's so much there that really is kind of still up for question. But having that 3-1 lead, making sure to go ahead and find yourself somewhat of a win streak is going to be absolutely massive for Lemonade Stand, so long as they can go ahead and find themselves another.
Bazix now getting sieged. The Lear up close. He's down to 31. The nade comes out from Bang, and yeah, he sends him packing. That tight angle, the one and done. Shock Dart to clear the right side of sight here in the green boxes. Heaven now smoke, CT smoke. Habib, though, you can see him on X-ray. He's pinned. He's jousting. Gets the one. And so far, looking very strong for the defense as they're keeping Lemonade Stand honest as best as possible. Cavern with the 1-2. Leaves it to just one more member. Brock with the one. Does he have a second in the tank, Mick?
I mean, Brock, this is the one man to do it if anybody is going to. That Sky play, having those flashes, having a lot more combat-orientated utility. I mean, he was set up for it. Let's be real, man. I mean, having those flashes, having that kind of utility to really seek things out, stop the competition, and provide some kind of stun or crowd control. The only thing you got with that Sage is those heals and those slows. And even though if they come out, Brock just has those better crosshair placements, those better shots to come through to give himself an ultimate in this round and give themselves a 3-round advantage now.
As they build their economy and looking very strong so far, it begs the question, what is the response from the side of Fenrir? They're not having the greatest time. Bazik struggling to get on the board. However, they've bought out and more or less taken their money down to nada. 2 half armors, the best that they can do. So scrounging here, and the Cosmic Divide comes out. Further ultimates from the side of Sky, getting aggressive route, doing what Reyna does best, going full-blown aggressive face checking. Hello, Habib. Probably didn't expect that fiasco coming right under as that wall blocks the sound. Hughes, Justinova with the 1 and 2. And Lemonade Stand almost flawless, but Yif putting a halt to that. Right before Root, though, in the rear end. Picks up that final pick. So the commanding push from Lemonade Stand has picked up their 5th round here in this match.
Yeah, and especially with that, they had to use both of their ultimates for that. So they have no ultimates left on the field. And I mean, as the follow-up, honestly, this is the best time to have those ultimates down because we see Fenrir, they really have no weapons to play with. They have 3 ultimates, but none of them are all that offensive. You had the Seekers to give you a little bit of intelligence to play with, and you have the Resurrection and the Viper's Pit, but there is just not enough there to really get some damage down, to really do some massive influence. And I think that alone is going to be really hard to play with. It's going to be almost a guaranteed 6th round here for Lemonade Stand, so long as Fenrir doesn't find some massive shots. And with the Sheriffs in hand, honestly, it's doable.
We'll see how doable it is as they've now changed pace, abandoned the A, and are going aggressive complex, though.
Oh,
nice 1 Sheriff onto a critical player. That is Root out of the picture. And with that, the comms are out. They're going to more or less give sight up, but no. Wraith holding on to container, gets his frag. Shank complex, though. Holy 1 Sheriffs across the board. Shock Dart comes out. And yeah, the eject button is pressed immediately. Sova going to bounce away through the teleporter. Now getting pinched off, though. Habib in the driving seat. Can't connect, so it's looking quite plausible for the plant, albeit the retake, though, with 2 men to deal with. Justin thinning out the crowd nicely.
I'm choked up, man. I mean, all these guys should have weapons now, and obviously, as you do see the Resurrection coming through, this is the perfect way to use this. All of these agents have picked themselves up a better weapon. They have gotten a free upgrade, and they now have rifles v rifles right now, and they just got to keep them alive, keep them heavy, keep them hot. As we see Balzic's grabbing himself a shot with the Sheriff, and Wraith and Matt with an absolute shooting gallery. There's really just some amazing shots to set up for this round. Fenrir 2 alive still with those rifles. I mean, that was the round they needed to turn the tides.
Yeah, mega. And you can see now they're going to push ahead. So that rough buy scenario has set themselves up for success for the most part. Everyone is able to purchase, and this time with full armor across the board. On the receiving end, though, Lemonade Stand not keen on giving up any of their footing. They got the funds to joust back and are looking quite strong. Cosmic Divide available on their side, so we'll see how that gets utilized, if anything, as that cheeky little setup on short there for the one-way from the side of Viper. Going to be blocking that off. So Habib going to his comfortable place on site. Has a lot of support, though, from the side of Astra and Raze as well. The setup looking really good. They definitely have a bit of a stronger hunch about the A, it seems. They want to stack that and keep it honest.
Yeah, this is something I like to call one of those rally rounds where you, as Lemonade Stand, have to find a couple kills. You have to find to stay alive and not only win the round because, as you see, I mean, with the econ, the way everything's sitting, they have rifles in hand. They have a lot to play with in terms of utility, but they don't have much of a follow-up that they use too much. So they have to keep those rifles in their hands. They can't really buy too much in the next one. And with that Astro Cosmic Divide being the only thing to use, it really just feels like the only thing they had to play with right now are these guns.
Divix testing his luck. Going for a bit of a jump and peek scenario. Cavern looking for something, if anything, but this default very slow. We've already hit that 50-second ticker that I like to call the turning point of matches, or rounds rather. And, this is where things got to heat up, and it truly does. With 44 on the clock, we hit the Cosmic Divide, and that's going to open the front site plan opportunity. Habib going to try and deny some opportunity, but they're already out, and they can't hear a single darn thing. Showstopper out and about it goes, sending it right on through, but Root can't connect onto Raze in U-Haul.
30 seconds left.
And just like that, the attackers' plan thinned out heavily as they're going to actually even it out really nicely. The Cosmic Divide, though, fades Mick, and they still got 20 to plant.
Yeah, I mean, they got 20 to plant, but they got to also worry about Yip here in the back.
absolutely fragging out there, grabbing an easy double to go ahead and close out that round, giving Fenrir another one here onto the board. So, I mean, this right now looking really, really good with them. With that follow-up, 2 here in a row, a lot of guns still in the hands of these players, 2,004 of them to really kind of follow up with stuff. So, as we see Lemonade Stand in this kind of rough buy, I'm not really sure what could happen here. It's going to look like it's going to be a really even half no matter what here towards the end because we only have 4 remaining. Worst case scenario, we're in a 9-3, and we've seen comebacks from that time and time again. But honestly, I can see Fenrir finding themselves at least another 1 or 2.
Me as well, and that's going to be a massive guiding light. That flash going to for sure make the sound cute. Multiple blinded towards Fountain as they're not looking to give up posts just yet. Splitting nicely, getting situated. Bazix, though, hitting his comfortable teleporter yet again. So he's pinned, but he's able to pick up a frag. And Lit Raise is the problem. He opens the door with the satchel. Brock, though, sends him packing. He might want to try and get into teleporter, but the doors have closed before he can do any of that. Still, 2 ultimates on the side of Fenrir. We'll see how that gets utilized on this round. Cosmic Divide strong for the defensive. Even that pit will deny one of the sites if possible, but with a minute to go, TP comes out and they're gonna get that gun and we'll see what comes of this remaining 55 seconds.
I mean, with a lot of B influence right now, this is completely understandable. Only Sheriff's really in the hands of these Lemonade Stand guys. So, I mean, that's why they're taking this so slow. Because, yes, he's going to find one. He's going to capitalize on how slow you're playing. He's going to find a head to click, and he's going to click it as fast as possible. So, I mean, with the follow-throughs, the site finally being here for the taking, we're going to see ourselves a plant. And now we are in these post-plant scenarios. We're here for a retake. And with these rifles, it's going to be a lot quicker than the initial engage.
Giving up sight. Was it the play? So far looking quite strong as Complex opens it up onto Brock now. Jousting towards CT. Yif, as always, on the board. And with Complex cleaning up this round, it's going to be another round going to the side of Fenrir. I'm loving Yif so far. He's made a lot of good, impactful plays, and Complex, too. Always there to support the team. Unified, and they're coming together nicely now, Mick.
Yeah, they are, and that's exactly what they want. I mean, having 4 man still standing at the end of that, I mean, and Bozik's the only one dying, still has a lot to play with. And if any buffer room is really needed, you have plenty of guys who have a lot to spare because everybody's sitting rich. So right here, Lemonade Stand needs to capitalize on this. They need to find themselves this round. They have to guarantee it for them because, A, they need their guys still standing. They need a lot of weapons for this follow-up because they are really broke right now. But they have 3 ultimates to really guarantee this round. They have the Empress, they have a Showstopper, and they have the Seekers. Those 3 in combination in this round, I say, honestly, with how influential they are in themselves, this should be guaranteed, so long as they find at least 1 or 2 with every single one of them.
Nick, behave yourself. Nothing is guaranteed. Not even life itself is guaranteed, as there's still so much opportunity here. I mean, these 2 teams have been playing it really well. Of course, the utility is critical. Reyna still has that Empress. Oh, bang, though. Connecting onto Yif, and that's the critical agent we talked about, or that player out of the equation now. Bang, looking for it, sends one off, and it lands a hair behind, if not in front. As Complex is more than alive with 79 hit points and a bit of his armor as well. 5v4 opportunity. The post plant Lemonade Stand looking very strong. Still no Empress active though. I don't think they're keen on using it just yet. Cavern getting dinked off into Hookah. The first of multiple Viper utilities getting dropped down. The Venom on the ground now, the suction, and that's big, big, as they can't connect anything being sucked in which way possible. And my goodness, with Bang yet again connecting onto Bazix. Lemonade Stand just pull that round away in a very clean and I say quick fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's really how it should have panned out. I'm not exactly talking about players or showing any favoritisms. I'm just a stats guy, man. I mean, that's all it comes down to. When you look at those yellow lights there in the top, what they had to play with, I was honestly shocked in itself about that Showstopper. I'm really kind of still questioning that play and how it didn't find a kill with how close it was. But regardless, when you have those guns to follow through with it, you have those shots to follow up, and the men pulling those triggers, there's going to be something along the lines. There's going to be some blood spilled, and that's one thing we can guarantee.
Now with the one-way, and of course the Viper's Pit blocking off any kind of short entrance. No one from the attacker side is really keen on that here, Mick, as they've chosen to pick the letter B as their site of choice. Now Yif in the hot seat, getting swung on. He's looking tight, not looking wide as Root strafes out nicely. Bazix, though, he's going to dash away, or rather bounce away from the Hunter's Fury being used. And he's safe for the most part, but nonetheless, Fenrir with a lit Sky and, oh my god, an even more lit Raze, or nearly as lit Raze. This defensive side has just fallen apart one after another.
You still have Root there with that Empress, finding one. So, I mean, that's a follow-up, that's a heal, that's a dismiss, that's on the field, and knowing that you got over here on the edge, 5 health for the likes of Complex. He's running like he's so scared, like his life is on the line, because it is. With the steep views coming down, there's no peak for it.
Brock. One and done as Complex comes out, and that's the unified Fenrir we like to see. Working together as a team, and despite the lit sky scenario, Rays coming in on top with the clutch. So just the 1 round remaining. You hear the announcer loud and clear, and this is going to close us off. And I think we've got enough money to buy for everyone, or so we hope. Yes, I think we do. So we're going to end it off with a potential 6-6. Talk about keeping it real.
Keeping it real is all you can really bring it down to, because this is as real as it gets, man. Rifles in the hands of every single one of these players. Just one of those detrimental rounds, obviously, right before you get to the half. It's going to come down to that 2-round differential or that exact tie. And I'm sure that Lemonade Stand wants to look for that, create some buffer room to say, okay, if we lose these pistol rounds, we're probably going to lose the follow-up as well. So let's create that safety net if need be, or give us just that much larger of a lead if we end up winning it.
Talk about situation or positioning from the side of Bozix, and oh my god, with this utility, he's going to fly high, look at left, look at right, he gets it! And he looks over to Brock, but before he can land and pull out his gun, Brock has done the better of him as the trade back and forth, nonetheless. One ultimate use. It's the last round, so better to use it than lose it. And now with the Cosmic Divide falling down, Wraith is thinking they're not quite out yet, but shocker, shocker, they're about to collapse.
Collapsing is exactly what they want! Oh my god! Justin Noah! Oh! Just a couple kills is all the man needs, really. Oh my god! An absolute bloodbath to clear out that round.
Justin Nova gonna do the deed, and that's all it takes, my friend. We're gonna round off this initial half and walk away with a 7-5 scenario, setting us up for the switch. It's looking good thus far. Opportunity on the table. We'll see how Fenrir copes with this moving forward. They got a gap to close, albeit not big, and I'm hoping they can bring some nice style points to this attack side.
I mean, they better, man. I mean, with that last round, and honestly, I'm probably just gonna be shook up if I'm a player right now on Fenrir saying, okay, how did that just happen? Okay, I got to shake it off, because we're in these pistol rounds, so we can bring this back right now. So long as we win this, get that extra money to find that force, and going forward, really play off of that and find ourselves into a tie game once again. But with the aggression of Lemonade Stand here right off the rip, that may come to a stall.
Yeah, not the keenest play to go in full force. One Lear ain't gonna stop 4 pistols, breaking that as soon as it blooms away. And yeah, they paid a price, but we still land somewhere in between here in a 2v2 situation. Cavern, loving that crosshair. He goes from red to yellow, keeping the style points real for us here as he's looking for some opportunity. Gets the one, transfers, gets a tickle onto Habib, but leaves it to a 1-on-1 scenario. Now Brock choosing Hookah as his post of choice. Meanwhile, Habib says, not today. B is not my home. I'm going to quickly lace it up, go right on over to this A site, and I believe he even has that wall ready to block off some of the site on the post plan.
Yeah, right there. I mean, it's going to be a little bit slow approach. We're probably going to see a little bit of a flank play coming through with the mid, and that guiding light really giving a lot of way of exactly where the player is. But I mean, this follow through, the retake is actually going to come from CT, and very, very slow, methodical is going to be the name of the game. And one thing I want to point out, did you say ain't? Am I rubbing off on you a little too much?
I mean, rubbing off in a good way. I would not say.
Okay, I like it.
Nick, we are one. We are a team here, and I find myself more and more adapting to some of the nuances that you bring to the table, and it's all in good fun, my friend. Is talking about fun. Habib, keeping it fun for himself. Wrapping up this round with a 4K, and that's just 1 round closer to even it up. So style points across the board. We wanted it, and the attackers brought it for us here on that round.
Yeah, fun, 1 and done for the likes of Habib. That guy was absolutely just, he was having a field day in that round, just going off with that ghost. He's really feeling himself with those shots, just from top to bottom, finding himself most of the team. Honestly, I can't blame him. Go ahead and find what you can, buddy. Run that ghost again. You're killing it, dog. And see what the rest of your team can bring to the table with this follow-up. Because, I mean, with the amount of money to be playing with in this round, that's enough for a rifle. But honestly, I appreciate the save. I appreciate having that kind of constraint and saying, you know what, we're adults here. We save our money. We utilize it when we need to. And with those hit points over on the other side of the map, Justin Nova is just needing to stay alive right now.
Brock, though, has healing available, and I would not be surprised if that gets used, and yes, it does. So he's going to make his way back to full health. So call it Round start. As of now, the attacker is getting situated outside of showers, 2 towards short. Habib spots 1 towards you, and with that, the wall goes down, or has been down. Active it is, and with Complex's lead on the guiding light, they're going to try and command a push here out of shower and see what they can make of it. Getting aggressive. Justinova on the back of sight, getting completely pushed on, and with that, the plant goes down, and it's looking very strong for the side of Fender here so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want, especially at the last round. Habib, what is going on with this man? What did he do before this half?
Bango. Watch Bang. He's on the flank, and Habib might pay the price here. Oh, no, not like this. Bang, not like this. Complex takes that one away. And with Vazix's final kill, that's the evening one, and it's a flawless win. 7-7. That's troubling. Bang had the bigger gun, but crosshair placement, not in the right vicinity to pick up the frag. And we see the buy round now for the side of Lemonade Stand.
And honestly, in scenarios like that, I'm confused. Once you miss that first shot on the fly, I feel like it's just nice to go ahead and create that tendency of saying, at this point, after that follow-up with the first shot of the Sheriff, it is so inaccurate. You gotta treat it like a shorty then. Just get as close as you can to your opposition. If you're gonna spam that trigger, just increase the likelihood of taking somebody down with you, because that gun is not favorable for second, thirds, or any kind of follow-up whatsoever.
Talking about seconds or thirds, I think Fender is keen on some of that. Like a Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, y'all can't walk away with seconds, or can't walk away without seconds or thirds. Bango. Redemption. Not keen on giving much of anything away. And oh no, this is trouble now for Brock. He's pinned and guarded. Has a flash one that's going to keep him at bay. A back and forth of guiding lights, and more or less everyone makes it away unscathed, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, that little stall going through, Bang with that kind of help right there towards the site. Making sure not to get blinded himself and having a little bit of follow-up, a little bit of support for the rest of his team. That's exactly what you want. You want to have these teammates holding these angles, and that's exactly scenarios like that of why Breach isn't exactly utilized too much. You have these players who are absolutely impeccable. They know these angles. They know how to really space out the map. And right there, they're going to be spacing out this match right here, or at least this round, because we don't see the spike going down just yet. We see ourselves at a little bit of a standstill. And a lot of strafing going on, a little bit of a dance party there in Elbow.
You got to keep the fingers warm. That's critical here. You want to be on your toes at all time. And I like this style. They're going to take it down right to the timer. A very Counter-Strike-esque type of play style that brings back a lot of memories. They're going to leave it to just 20. And that's going to limit the amount of decision-making time for the defensive side. But nonetheless, looks like Bang and Brock have done a great job at keeping them at bay. They drop the spike, and now Wraith is... has support with 11 seconds. The rotates coming through, and you can see the discipline though from Lemonade Stand. They're gonna wait, let the spike go down, and Shock Dart 1 comes out. Tickle. Oh, not enough. Root though. Root coming in big with the team swinging. Look at the unity. They come out of CT as a unit, my friend. An absolute locomotive, slapping their way to victory. And that was a good decision from their part, man. Just be patient, let the round breathe, and go as a squad.
Yeah, that alone is all you want to ask for. That alone is how you want to close out these rounds, especially having the majority of your men still alive. So Lemonade Stand looking really good going forward. So long as they don't have themselves in a post-plant scenario where a Viper's Pit is going to go down? Question mark? I mean, there's a lot of potential here for Habib. He's been a very, very influential player for the side of Fenrir. And so long as they find themselves on a site, not as slow as an approach in the last round, I think they have a lot of promise coming into this one. But the Seekers, that's going to be a really good counter to save for it. And I think that's exactly what Lemonade Stand is waiting on, is saying, okay, let's go ahead and wait for this where we really can't see anybody, but we want to make sure we can, and we're trying to, so we can go ahead and find ourselves that little answer to that spike going down.
Talking about answer, it seems Habib is a very comfortable plan when it comes to pre-round start. He puts the wall down more or less in the same vicinity, and part of me is wishing for a bit of a shake-up, but part of the strat, I guess, in a way, too. It's a good place to divide as it opens up the short side of the plant area on A. And with that, ultimate one coming out from Showers. That's the Sky utility going out and about looking for some opportunity. Brock and Root, though. No, sir, not today. Complex comes out with a big response onto the back of Sight, leaving it to a 3 versus 3 now. Still, the footing very strong on A. Bang is present and accounted for. Does he know there's one lurking for him, though? Complex is right behind the veil, but oh my god, he's made his way into U-Haul, and for sure they know at this point.
Right there, I mean, just kind of a little bit of a chaos going over here towards U-Haul, and just lots of shots to come through, and the last man standing being Bang over there. Oh my goodness, shutting down Complex. There's really not too much you can do there. Obviously, your Sky, you have a lot of flashes, you have a lot of stuns, you have a lot of kind of crowd control across the board.
But I mean, when you're in that situation, you don't want to use any of that. When something just kind of feels inevitable and you really don't want to sit there and waste anything, you just want to trust your gun, trust your barrel, trust your crosshair placement, and hopefully hit those shots. But not able to follow them through. Lemonade Stand one off from that big old 1-0 coming up here soon, and possibly closing out this map, because this has been a very long bind, I will say. I mean, this has been so back and forth. You can't really ask for much more, and especially with how things are set up, it's looking to be a good one with that Showstopper and Empress ready once again.
Yeah, Giga, and you can see as well, I mean, the team is unified. At least the plan is clear and concise, going with the 4 Sheriffs, the 4 partial armors, and the 1 Spectre to bring up the rear end. So hopefully it's enough to put a bit of a halt to the barrage coming out here, and we'll see. Justin, here's multiple, here's Dog coming away, and he does break it before it is able to pounce. Nonetheless, 3 to Hookah. Bazix clearing out his corners, doing what he should do. But the Star active now, and that's going to be the smoke variety. And with that, yeah, they're not going to be too keen on pushing and jumping through. It's basically a death trap, and they're going to hit the eject button yet again and back off. And I'm sure the comms have come up by now, but they're 3 stacked towards B, only 2 at A to work through. The unified Sheriff is a dangerous Sheriff.
Yeah, those calls are the really ones you like to make. Go ahead and follow through with. It's like, okay, well, there's 3 over here. That means, all right, obviously, simple math. 5 minus 3 is 2. That's going to be over on the A site. Let's go ahead and rush it as fast as possible. Get this spike down. With the Showstopper, that's going to find 1. Oh, my God, Bang.
Bang, making sure no one's doing anything funny behind that wall. Not only does he throw the Showstopper, he also throws the paint can, and they're going to break that wall off. And at this point, Complex has 5 members to mulch through. Whoa! Hello? Question marks in chat, please.
30
Because
seconds
that was
left.
just clean, but whoa!
No!
What? No!
I don't care about who won that round. Complex won that round. I don't care. I do not care what the scoreboard says. That goes to Benrare. Even the chat, even look at the game chat, man. They're like, okay, yeah, honestly, nasty. Give it to them.
You know what, man? That might be the meta or the play. In any kind of, concuss style utility, if you're gonna do a one and done, I mean, your auto rifle or your semi-auto might not be the best choice, but if you want to connect the headshot, I know you're kind of dazing around, but do it with the Sheriff. Complex, yeah. Man, huge round. I want to definitely catch that clip once this is all said and done. We have so many more maps to come, and with the dart coming out towards outside of shower now, that's gonna reveal some sort of lack of presence. And yeah, you can see the attackers are just having a great old time outside of Fountain. 3 members at B, though, and I think they know this. It's Bazix. Yeah, that's a huge pick, man. So at this point, the defensive side is going to be spread thin. They're completely abandoning A. If they're going to TP, man, this is going to be huge. A is more or less completely open. As you can see, Raze on the minimap is dipping. Justin gets the 1 pick, evens out the board. But yeah, getting a TP with Brock looking straight at Garden, not the best.
I think with that is you do have that A site completely open, but you don't have a spike there with the follow-up. So I think right here, the Viper's pit should go down. Lock down this site, make sure nobody can see anything, and allow your team to really execute over there. Create your own little playground to just give yourself something to work with. But Habib opting for that U-Haul, I like the play for the setup, but Bang may actually be that one player to shut it down. And you know what? I stand corrected.
Don't get in my way.
Cosmic Divide, Viper's Pit, and everything in between now getting activated. So this is going to be big. Oh my God, though, Cavern.
Oh my God.
Giga Odin play. Habib responds as he does best. Leaves it to a 2v2. We'll see what they can do. Brock face checking here. Cubby, he's down to 50 HP. 1 hit more or less. He's going to flash out. Does he know there's one behind? Whoa!
Oh!
And in a flurry of back and forth in a fog, the green fog of doom, it's the Lemonade Stand squad with the support of Justinova picking up the double ones here on the scoreboard.
Justinova saying, you know what? I may see a lot of green, but honestly, we're on the teal side right now. We're these defenders, so let me go ahead and play for the home team. Find a couple more kills on the board and get another round there. That was just some great shots, just across the board to give himself that. And honestly, the Viper's Pit, it seems like it didn't not do all that much. And I mean, there are some players who really just know what they're doing inside these sites. They know how to see through it a little bit too clearly. It's like they got themselves some swimming goggles on, and it doesn't burn too much on the eyes. But right now with this follow, Lemonade Stand sitting at 11 rounds now, looking to close this map out. I think they're definitely in this scenario to do so. Fender just has to find a couple to really retaliate with this weaponry. It's going to be pretty hard to do.
Love it, Brock. Good commanding swing, and it's insufficient because you know what? This ain't child's play here today. You can very well count on some response and buddy system being utilized. The trade comes out very quickly, as quick as the frag is there. On the board, you see the follow-up, and with that, it leaves it down to a 4 versus 3 scenario. Fenrir definitely pushing for a round, albeit they got one less man to deal with. Bang, in the meanwhile, doing a bit of a cha-cha, and Salsa himself bouncing around in showers, and he does have an enemy on the opposing end. Habib is watching closely. But he's not pushing, not keen on it. Cavern.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's Odin, man. You hear it go burr, and it does a darn good job. That's Complex, who had a massive round falling to his knees as we sit in a 4v2.
Yeah, and I mean, set up over here on this site, a great little lineup. Honestly, I like the accent, you know, the crosshair matching the color scheme of the gun. And then also you got to sit there and have this grenade matching up with a bead there in the back, doing a lot of damage and really revealing stuff as Cavern reveals a couple more shots to get another kill. This is really, really rough if we're going to see Wraith pull something out here.
Gotta pull a rabbit, a jackrabbit. Yeah. Oh. A bear out of a hat. Bears don't fit in hats, but that's Bang. Gonna pick up that 12th, and folks,
match point.
As quick as we blink, as quick as we say we need a bounce back, we're sitting on match point. You hear the announcer loud and clear. So the last push, the last opportunity for Fenrir here, they got a 5-round gap to close, and it's a big 5 at that, considering the financial situation not looking the sharpest here, Mick.
Really, I mean, you said it yourself, and so did the announcer. It's not just a 5-round bounce back. It has to be a 5-round flawless, essentially. Finding yourself just back to back to back to back to back, and you can't let slip anything up. Because right now, with these buys coming through, there are only 2 players with rifles in hands. Everybody else with sheriffs, and we've seen these kind of rounds won before, but with the showstopper coming through, that's a weapon in itself that you can't buy.
Oh, that is Bazik's going out of hookah. Oh, but he gets denied. He can't see anything beyond the tip of his gun. Just Nova picks that one up. Complex, yes, sir. Cavern.
Oh.
That's a good use of that ultimate, man. Sight unseen. Just catches him with the 1-2. And oh my God, that's a huge ding too on Brock. And he unfortunately has no self-heal capability. At this point, he's spotted 2 in garden. Putting it all on the table. Gonna go for the swing. Blind 1. Transfer. More. Yes, sir.
Defenders
From downtown. That is Bang sending the grenade. And gonna close it off here. Lemonade Stand walk away with this matchup here, Mick. 13-7. Map 1 is in the bag.
It is indeed for the likes of Lemonade Stand there, and a great attempt by them, a great showing here. I mean, it was a kind of a slow game there because there was a lot of answers coming across the board. There was some times just here and there where it really looked like for the side of Fenrir, they're like, no. We're not going to give this up by any means because we still got another map to come through as well. I mean, that's just not the end of it. I mean, with the scoreboard, I mean, you can look, it just comes down to the disparity once again, as we noticed in the last series we just casted. I mean, you have some great shots across the board for the likes of, you know, this team. I mean, Complex sitting at the top, 22-17. The skies are really just out here today. I mean, being just as flashy as those guiding lights they show, but I mean, with the team just being so collective as a unit, not only on the field, but on the scoreboard, as we see out the side, Lemonade Mouth, that's exactly why they won this match, because they are all just sitting right up there up top, only really to be triumphed by one man.
And all things said and done, I mean, you touched on it midway. We said, man, this is one heck of a buying game, as we were saying. I think it was like 8-7, a great back and forth. And from there, you know, we kind of digested a bit of our own words. The landslide built, the snowball got a lot of momentum, and they just pulled away. But in the beauty of best of 3s, Mick, you know there's always a chance for redemption. And we're going to go ahead to map number 2. So Icebox is coming up next, and we have so much more here to see on the stream. So again, to our beautiful viewers that are tuning in, thank you so much. We love spending this Saturday with you guys, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for more as a continuation. Per the norm, of course, thank you so much, Community Gaming, for backing us and keeping it real as always, sponsoring this event, and brought to you by PlayerzZone as well. So this is going to be a good series to come for tonight and of course tomorrow. I ask all of our beautiful viewers here, don't go too far, don't X that stream. We got so much more to come, and we're asking y'all to stick with us. Best of 3, Mick and I are going to come back here for another map, potentially 2, depending on how it goes, and it's going to be on Icebox. So get comfortable, grab a sweater. It's going to be a chilly one. Off to break we go. Back to you momentarily. Welcome back. So, I said I was going to be fast. I wasn't playing.
Cool.
We're back at the desk yet again. Mick, ready to go. Map number 2 is on the table.
Sure.
And we're going to the frosty and oh so cozy icebox.
Yeah, personally, I love some cold weather. I got the long sleeves. They're rolled up because mine's a little bit more of a deserty area, but I'm going to have to roll these sleeves up a little bit and kind of take them back out because icebox is going to be just as cold-blooded as these players are with those kills in that last game and that last map. I think right here, this is where things are really going to turn because the pressure's on for the likes of Fenrir. I mean, they had themselves one heck of a map leading into this one. And they really got to stand up. And honestly, I mean, I think these players, from what it seems like, they should be pretty rearing to go, especially with this agent select coming up here soon, because that's going to be the biggest factor as we get ourselves into this map. Because Viper, a huge pick for this map, a huge influence, and already seeing a little bit out of a Habib in the last one, I think we're going to see a good bit more utilization over here.
Yeah, I say so. And I mean, Sage also very strong. We've seen it
Yep.
pick time in, time out. We'll see how the wall plant strategy comes to be on this B side. Of course, good denial into tube as well. Can block off mid depending on the flavor of the day, as well as under tube. So a lot of utilization opportunity here. But you wanted the Reyna on the icebox. We weren't necessarily expecting it on the bind pick, and we got it. Albeit, I'm saying as a pick overall on this map too. A lot of transparency in the sense of walls where you can go through to open up some opportunity. And
Yep.
with, this is the thing with Viper too, as much as it creates a good chance or execution opportunity onto a site, kind of like a wall split, a cosmic divide, except it goes up and down. The likes of Sage to me seems like strong selection. I don't think Astrum is going to make it into this one personally. I don't think it's got necessarily as much of a home here just because of how open a lot of the areas are. And, you can't find a great place to lay that utility, I think, as strong as some of the other opportunity picks here. So I don't know. We'll let the agent select speak for itself. I'm just excited to see what Fenrir brings because, like you said, it is really D-Day here.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And I think over here, I'm kind of on you with that. The Astra pick not exactly being too strong here. I think, honestly, Viper is going to be a given. But one thing I do want to point out is that we haven't seen KO today. I don't know if that may be some kind of thing, but I'm hoping that curveball comes out eventually because I love the man. He's a pseudo duelist. He's an initiator, but he plays like a duelist. His ultimate plays almost like Reyna's, so he's kind of going to be to some extent the same way. And once you sit there and die, you're still almost like a Cypher camera in some extent. You're still alive. You have a lot of health to play with, and you're just sitting there down, but you can still get some intel. You can let them know where a player is going to be. You're some kind of more eyes still on the field. So that alone in itself can be exciting, but we haven't seen him. And it's kind of shocking to me, to say the least, because I love the man. I love seeing him played. And honestly, I feel like this map, especially on the A side with how compressed it is in that mid area of A, I feel like he could have an easy shutdown, an easy suppress on really a full team.
Yeah, I see. So I just think I love how personal you go out there with Kid. I love the man. Like, he's a great guy. Like, we know him like Mano Imano. He's one of the boys, But yeah, honestly speaking, as an agent, a lot of impact, a lot of opportunity. Yeah, it has been played. Potentially it'll come out, and I'm all for it, man. I'll back it all day in, day out. But it's going to be interesting to see how Fenrir is going to recollect himself and kind of recalibrate those muscles and the thoughts and understand what they can do to improve coming off that last one, right? As much as we hit pauses during the matches to kind of collect ourselves and get some stepping, the question is, during that break, what did they do and what did they discuss? And that's critical too in this level of play, especially in the BO3. You want to be adapting constantly, right?
Yeah.
You can't sit there mute. As a team, you got to be united on all fronts. And as we speak about united, we get right into the agent select. The locks are there, and shocker, we got the Reyna, we got the Sage, and we have the Vipers we've been yearning for. So it's looking very, very strong for both these teams. Sans that jet difference with the Rays, very equal on both ends.
That's something honestly exciting in itself. I mean, seeing a lack of a jet, we didn't really see too much jet in the last map, if any at all. But now it's being brought back, and honestly, it's like a homage to home. I mean, honestly, ever since the map or even this game came out, Jet has been such a staple. I love seeing her. She's such a cute little gal, but she's also deadly as can be. So, I mean, seeing her back in the game, seeing her on this map specifically, and what she can bring to the table, especially on the operating sites that you have towards the A, like catwalk there in the back, or that B long range of sight. There's just so many places where you can utilize the operator, get out really fast, and make out like a bandit.
Here in the game now, Mick, as live as can be, getting situated for what is looking like a very strong B take. Of course, the Viper wall there to deny that push onto site. And they're just kind of chilling it long here. Not really aggressing just yet, letting the drone lead the way. And yeah, they spot one. Tag him. And with the wall active, yeah, Root is kind of interested, it seems, yearning to get that wall down, but decides that, no, this isn't a good feeling. We're decayed, we're lit, it's just not a great time. Press the eject button, and we're going to recalibrate and see what we can do with a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, right there, the rotation coming through. Nobody dead just yet, and I think with that Reyna still being alive, that in itself is still a threat. That's the last person you want to really not have too much health to work with, because the heals can come through regardless just off her pick alone. The fact that she can get that health pull back, and with having a Sage on your team as well, you have that regeneration in itself. So with the A hit coming in, they could be a couple kills now actually on the field, especially as things get a lot closer.
Getting on A after quickly abandoning that B push. Reyna desperate for a Devour. Sova getting taken down to about quarter hit points as well. Bazix on the back of sight. A broken wall to kind of keep the front block there. Nonetheless, Justin over shock there. One Root Cavern. Bazix in complex, just jousting it every which way. Yif getting caught with not much to his name, as Brock gonna pick that one up. Your previous Sky player now occupying that beautiful arena, leading the top of the board with 2-0.
Right there, that's what you want, man. Going ahead and finding that opener. This is really what it comes down to right off the rip. Getting that first round, getting those pistol kills, and then getting that force to follow through with it. There's just so much to play with. And I think once again, especially following suit from that last map we saw, Lemonade Stand right there, Brock, instead of running the old Sky pick with the follow through with that Vandal, we're going to see the Reyna with the Vandal this time. And especially after 2-0 in that last round, I think this is going to be one scary threat to look at, because anytime you see this man, I think you're going to be looking down into the Savant of Death, I would say.
As they're now choosing to pick this A site as the alphabet of choice. Let's see what they can do with the drone leading its way in. Bazix for sure has been spotted. As Cavern, though, opens up a great pick towards middle, and Yip response sends him packing away. His bag's on the carousel now. Off we go to what is looking like a strong post opportunity coming out of heaven. There is a whole party here, and with Bazix looking for something, he has the Marshall. It's a whoa! Flick connection. 1-800 get flicked. Now it's coming up top. Bang. Crosshair placement on Fleek as well, and a nade forcing Wraith to fall out. Not before the second charge of the paint can.
Oh,
kaboom.
Hello? Okay, it's doable. Oh my god! It's done! It's doable, it's dead, it's done, and that's a Vandal in the hands of Fenrir for this next round. That is a lot of money invested. That is a huge shutdown. I mean, Sheriffs, what can't they do? It's the Wild Wild West, baby. Anything's possible out here.
He's wielding Sheriffs like absolute banditos up in here. That was a party of a first round, or second round, sorry, Mick. I mean, I'm just shook. Talk about one Sheriffs, most in a round. I think that one tops it for me here on GLG. That was just great to watch, but moving ahead, this is the likes of Fenrir going in for the big buy scenario, and the Lemonade Stand gang are just going to play it chill. Some Sheriffs, some armor, hopefully some team unity as they're going to try and keep the big guns at bay.
And it's all you really can do, especially after getting shut down that last round, knowing the Lemonade Stand. I mean, these guys, not too much to play with. Fenrir really found themselves in a favorable spot. This is going to be the time where they bought these rifles anyways, but it doesn't matter, because Bang, he's going to be banging onto the site, finding himself ahead right off the rip.
There they are. Holy cow, with that recon dart revealing multiple. You hear the ping, 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 the 1, 2, 3, back and forth, and now Habib.
Player standing.
Yeah, Cavern has his
planted.
sights on him very clearly now. My goodness, Yip though, he's looking for something. Got it, but it's Brock yet again on the board with another, and they're looking really strong so far here. Lemonade Stand do it in style with the guns and pushing forward. Question remains now, the tides have also turned as Fender now are occupying the save. Yif though, gonna go in with the half buy, as does Wraith. The rest of the team not really unified. Don't know how I feel about this one, Mick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's just a lot going in right now. Lemonade Stand find themselves a massive round. I mean, honestly, every single time it looks like a team has the advantage, it's just really taken away from them. I mean, we saw in that last one, the Sheriffs, now rifles in the hands of Lemonade Stand, a follow-up, and they have themselves on a bonus at that to really play with. Honestly, I'm really liking the B hit, because on these long ranges, you can find yourself a lot of shots, as long as mid isn't going to be saddled out too much with the trades coming in.
Jeez, like that's a really good way to start the round off on the fronts of both Lemonade Stand and Fenrir, and now Yif is just trying to get away. He does. Brock with the ping on him and tries to make something happen. Nonetheless, there's sneaky stuff happening here towards A, getting the bird's eye view as Maze Jousting around, throw a wall to at least eliminate one part of this situation. But look, I love this scenario, this positioning of that wall. It gives you a nice pick angle. Wraith, though, not a stranger to this setup whatsoever. Dart 1, Dart 2, and with the post plant down, everyone's kind of playing a very, how can I say, spawn-centric positioning. They do have Viper lurking mid, along with 3 coming in from CT here.
Yeah, and I feel like with everything falling through, the positioning is really in the advantage of Lemonade Stand. So long as Yip and Habib doesn't go absolutely off, they have to make sure to make a move on this site, though. They're grabbing kills, but they're not grabbing themselves the advantage spot to get on this site because Brock is holding it down like a unit. And with the closure coming through, that's another round for the side of Lemonade Stand to fall through, with Fenrir sitting really nicely now. Back to back to back. We're just getting answers across the board, man, and I love it. It's a debate in terms of rounds, in terms of kills, and right now, Fenrir, they had the upper hand.
Sitting in the court of justice, dare I say, as you want to debate, you wanted some debacles. We're going to have to settle them here, and we're going to do it nicely and in the most friendly fashion possible in some good old Saturday gaming here on this BO3, and setting us up. I mean, 2-2 your score line, and we're back to a even gun round on both ends. Sans a full armor on the side of Cavern. Money looking strong on the fronts, but ultimate situation very good for the attackers. A lot of entry opportunity with that showstopper. We'll see how they decide to utilize it, and I'm not surprised. Bang is keen on going towards A. He can go flying off these rafters if he wants to.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen, but except for Bozik's going ahead and finding that first shot. I mean, you have 2 ultimates on the field for Lemonade Stand, so they can find themselves another retaliation. They can secure another round for them, but they need to find this Econ as a follow-up, and with not enough initiative on the site just yet, Bang is going to be that man to go ahead and take charge. And the showstopper in, finding one, and a double for the round right now as he has very little health to play with, but a lot of kills on his belt.
Bazik's getting a little bit too peeky, and he pays the price as Bang gets it now on his 3rd kill. The second being a showstopper. Justin Nova gets the one onto Yif. Habib. Woo! Pickled by a Decay. Doesn't know there's one jumping up above him, and Justin now, if he spots the top of Habib's head, will be in a good position to frag, but looks like he's just kind of doing the do-si-do. Yeah, Justin pays the price now. Taps it. Cavern. Headshot angle on fleek, and he picks that up, keeps it at bay for now.
That right there was a well-needed round for him. I mean, look at that. They had so much money to play with and how quickly it disappeared. They needed that on top of what they were going for. I mean, even then, Justin Nova needs these buys as well, and obviously he's going to go for them. But, I mean, right now, Fenrir, they're kind of lackluster. But with that Blade Storm and the Empress to play with, honestly, so long as Complex has that Vandal in hand, has that Ultimate to play with, and really, Bozix doesn't even need a weapon. We see the pistol and the Classic really just maintaining itself here on the field. And so long as he uses that, finds at least 2 kills. Heck, even 1. That's going to be one heck of a trade out. We already see it coming out off the rip.
Now look for yet again another A opportunity. Searching and hunting and prowling, but they've completely abandoned the site here. Mick, not really keen on contesting much of anything at all, but now they're rotating off that B coming towards spawn. Bang, though, opens it up onto Wraith, and with Habib going to be doing his best to block off the default plant. Bazik's coming out of screens, gets the 1. 1 and 2 at that with the 9s jumping up high over the wall. Do they expect him? Not necessarily. Habib shanking that pick off of Brock, and now critical here. He's gonna have to line these up, but no, Justin's crosshair is just one step ahead of the game. It's down to Yif in a 1v3.
Right here, I mean, Yif, shot for the ages, but there's gonna be more to follow through with it as it's just a little bit lackluster. 2 men left. Bang being one of those guys standing, and that in itself is super scary to see, but knowing this round coming through, sitting at 4-2 now, doubling up this lead, having themselves a win streak. Lemonade Stand looking a lot more promising going forward, especially having that resurrection if ever need be.
This is it, man. We're heating up, and it's looking like Lemonade Stand is just pulling away slightly. I mean, if anything of the previous map is going to set some tempo, we got a lot here ahead of us still, as the Lemonade Stand is looking pretty good. I could do me some lemonade right now, Mick.
Honestly, same. That is just some lemonade on a nice warm day. Only issue is we're here on Icebox. We are in the cold, and Cavern being a cold-blooded killer there with that first blood. Just absolutely there on the outside towards the middle of the map. Finding such a clean shot. Also looking for a second as we see the flank trying to come through from Habib.
Now yet again in the typical Lemonade Stand fashion. Oh, Root!
Spike down.
He had the plan to get that wall down, and yeah, Habib doesn't really clear much of sight as they're kind of missing each other from up and below. And with that series of picks, it's a 3v1 scenario now. Complex No ultimate available.
Spike planted.
2 Leers and 2 charges for a Devour or Dismiss. We'll see him go through Heaven now and look for something. But of course, left is blocked. The right of Maze is blocked. And Cavern is coming through that mid side, as you can see on the X-Ray. And they're going to swing on him. He gets the 1, gets the Devour 2. So he's back up to his 25 half armor scenario. Only 2 more to mult through. Still Leer on the board. And the overheal sitting at nearly 75% activity. He's going to be hunting and yearning for some more picks here to keep that alive.
Right there, finding one shot. Complex, okay. Okay. Maybe a little bit of a mental complex here, so long as the box isn't there. And so many shots. Having to bait that out, it's going to be really rough. And staying with that classic, obviously having the upper hand, knowing that box is so penetrable. That's, I mean, we didn't see exactly in patch 3.03 too much to really deal with, but it's moments like these where it really shines, where those crates become completely penetrable, and you can literally just use them as paper mache. You can just shoot through them. It's like it's not even there. You might as well get rid of it at that point, because especially with that spike going down, knowing that plant has to come through, having that audible every single time, it's a really tough set of shoes to be standing in.
And that's in itself a tricky place, right? You look at Complex, had to decide between the Devour and the Dismiss. I mean, went for the Dismiss. Could have done with more hit points, having a joust with Bang there. He was sitting on that classic, but nonetheless, it's a tough one. Maybe he assumed they were going to swing. I don't know, but holy cow, one thing we do know is B is the hot spot here as Complex opens it up, but Bang responding yet again, leading the barrage as a raise now with the Boombot to go ahead. Rez comes out to bring the attacker squad united as 5, but still, cracks every which way. Complex makes it away. That Boombot doesn't get the better of him.
Welcome to my world.
Getting out scot-free, man, and as we see, ultimates across the board. Now, 2 invested on the side of Lemonade stand alone. This is going to look like a really good round for him with that 4-to-2 ratio right now in terms of players. Habib has to put in some work right now, being the first one to really engage on the side.
Battling. Oh, no. Cavern just takes that crosshair too far over. Complex, though. My goodness, on the 4K now. Sitting on the potential 5. And, yeah, the secondary Empress activated. Whoa, Complex!
Enemy remaining.
The 6. Give him the 6,
baby. Give him the 6.
Give him
Stop
6.
it. Give him the 6. Oh, no. Not like this.
No,
like
the reload! No! Oh, so close yet so far.
The pressure insurmountable. That was a tough one to be in, albeit he played it really well, and the counter Empress worked out superb, and gonna get him on the board yet again. In this rally, you can see on the scoreboard 4 rounds sequentially, and it just seems like there's no real footing from the side of Fenrir. Time in, time out. I just see, disparity in terms of weaponry, and it's starting to hurt them severely.
Yeah, it really is, and you're going to find yourself to really do more here. I mean, the Lemonade stand sitting really healthy now. I mean, they've already grabbed themselves enough. They've guaranteed at least a tie game here throughout the half. There's no way they can top this, but Complex is going to find just a little bit off the top there for Cavern. Kind of missing the mark, but making sure to get the kill regardless as we find ourselves a lot of initiative onto this A side.
Batlis going up to pick up a gun, and meanwhile, seems like a relentless push on this A side here, Mick. They're not really looking to change too much of the recipe. We've seen some B plays, but with Brock opening it up yet again onto Complex, huge cross replacement, not there in the right neighborhood whatsoever, as the attackers are just picking them off one by one by one. And poor old Wraith had about 6 hit points and a dream, and it gets shanked away from Bang yet again.
Honestly, I'm a little bit confused about the ultimate usage there. Obviously, I mean, it's a 4v1 right there. You don't really need to allocate that, but I mean, honestly, more power to you, buddy. Honestly, they're doing very fine right now. Lemonade stand sitting fine and healthy in terms of economy, in terms of guns right now, in terms of just rounds generally. The operator buy is going to be absolutely large, and for Cavern to be the one running it, honestly, with the way he's been sitting in spawn and holding that out for the flank and having that middle influence, I'm really liking this. Actually giving it over to Sox. Oh, honestly, I was hoping for a little bit more there. Some crazy Viper snipes going on.
Toxins going up.
That's the thing, when it comes to map control, Icebox just as critical as many other, right? Haven being 3-sided, but Icebox has such big rotates that you often find yourself, when you want to shake and bake, there's very few choke points to get around it. Oh my god, now Habib getting Sieged, pulls out the utility and decides to go back to the gun, and he does a good job, and that decision yields him a frag onto Bang, and so far holding steady with the wall active. I don't really know how keen the attackers are going to be on getting that spike down. Holding steady though, Yif on the slipperiest wall. I've seen in a hot minute, and yeah, he's now spotted out. If he repeats that, I don't know how successful he's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, obviously finding a couple shots and actually getting a little bit of health off, as we can see. I mean, Yif doesn't exactly have the most flawless health pool, but nobody else up there to really peak right now. I mean, they want to go ahead and get that spike down. Honestly, with how much of a standstill this is before Complex finds that shot, you have enough time to really rotate. You have that operator. You want to save it, but with all these shots coming through, Fenrir having themselves one hell of a shot right now.
Basically at the gun range at this point, there's just so many towards Snowman. The attacker just getting picked off one by one, and they couldn't find any footing, had no dividing activity towards site, and got pinned near yellow and long area. And then, yeah, you can see it's going to a last turn one round over to the side of Fenrir. So the rotates worked out well. Kind of shocked Lemonade Stand didn't pull the eject button there, though. They could have rotated off, maybe given it up, gotten some more mid control, and then done some recalculations to how they want to approach the round. And tough one to turn over. The beginning of a momentum shift, potentially, but we only got 2 more rounds to deal with here.
In Cavern with that buy in the last round, look at how detrimental that was. That is the only member not able to really play with the rifle here because of the operator buy last round. And when you're on that offense and you don't have any jet to really follow through with it, it's really hard to play with. And honestly, I don't know why they didn't go towards A and really sit there and pull the trigger on that sooner. But we're going to see them learn from their mistakes and still getting clapped over here on the A side. It's a massive shot.
Player standing. Spike down.
Undecided with the top or bottom. And Wraith gets the final frag to close it up. So, yeah, this is the verticality of Icebox showing its true colors again, Mick. And it makes for an interesting scenario if you peak as a squad. Just because you can't shoot up and shoot down at the same time. Nonetheless, 7-4. And this is the second sequential round that the Fenrir squad have been able to pick up. And they're going to go ahead and hopefully close this round off with the 5th as they have weapons to boot. And going to push the Lemonade Stand squad to the corner, leaving them with very few guns, at least primary guns that we're used to seeing here day in, day out.
I'm with you on that, man. They're just going to find themselves a little bit more to play with, and with these rifles in hand, only for a couple of players. I mean, only Lemonade Stand is sitting fairly kind of rocky right now, I would say, especially with Fenrir sitting so far up on Econ, having a lot of weapons to play with, and with that first shot from Bozix, does not go. Oh!
Blocking sight.
The shot we wanted though so far. I mean, he's gotten the one, slipped on the second. All those line up, but my God, Yif with a nice frag. Bang! Getting away with the support of an airbag, bounces up top. Wraith shanks that kill from Bozix now, but he's still in the hot seat here, Mick. Looking up top, gets the one onto Nest. Knives, active Bladestorm, getting high wall, right click, and no 4K for Bozix. Going in absolutely ballistic there. That's style points, my friend.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And that's all you really want. We're at a 7-5 half here. Everything looking completely doable. What was this? This was the, correct me if I'm wrong, the same record we saw on the last map? I could be wrong here. But, we're looking at a little bit more of a contestation going on here. Especially just not only on each site, but in rounds generally. And back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I feel like if Lemonade Stand don't win this first one, they're going to be in the dumps a lot harder, especially investing into 2 sheriffs, while Fenrir's just saying, all right, we just need our util, man.
Getting into the first of the 2 pistol rounds. Or 3, depending on how this series works out thus far. See what Fenrir's got in the attacker gas tank, right? They're getting situated outside of B. Keeping A and mid on lock. Not really keen on giving up too much post here. Ideally, an opening pick. Working something towards this B side, albeit there is a lonesome cavern there. Oh my God, he face checks 3 people. Gonna send out his util, albeit premature, and the wall goes up as well. Gonna deny some entry, but Bozix has already found his way up top and high. Nice, dude. Bozix's mouse is warm. He is cooking right now as he opens it up onto Cavern with that sheriff. And yeah, they've got control of sight now. They've done the deed, and Root is just getting overwhelmed. The wall goes up, and that's it. Wall plant yet again on the table.
This move on round 1 for the side of B. Oh my God. Okay, honestly, the Sheriff, a huge investment right now, giving Fenrir a flawless lead as he finds himself another. This is Lemonade Stand. Honestly, this is these kind of scenarios where you're thankful you have that 2-round lead, because Fenrir with that first one, I think they're feeling pretty good going to the next.
As we get to witness this beautiful series in the hot seat here, Mick. Look at up top, gets the one onto Ness. Is the one that I got so gassed over. Look at that right click, and he moves his mouse down onto Bang. I mean, Mick, talk about style points for Bozix here. He's looking really warm now, slowly working his way up that scoreboard, but still, Bang and Brock. I think Brock was just using that sky as a bit of warm up, just to kind of cue up his fingers there, and he's now trying his best on that Reyna, and it's looking good. But albeit we got a 1-round delta, man, they're really picking up some good steam.
Yeah, they definitely are, and especially with this force coming through. We've seen it shut down before, and Cavern run this Sheriff. That's the one weapon that's been the shutdown to this attempt, but with everything being close and getting closed out so fast, B-side is now for the taking. I say Finra, they need to be off to the races, man, because Root's trying to go for this flank, and he's going to find a kill with it.
Not the keenness on that push with the wall up and everything. They kind of just face checked it. He didn't have the firepower to boot, and he didn't transfer. Nonetheless, the spike goes down for the side of Fenrir in a 4 versus 4 scenario. My goodness, Bazic. What?
Okay. Okay, buddy.
I didn't get to see the second last or that last frag, but it just was ballistic the way it looked on the scoreboard. I mean, as we say, he's working his way up the scoreboard as I'm completely slurring in complete awe at those frags. He's now 15 and 10. So this man thoroughly gassed up, and he's earned his team the 7-7. You can see on the board a 5-round rally. Bit of a counteract from the previous 5 as well. But back to the game at hand, or this round at hand, we're looking at gun rounds aplenty, albeit Spectres against a full Phantom Vandal buy. We'll see what it means for the Lemonade Stand boys. They really got to pull this one out of their back pockets.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I mean, Bozic's being on this offensive side now. That's kind of why I feel like he was lackluster in the first half. I mean, Jets don't really feel like they're in their element there on the defense. And right there, you feel in his element to go ahead and push up. Fucking, I'm sorry, somebody say combat sage, but I mean, overall, just the way you get there on that offense, you go ahead and put a Jet in those shoes. They're going to sit there and say, all right, let's get flashy.
Talk about flashy. Reyna not even keen on using a leer to blind them, and still gets a nice opening pick now. Brock just keeping it steady as we're getting a mono face off there with Complex and friendly Sova. Whisper quiet though here, Mick. Can hear a needle drop if I could right now in game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we love this. And the night before Christmas, and all through the house, nothing was stirring, not even a mouse. But if Yith can find himself a pick, oh, this map is gonna be sick.
I like that. And with the noise now being made every which way, the pick potential here looking good for Brock. Yes, sir. Connection onto the head of Complex now. Wraith counteracts that with his Spectre directly to the dome. Habib, the monster on that Spectre as well onto Root. And my goodness, with the guns and the power, Wraith and Yif, the dynamic duo themselves, going to pull that round away. And the patience and diligence has paid off dividends, my friend. Fenrir get onto site and get full control, and they are now ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, right there. That's what you want. I mean, Fenrir stepping it up, man. Going ahead and capitalizing on that. Finding themselves those 2, and that's already something where you're like, it's great now, but we're on a bonus now. This is something that we're not usually really coming to. But, I mean, capitalizing, finding that 3rd, finding those guns in hand as well, and look at just how peachy and how clean their recon is to back it up. I mean, it's something like this where they're saying, all right. Lemonade saying, you had the first map, but if you really want the second one, you got to deserve it.
See how much they deserve as they're getting a healthy serving of a spank in the face, and you can see with an opening pick, my God, yes, Habib. But unfortunately, it's insufficient to take off Brock, and he's going to go ahead and use that Devourer. Overheal his way back up to mostly full hit points. But Bazix, my goodness, this crosshair placement more. Dashing, dancing. My God, this guy has his dancing shoes on, tapping his way around the enemies like it's nothing. Finally, Brock puts him out of that misery and brings it down to a 3v2 scenario. His impact, though, is not going to go unheard this round.
That alone, I mean, cannon shot heard around the map, man. And Brock with that ultimate call, that's also going to be heard everywhere because everybody's going to say, all right, Empress time. This is scary.
Last player standing.
He gets the one. Oh. Yeah, man, that's looking fierce as can be. Fenrir just, my goodness, pulling away on this attacker side. At this point, Lemonade Stand, I got to hear a response, and I got to hear it loud and clear. They got to get their marbles together. I'm kind of low-key shocked they haven't slapped the timeout. Maybe they're feeling they got the momentum still in the tank, but they're just falling short, and they're really just getting sieged on. Could it be the passivity? I don't quite know. Do we need to see a bit more of a response from the likes of Brock getting aggressive? I think that one and done, the Bozix scenario, is really the crutch here. It's just doing such a good job.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. This is it. They got to go ahead and find themselves something to do, and they got to find it really fast because, I mean, Fenrir, they are taking themselves a lead and they are running with it, especially having these 2 ults to play with going forward. The amount of economy they have on the table and everything just really looking good for them. I mean, look at that lineup, man. This half, it has been nothing but red. It's been just straight blood on the snow, and it makes it that much more devastating.
Bear with us here, beautiful people. we're just going to get our marbles back together as we sit on a pause. You can see we're stuck at a hard 14 seconds.
Okay.
I'll let these two teams resituate. I think production as well wants to tinker a couple things. We're just going to run it down. So talking about here, Mick, let's get into some analysis and conversation, open conversation, frank conversation, because that's what we do. I think they're about ready to actually get this going. Fenrir pulling away nicely, albeit this is the gun round that we want to see. 9-7, 2-round delta. Question remains, what's it going to take for Lemonade Stand? I touched on it briefly as we were getting into this round, but let's expand on it some more. I think they got to hold their footing a bit more. Really put themselves out there, but do it in a smart fashion, right? Don't just walk into B with multiple people pushing you, but work as a duo, if not a trio, and a united push maybe to open up a pick. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, they just kind of slow this game down, dude. I mean, Lemonade Stand, they got to go ahead and have a preemptive wall, in my opinion. I feel like that would be a super large help, and Viper just needs to play back. Because, I mean, she's so influential. You want to have that cover, and whenever she dies right off the rip because she's just overextending, it's so detrimental.
Talk about detrimental. My goodness me, Cavern completely annihilates Complex before he can get anything. Alas, you can count on Gift there to be the resurrecting factor to bring him back in, but Brock has taken so much damage. The Empress now active, swinging Cavern. Yes, sir. Redemption yet again onto Habib. More Gift onto the counterpart. Cavern loves face checking this, and it's not working out for him, though, but Bang is in the hot seat. Can't connect. He gets Sage down, and with Brock's help, they're doing a really good job at keeping this push back at bay. Nonetheless, 2 versus 2 scenario as we have 58 on the clock, and plenty of opportunity here for the Fenrir squad.
Yeah, plenty even more, but hold up. Just Nova has something to say about that. Bang obviously doesn't want to make a push to some extent because this dude has, like, no health at all. But it doesn't matter. He's going to find the shots and give Lemonade Stand another round on the board. Now in a 1-round delta, as you say, we're back into answers, baby. And we have a lot of them here on the table. And Lemonade Stand having that Viper's Pit, that's something to capitalize on in itself. Throw that down to the site and say, all right, no. You only get you don't get to choose what site to go to this time. If you want to be in a Viper's Pit, by all means do it. But we're going to win that round. Best chances are for you to go somewhere else when we read it.
Back to the court of law, right? Seems like the defendant has an answer or two for the plaintiff. They're looking to solidify their position here and ensure their voices are heard loud and clear with just 1 round, like you said, Mick, to separate them and even it up here. Darts coming out from a different area code. Nonetheless, they're looking for this B pinch, 2 at long, 3 under tube. And my goodness me, Sage is about to be facing a world of pain, but rotates are coming. So they get root, but en route is Reyna and Sova. My goodness, complex throw through the transparent area of that rotate from Snowman. Able to get the 1. Justin, though, and Bang. Yes, sir. A response both ways possible now. 3v3.
3v3, man, with the spike down and with the defenders over here to answer. Oh my God, Cavern! This dude, I don't even know what to do. I mean, Cavern. Okay. I'm just choked up. I'm choked up, dude. Those shots. It may not be a 3-piece or a 4-piece, but I mean, just for that setup alone, that's really what gave Lemonade Stand this round. The avenue that was taken, the whole entire lineup right there, just looking down line of sights, that was the most efficient way you could really take that. And I love everything about it. I mean, Kitchen is such a slept-on spot. We don't see too much answers coming out of there. It's usually ever towards top crate or something along the lines, closer to the side. But, I mean, that avenue alone, finding a different approach and having that read as well and those shots to back it up, it's something like that that just really just gives yourself that round. And Lemonade Stand, for that reason, I don't think there was a better way they could have done it.
Oh, a 9-9 now. It's definitely heating up, man. You wanted some Lemonade Stand gas right back, and I think they're getting their footing. The Dart's going to go ahead and reveal up close and personal, making sure no funny pushes or anything of that sort. But Cavern has his sights set nicely on the depths of spawn area towards A. And at this point, getting that funny slow round vibe yet again. Just taking it easy, and I like this mid control. I like it, and I love it even more when there's responses both ways possible. Brock getting that pick. And still, they're not really backing off mid whatsoever, and with Bozix doing his best towards A, he's opened up so much opportunity. That site is empty, as you can see on the minimap now, and for whatever reason, Reyna's spidey senses say they're going B, but no, not so much, man. They're going to go ahead and situate nicely on this A site.
They're right there. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to play into the guns as much as you can, but honestly, with Lemonade Stand sitting with these kind of diverse weapons, they're kind of set up for this. You have a lot to play with. The Spectre isn't exactly too bad of a weapon to have, especially with this close quarter setup. And Brock, being that main man, having one Lear left and a Vandal, this guy's shots are pretty nasty in itself. So this is definitely playable.
He drops down, looking for one. Yes, sir. He connects onto Yif. He spots the top of Bazik's head. Bazik's not re-peeking it, rightfully so. But the shock dart's coming down to 89. Root, close and dazed. Bazik's got to look down, but he can't. He's dealing with Brock down below on the opposing end, nonetheless. Root's out of the equation. A tap. Brock. Whoa! He's got one. Nick, he taps it. Does Wraith know? Oh, he's got the dart. He's got the dart. This is calculated. It's so calculated. My goodness me.
That honest to God, dude, honest to God, I think if he made that shot as he was moving in, as Wraith was trying to make that shove, that was doable. If he hit that first initial shot, or even tried to shoot through Crate and went for something nasty, he had enough time for it being a half.
I gotta take a breath here, Mick. My heart's a pounding because this is getting really hot, man. I'm looking at the board here, and I'm just trying to take in this current scenario, right? I don't like doing this, but let's get the hypotheticals out here. Lemonade stand on the Sheriff buy. They got one Vandal. This don't go right. Okay, they turn over one. The following is a buy. From there, it's going to be sticky. You got 2 rounds to close off, and the question remains, is it enough breathing room? It's getting really tight, and with the push from Fenrir back and forth, it's looking strong for them. And you can see, yeah, I feel the tension in the air. I'm not going to lie. Oh my God. Bang. What's the motive to peek that the way that he did? I don't quite understand. Bazik's now, you can see, my God, twitchy every which way, crosshair, head level, nothing but clearing angles for days. Habib gets another, and with that, man, they're all over sight, so well positioned, and yeah, only 3 people from Malls through here for Fenrir.
Whoa! Disrespectful!
Oh
my God!
Excuse me?
Root stands for root canal, people.
This is big. They're gonna... Yellow, they had yellow on lock, man. That was the play. I'm glad they stayed true to that. Did not go along. And yeah, with that Wraith picking up Justin Nova. Cavern on the late rotate. He's got nothing but a Sheriff in a dream. Keep of the wall.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir. Only 2 to go. Not a lot of time though. And yeah, that Viper utility gonna foil his plans. He is gonna be bleeding hit points like it's no one's business. And
wait,
what? Hello? Wraith? I mean, if you want to give the guy a hug, you don't gotta do it with electricity, my guy.
Oh, what? Excuse me?
I mean, all right.
I mean, if you're a Lemonade Stand fan, I mean, you can't complain. I mean, that's a free kill. Whether or not it was yours, it sets up the economy to where that's another man that has to buy this round. So, I mean, heck, you win this round, you sit there and basically have yourself another guarantee to follow up because Fenrir, I mean, even though they've won the last couple, they've had to buy a lot of guns every single round. So it hasn't done them all that much good. So I think even with this losing streak going over towards Lemonade Stand, there is enough here on the board for each team to really give themselves something to play with. The Blade Storm in itself is going to be something large, so long as we don't have another couple missed knives, because there goes 3 right off the rip.
This is Bazik's, man. He has no fear at all getting up close to personal, but Brock's position, oh man, this is slippery. Whoa!
Oh,
1 Blade Storm and 1 kill. Let's go here, Bazik's. 5 knives, 5 kills. I completely believe in this. Let's see what he can do getting up close. No. The wall protects him. He does get Brock down, and he himself still has the Empress active and is getting healed back up, so a chance for redemption or more frags. He'd be yearning for those to keep that ult active and dismiss. Nonetheless, retake. Justin Nova with 1, with 2. Bang getting up high. They get the pit out of the way, and my goodness me.
Oh my God!
You wanted retake, you got it, Nick.
That's not a retake. That's just that's making home. That's building an entire empire. I mean, Rome wasn't built in 1 day, but A-Site was built in 1 round, my guy. Oh my God. That was, I mean, for the Viper's pit, everything stacked up against the Empress, not exactly being as influential as you wanted it to, because the shots, you were getting more tagged than you were bagging, and there was just so much there. But, I mean, that's exactly what they wanted. I mean, look at Lemonade Stand now. Absolutely sitting peachy on this econ. They had themselves a bye next round, regardless of win or loss. The only man slacking is going to be Cavern. I mean, with that, you have 3 ultimates to play with, too. 1 being a Showstopper, a Resurrection, and a Viper's Pit. Say if the Viper's Pit gets shut down, you have that Resurrection to bring it back.
See what they can make of it here, blocking off mid. So under tube, viable. Tube itself seems like it's the play, as Justin Nova himself has a bit of a hunch, and yeah, he does get a tag on top. That's Bazik's. Gonna eat that like a
Spike
champ as
down,
Cavern gets a
B.
1 and a 2. This is Cavern waking up nicely after having a rough couple rounds earlier. Bazix though spammed away. He falls to safety.
Player
More from
standing.
Justin though. My goodness. As it's just down to Habib. 3 ultimates like you said. The res not getting used and for good reason is Bang. He tells Habib to back away from his post. Not today.
I'm more of a Red Bull guy myself, but Bang is looking mighty tempting today. Absolutely just looking good, dude, because I mean just the shots, man. I mean that's quenching my thirst. These clips just across the board, the amount of shots coming through. I mean, look at that. Guy sitting so peachy on kills. He's sitting there, has 4,800 on top of having his gun and his armor and all that utility to play with as well. I mean, what an influential guy to have on your squad to bring this game back into these shoes. And we have a 2, then another 2, and maybe if we have ourselves an answer, that would be the end for Fenrir. So they're hoping to have a little bit of a change of pace here to really tie off this game or go ahead and close it out for the other side.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to get Root to really play a strong anchor here, right? Him falling early, especially having that res on the board. Yeah, see, that's not what I wanted. And with that opening pick, Bazix has ensured sights basically clear. They go for the wall plan, but bang, bang, and bang. Sends it. Yes, sir. That is a
Spike
connection.
down, B.
Far from a busy tone, and the grenade towards Long now to ensure he's got some control and has shifted them over towards that yellow, and he does that indeed. Set on a 4v4, and look at the tension here. Trying to get footing of this spike that's in sight. Bouncing out as Bang, and yeah, denials every which way from Complex.
These shots come through the B side. The res coming up at the right time for the side of Fenrir. There's just so many kills going on for the side of Lemonade, though, that it seems like it doesn't matter.
Now with just 2 members up, this is a tough one for Lemonade Stand. Justin Nova's got to come in big. Yes, Cavern. Yes, absolutely, indeed. Critical pick it is, but they have a hunch, and they're walking away, kind of giving up this B site, and we'll see with 33 what the plan of the attackers is. About the good old strap up. What do you do in a 2v2? Do you overthink it and rotate? Definitely not. A is about 3 miles away and ain't nobody gonna walk that anytime soon. They tap the bomb once and go for it a second time now. With it going down, Cavern.
Oh,
not
no!
the shot to miss as Yif gets that, Mick.
The flick, dude. That's nasty.
Like turn around, but Justin, look at this dance.
Enemy remaining.
What? Oh, he didn't check that avenue the whole entire time. He went down that rope checking outside and never turned around. Didn't even bat an eye in that direction, leaving it wide open.
Justin was, yeah, had he hard cleared that left around, I think he had a hunch he was more towards yellow or long, and it's a tricky one, but dude, this is it. 12-11, this joust back and forth that we've been working through in this matchup, in this BO3, this could be the chance that third map and Fenrir holding on by a thin strand of yarn, if anything. And we're gonna hopefully end it out in style. Everybody but Wraith have weapons, and we'll see what they can make of it. Brace yourselves, man. Grab a hold of your seats, because I'm ready for this.
I'm ready as well. I'm ready for this overtime, dog. I'm not a Lemonade Stand guy, but I mean, goodness gracious, I'm an overtime guy. That's what I'm a fan of, and I want to get there, and I want to see especially all these ults this round. They have to go down. Whether win, loss, regardless of the situation, overtime, it doesn't matter. You need to press X this round, regardless of who you are.
Whoa, yes! Thank you, Root, for that. I was going to say that could have been troubling if Root got swung and he didn't pick up a frag. It would have been a free trade. But with that double, dude, that's huge. Root in himself just paid off the entire game, I think, with that double kill there. We'll see how it holds out, though. Still a minute left. 3 bodies. We know Fenrir's got it in the tank, but they're short duelists, and that's going to be a problem.
Oh, not saving this for the post plant. Both Hunter Furies at the same time. What a cocky play from both sides of the field. That's something, man. And we just got to see this establishment on site. We're still at a stand hold with Fenrir being 2 down. And the only thing left on the field is this resurrection, and that's going to be absolutely massive for Lemonade Stand, even with this wall going down.
Habib just getting away from the remaining shrapnel of that nade, and yeah, Habib also going to drop that utility. And this is good for the post. We'll see if it can hold it off. Shock darts coming out, and doesn't do much of anything here. Big round ahead. These guys at yellow are definitely under the radar.
This right here, already being 3 men up, and keeping that advantage. 1 still standing. Gif not able to close it out. We're going to overtime.
Send it away, get that diffused, yeah, pop that res. You deserve it. You earned it here, Lemonade Stand. We're gonna finish it off, and push ahead here. And what has heated its way up now, it's boiling. It's actually overflowing. And it's ready to go, man. The Hot Pockets are ready.
Yeah, Hot Pockets are ready. Hot hands indeed as well, because I mean, these guys, they need to have them for this round. This is overtime, man. As long as you lose yourself a round, you have to make sure to back it up. This has to be a 1-to-1 ratio across the board to keep the game going, because anytime somebody wins 2, which is the ratio we've seen thus far. We've seen a lot of 2-2-2-2 in this second half, as you can see on the scoreboard. But finally, it got down to that 1-1 right here to lead to this overtime. So we can't let that pattern continue for either side if they want to sit there and let this win not be drawn up for the other side. Because this is series point for Lemonade Stand. And for Fenrir, they're fighting for this third right now.
We'll see what the opening round. Justin has got his recon dart set for the right neighborhood. He's going to reveal everything. But look at this complete pickle from the defensive side. Mid-control Fiasco, leaving A site completely open. They're going to go for the Gigaflame Cavern, though. He's calming it out for sure. He's like, guys, there's funny stuff happening. You're going to get on site. Do it now. And they're not choosing to go for the flank, coming out from screens now, despite getting planted. We'll see how the attackers play it on the post.
Here we go. Got the post. We got a shock dart in. Not enough damage, really. Not too much off that because you hit those outer angles. But, I mean, with enough information across the map from all of these guys, the little slow orb coming through, and shots to follow up with it, there's just so much here.
My goodness, Habib. 1. Brock, though, response. Yif on fleek. Yes, beautiful dismiss coming out of Brock. He's got to deal with so many more. Does he have it? The Devour. 1 more. Empress. Shake and bake. Yif is in the hot spot. He's going to decom 1, decom twice. Oh!
Okay. Okay.
Brock,
the Rock, go!
Match point.
Brock the Rock with the shock, man. Oh my God. I mean, that's what you want, right? Are you not entertained?
Words right out of my mouth, Nick. Are you not entertained is exactly how I feel. You wanted to see some slippery gameplay, some use of utility, dropping that Empress at that last second just to secure that penetration kill, if anything. My goodness me. Styling with 31 kills is Brock, feeling good, and he's going to bring up that win for Lemonade Stand.
Oh, man, they got to capitalize on this. They got to follow through for a round to go ahead and win this, but hey, it comes down. Fenrir can answer, but right there with that first blood right there for Bang, man. This is the one guy, he wants to go in with the Bang, and he wants to go out with one as well. Cavern's right there with them.
And this is falling apart so dearly, man. Look at the current scenario now. Fenrir has 2 members. They got 1 Reyna and the Viper to deal with 5, and they've all rotated. This is a repeat of about 4 rounds ago when everyone was just kind of sitting at Snowman. What's Complex's escape plan here?
Yeah, I mean,
he's pinned. He crosses, he's dead. He crosses the other way, he's dead.
Oh,
maybe
hold
not.
on.
Maybe not. What?
No, you gotta check that! Where the comms?
He doesn't react, Mick, and with that, 2 members eliminated. They just completely swallow my words. Looking viable, 45 of the clock, and yeah, right decision though. You gotta watch out your rear end. Roots on the hunt from the back.
Dude, they're just as scared as we are. Oh my God, no! No, the Empress, dude, no! What is going on? This is it, man.
30 seconds left.
This is a retaliation. This is an answer. You wanted it. 2 Reyna 4Ks and Root
Enemy
missing.
remaining.
Oh my God.
Habib though, Habib so slippery. Dancing around, he hears him reload. My goodness me, he gets the 115 seconds. He has the spike too, Brock.
You gotta plant it. You gotta plant it. If you don't plant it now, you lose. You have to find this kill.
Oh
my God!
Toxin screen down.
Habib?
We're in double overtime.
Overtime.
Can somebody explain to me the galactical nebula universal size brain of Habib? He says, you know what, man, I got no time. I'm just going to tap it and then even peek it right down the side towards mid. My goodness. What kind of like thought process goes through his mind to think that that's the play? Albeit it was a time consumer. I thought he was not going to get it, but had he committed too far, I'm just speechless, man. That was a play and a half, and it's gotten us to a 13-13. Mick, take a breath, my guy. We got to relax, and I think we're going to be slapping what I believe is attack now. And rightfully so, because these teams got to hit the drawing board. This is really getting toasty, man. Let's talk about it. What are your thoughts, your opinions, your feels? Just drop it all on me here.
Dude, I'm shaking. I don't know if it's all this energy in the room, whether or not it's the energy drink of the players, or whether or not it's the energy from these players and the plays coming through. or whether it's just all this absolute massive kind of game going down right now. I'm just at a loss of words, honestly. The reason I was so quiet is I've had to catch my breath seriously. Like these plays that are coming through right now, just what is brought to the table right now. These guys, this is one hell of a match. This is the one thing you could ask for. Win or loss, this is one hell of a game right now that we are sitting at. And this is just, there's more closure that needs to come through. Fenrir has to find themselves these next two. They have to go ahead and find at least two, because I feel like at the end of the day, honestly, looking at what Lemonade Stand has brought to the field, they have had a lot more consistency on both sides of the field. I mean, just look at the way they've been fighting back and forth. You've had these clutch plays, but you just haven't exactly found too much. I mean, just look at the way the scoreboard is lined up. We see, obviously, Fenrir with the comeback of almost a century, just straight teal across the top, but there just needs to be more. You got to be more adaptable, and I feel like with everything going through, when you don't have that beginning right off the rip, say, all right, we take these shots, we win these, it's something to deal with.
I'm just taking it all in, Mick. I'm having a moment to recollect myself and kind of think about this current scenario.
Yeah.
Really and honestly, I'm just sitting here saying, is it one specific thing? No. Is it one specific person? Nah. Is it? It's all just no's across the board. Like if I had a stamp and I'm flipping through pages of a checkbook, slapping the no on it like a teller at the bank, this is it. Like it's just the sheer unity of both these teams, just the level of the kills coming out and the frags and the lurks and just these galactical praise. It's actually, it's kind of like, how can I say? It's mind games at this point. Like you think you got it, pressure's on, final round. He's got to plant it with, 8 seconds, 12 seconds on the clock, and he goes for the peak. Like at that point, you're just racking your hair out thinking, why? Like, why did it have to be that way that it is? And these kinds of things is what's going to, surmount to, again, we got to 13-13, but part of me says we're not just done yet, man. Like, there's just still plenty of, how can I say, game and juice flowing in these two teams.
Yeah, whether or not it's just in this map, because this could, I mean, technically we're in overtime, but this could go forever. But I mean, just look at this scenario. I mean, we are not only, if this is some kind of grand finals, bro, I'm telling you right now, my pants will be soaked. I would have to tell you, all right, take the mic. I got to go somewhere. But there is just like, regardless, I mean, I'm at a loss of words for what's being brought to the table regardless. I mean, there's just so much going on here. These two teams are just absolutely at it. They are hungry. They were starving coming into this match. And Fenrir, obviously playing into the name to some extent, saying, all right, let's hold up. Our name is based off the coming of Ragnarok. And we just kind of slipped up a little bit on that first map. So I'm talking hunger. We have to eat the whole entire world right now. We have to devour everybody that's coming in our way. And it's been a little bit slow to get there. We see they kind of had to let the game turn up a little bit before they got to that stance. But, I mean, they've really showed up. And that alone shows that they need to get to that map 3. And the fact that this map was their pick is another thing to mention. That is definitely something they don't want to do because this is their home turf.
And as we proceed ahead, and I think the word of the on the neighborhood is someone's having some headset issues. So yeah, that's definitely keen. We ain't gonna be playing this game out without any sound, that's for sure. But as I think I hear some game noises, I hear some stuff happening, and I think we're back. Oh, we're back. We're counting down from 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, I know how to count from 6 backwards. Y'all don't hate on me here. 13-13 your scoreline, getting ahead into this matchup, opening up the attackers. Fenrir looking for a chance of this A side, but complex, aggressive one. And yeah, that's a dismiss, my friend. That's to get some info and dip. Love it. Bazix, though, me with a follow-up. And that info in itself has earned rather, good gap side of Fenrir. And with this attacker side now thinned out drastically, they're going to have to be united. But they've done it before, man. We saw it there on that OT round as well.
Poison orb emitted.
Yeah, we saw an answer. We saw a start from them, and we see a little bit of closure here for the side of Fenrir. They definitely got themselves a good couple picks right off the rip. But Cavern getting aggressive, finding a double is going to be absolutely massive for the return to tie up the min advantage here because there isn't one anymore.
Dude, this is looking massive for Cavern now in a great turn of events. We said it's doable, and heck, it is, my friend. 2 down for each of these players now. Toxin, you can see, is low, so Cavern's going to deactivate that. Justin, though, ensuring Bazix doesn't get a chance at participating in the remaining of this round now, which is 2 members up of Fenrir. Looking for opportunity. They've done this snowman gig before. Yif coming out in front and sight, and this is going to be tricky, man. They got both sides covered. Not the play. Cavern, but he just wants to ensure they don't get on the defuse. Down to Justin. Final charge. Yes.
No
look at the time.
shot!
Yif has to stick.
You have
and it's
to.
not
You
even
gotta
half.
lose it.
It's not half. Not today. It goes boom, and that's the round turned over. My God, that was well played and so well done from this side
Switching
of Justin.
sides.
That's perfect. dude.
Match
that,
point.
That was the best play you could have made. That was Lemonade Stand's brain just expanding on site. We have watched human evolution over the course of one map because going ahead, giving him that post plant setup, that is what you want. That is what Fenrir should literally copy top to bottom and say, Wraith, I know you've kind of been a little bit lackluster, 13 and 21, but we need you to find enough to go ahead and get an ultimate so we can have that post plant going down. We're going to play as aggressive as we can. We're going to rush this A site, and you need to make sure to get these orbs, get some kills, so you can just sit in the back and guarantee that bomb to go off.
Oh, Cavern had the crosshair in the right vicinity, and that's, now Brock also taking down to 7 hit points, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. He can't even get a frag to devour. Brazix is the one responsible for his death now going high. Yes, Cavern, absolutely. Through the wall, connects. Complex, though, doing what Reynas do best. Gonna grab a devour off of that and gonna continue the siege onto site. 4 versus 3 year scenario now. And the attackers, I wonder what they're gonna do. They have no spike, but they do have decent ground and footing on this A. And they pulled some rotates over too, with Wraith opening up it even further. It's just down to 2 members of Lemonade Stand.
You got that wild card. You think it's a 2v2, but be there in the back. He's going to run into Bang, I'm sure, eventually. The rotation just absolute... Oh! Hold up! He did get the kill!
Root, though, is pinned. Unfortunately, so pinned, he can't get a control of Kitchen at this point. It's Bang at Snowman. Cross in the neighborhood, the high-flying paint can goes in big. Yif is going to dance around it to the best of his ability, and he's forced to swing wide, and that wall actually... did not really help Yif in that case. And coming on the bench, Root.
Oh, that's it. That is it. Lemonade Stand, man.
Oh.
That is a very quick finish at that. After such a long, drawn-out game. Lemonade Stand taking this map, taking the series, 15-13. What more could you ask for, dude? I say it time and time and time again. What more could you ask for? Almost as like a filler to some extent, but that right there, I can't. I know sometimes it's not applicable to cuss on stream, so I'm gonna imply that I probably would have, but I'm not going to. I just want to put that emphasis out there of like, what the frick? You know, what the heck is going on?
I'm just trying to stay calm and reserved because, like you, I could echo a lot of the same emotion. Everything just, I'm going to say right away, these two teams, I want to congratulate both of them. I mean, big round of applause. And to our fellow viewers here, I mean, 150 crisp one of yous watching this. Y'all got to be a part of an amazing series for us in this best of 3 and such a good matchup between these two teams. And the members that we said, we're not necessarily pulling weight. We're kind of struggling to get some footing, picked up pace. I mean, some clean frags. And that's what I said during that timeout or that pause while we were dealing with the headset issue is like, it's not one individual person or one individual agent. It's just this unity. And both these teams were jiving. And all things said and done, we got ourselves, honestly, a really slippery 2 maps. And I want to say, man, if I could go back and replay these two maps again and just relive it, I would, because that was exhilarating for me. So all in all, fantastic job and a great, again, good job to these two teams.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, for that to be our last matchup here, I feel like that was well deserving to be our last map on the stream, if I'm being completely honest. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we obviously going to have to do some kind of closure here, there, and the other. But, I mean, what's going on is just some great matchups to finish it off. And no thanks, all of this being brought to you by Community Gaming and PlayerzZone. Just here, none of this would be possible without them. Go on Twitter after this. I'm serious. You will find all these clips everywhere. These players, I'm sure you're going to hear their comms just screaming, saying, "You're insane," because they are. Like, we want that context, man. And I'm excited to get on there, my timeline myself, and see what's going on out here. Because, like I said, I mean, all this being brought to you by those two absolute legends in and out the game, regardless of the level of being played at. It's just, it's an honor. It is an honor to be here and an honor to sit there and witness these kinds of plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and say one thing is that I want to commend Brock bringing up a 31 bomb on this game.
Yes.
Like, dude, the guy showed up as the Reyna. It was insane. Like the play style, everything from him, hot, 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 complex as well. It's not a shocker. You want a Reyna early on, you got him, and both of them were commanding that scoreboard, cleanly, dare I say. So
Yep.
I think, Mick, I want to just quickly say we're going to wrap it up here, recollect our thoughts, and wish our viewers the best. But of course, we're not going too far. I kindly ask of everybody here to, of course, follow all the socials for the entire community gaming squad, PlayerzZone as well, the GL Gaming Lounges. Be sure to slap the support on the socials for that, and stick around and don't go too far because more than likely, and I think we're going to be slapping a raid on the primary stream, the PlayerzZone stream. So please stay here. Don't go too far, guys. A reminder again, we're going to pick up again for day 2 of the Invitational tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. A lot of great faces from the production and casting team are going to be here to take you through that. So put that on your schedule, add that to your Google Calendar, and we'll worry about it after. So, guys, with that, sending you away, and stay tuned. We're going to raid the stream. Much love. Mick, anything else to close off before we go?
Not really, man. Honestly, I'm still at a loss of words, figuring things out. But regardless, we'll have one heck of a matchup to sit there and continue here on the mainstream, as you said, that we will be able to follow through with. And honestly, we'll be watching along with y'all. So anything, I'll probably be in the chat. If I have any opinions there, I'll throw them out.
Absolutely, guys. Take it easy. Be safe, and talk to you soon.
Starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3. Oh, that's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy. He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Look at it. Oh, my God. Look at it.
What? But you can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Connects on 3. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Oh, don't peek it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh, no.
Baby, yes.
Is able to open up a flank angle, so that's forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get 4. Can he find that ace? Giza is tagged very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea. Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace, and a big round for Recon 5.
I didn't expect that.